completely just took over the fights.
Yeah, and some interesting background on Gangplank. In that game, Maple actually did 40% of his damage as magic damage. So that's coming from the ultimate use. And actually, overall, the average across the world of Gangplanks, the champion just in general normalizes at around 25% magic damage. So it's a lot more magic damage than you would expect.
Also helps when you missed all your barrels. So
I mean, that's why it was 40% compared to the average of 25.
So let's see here. Gangplank is already being banned away. Lulu as well. We would expect Mordekaiser's being the last one for SKT.
Yeah.
That would be an Elise first pick for EDG, unless they wanted Darius up in the top lane. That could be the trade-off SKT is looking for, because Amazing J already played it twice and has been looking pretty solid overall on it.
Yeah, the top lane is so interesting to me. I'm always trying to keep up with the counter picks in that lane because it's so snowbally. But generally, yes, Gnar is really safe into a lot of the new power picks like Darius and Fiora. However, Gnar gets countered by Yasuo. So it's this kind of circle where you can't pick Gnar early and you have to wait to see and hope for that counter pick in the top lane.
So, in case they do take a Kalista here, I just want to talk a little bit about why. She's a pick that still a lot of teams consider one of the absolute strongest AD carries. And I think in a matchup where it's so much about jungle support synergy, having a strong dual lane is super, super important, because if you win that lane, it opens up for your support to start roaming. And at the same time, if you manage to shut down the enemy spot, he's forced to sit there with his AD carry. He cannot leave the lane, so Kalista suddenly has a lot of value as that lane bully. You can even go Kalista Thresh now if they want, or an Annie pick for Mako.
Meanwhile, SKT not giving away anything with their first two picks here. They want to save counter picks for solo lanes as far down in the draft as they possibly can. Rek'Sai, all around great champion, works into any sort of composition that they could possibly run. That does leave the Elise you mentioned for Clearlove.
Well,
oh, never mind, it was banned.
That was banned. So it's good to take Rek'Sai. Again, it would have been the choice for Clearlove. This one here would then kind of change the way EDG maybe were looking to play the early game at first, where they could look to really skirmish early on with the top laner, with your jungler. Skarner, to me, is a good duelist, like one-on-one. If he fights on his Spire there, I think he's very good. But his ganks pre-level 6 are very lackluster.
They definitely are. And even more so after the balance changes to him.
I really like this lane, though. I think it's still one of the strongest 2v2 lanes, and he works as well, and also offers that hard engage we know from Mako. He's on point. So already EDG are setting up for, as we talked about just before, strong 2v2 lane that can open up for your support then to start roaming while the other support is stuck on the tower, and you get that map advantage.
Plus, having the engage like the Kalista-Annie combo does so much for Darius. The one problem for Darius, you know, he's not a tank, he's not an initiator from the top lane.
He needs CC, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see what these guys can pick to fill in the rest of this role. Then SK Telecom T1 just have tanks so far. If Marin wanted to play a carry, he could do it with this lineup so far.
I really want to see them just pick a safe blind mid laner for Faker in the mid lane and get that last pick for Wolf. Never mind, that Darius is open. I'm way out.
You talk about safe lanes there. Renekton still extremely strong in the top lane, and Marin definitely no stranger to the champion, has plenty of history with it.
So I got my wish. They were going to get the counter pick in the top lane for Marin. He could pick whatever he wanted. They just didn't have to wait because, of course, EDG had already shown theirs. We're not expecting Darius to go into the mid lane.
Well, Olaf made his appearance there, so.
Yeah. Wide champion pools here. So interestingly, SKT have been able to counter pick on every single one of the main carry roles here. Sivir after seeing the entire bot lane matchup, Renekton after seeing Darius, and they've saved Faker's champion for last year. So you'd expect that SKT would like all of their lane matches. None of them should be too hard of counters.
2 armor buff. And now,
don't forget 5 AD on Warrior.
Yeah, see, you're so quick to dismiss Darius mid. Could swap the Echo if you really wanted to.
I think Echo is a really, really safe mid lane pick. You can farm against basically everything. So I heavily expect this to go into the mid lane, and it's again, Faker, you don't really have a specific counter pick into it. It should be at least an even matchup at best.
Yeah, by the way, for people who haven't been keeping up with the patch changes, the reason we're assuming that Echo is going to be solo lane full AP is because of those recent changes. A big nerf to the tank Echo jungle build. So we're assuming that will be a solo lane.
Though, one of the picks I do like into Echo is Arise. Because I think what's very, very good is you can so easily keep him in check. You get a free lane as well for yourself where you kind of just trade farm. And the scaling of a Ryze is just so insane still. It's a lot slower than it used to be. But once he hit those late game points, he's still a monster.
I say, though, you never really get a free lane against a jungle Jarvan. It's been a while since we've seen Jarvan in the jungle. He's one of those champions that can go for the high impact level 2 gank. All he needs is one camp to unlock the combo. And he can go try and burn something from Ryze.
And again, that's the whole story. What can the two junglers do against each other? We know Bengi, he likes to be in the top side of the map. He wants to snowball both Faker and Marion up there. At the same time, we expect Mako to have a big impact, joining in with Clear Love, and we have to see if Wolf here can follow, because that 2v2 can really shut down both the mid laners, and of course a top lane matchup as well that can heavily tip in favor of each side. Whoever gets that early great start.
And that's the funny thing is the one lane we're really not expecting to see a lot of kills in is that bottom lane. Even though Kalista's a great laner, these supports are more about roaming out and make other things happen. They tend to be a little bit safer in the 2-on-2 match, just play style wise. So seeing, again, how they affect the rest of that map is going to be really interesting.
And I really do like EDG going back to the Jarvan for China here, because with the Cataclysm, it's one of the tools that you can use effectively against Sivir as a jungler. She's one of the most frustrating AD carries usually to play against as a jungler, yet you can keep her there.
Well, you can run around fast in the circle.
You can run around circles all you want, but it makes it a pretty easy target there for Defta and Mako.
Well, we'll see how good these targets are going to be, because we're getting ourselves into the game here. The first one of day 3, and you guys at home are always involved with this one. Stay connected with us over on Twitter and share your game predictions for this first match. Use hashtag EDG win or hashtag SKT win for the team you think is going to come out on top. The mid-season invitational champions from China, Edward Gaming, or the #1 team and former world champions SK Telecom T1 over from Korea. As we get ourselves into the game, here we go.
And it really seemed like SK Telecom, they were ready for the Darius pick. Even when they saw the Echo, they were very quick to lock in Ryze last, again, saving that pick for Faker because Darius had a high priority for EDG, so they wanted to pick it early and blind. So SKT, in their mind, have some good setups, and we just have to see what Benki now can do on this Rex side.
Yeah, the red side counter picks definitely been rising in importance here. That being said, even if you are ready for the Darius top lane, Darius plus Jarvan, very scary early game combo as well.
And I think one of the great things about Darius and why teams like him so much is even if he doesn't have the greatest matchup in the world, he can still farm pretty well, he can still be a threat, and he always has that risk in team fights where he gets that first reset and just kind of keeps going from there.
Right. The one thing he does lack, though, an escape. If he's targeted early, you can snowball against Darius just as well as you can snowball with Darius because he does not have the extra mobility. Renekton will be able to move around that lane even if they blow his flash.
Oh, it's so easy for Renekton to set up the stun, double dash, stun him down. But it's going to be a lane swap in the start. Both teams, or well, one team SKT starting in their own jungle, and we see the invade now for EDG just to make sure we divide the map properly and nobody's stealing away an early Grumble blue buff.
Yeah, they're trying to catch a greedy start here, but instead it's just going to be Edward Gaming spotted by a late defensive trinket ward by SKT, which gives a lot of vision advantage to that Korean team.
SKT actually with the safest possible start, starting on their own red side jungle on the strong side of the map. And they're rewarded for it with that defensive ward. They did see the sort of late invade there from EDG, so they'll be slightly ahead, half a camp.
And we're going to have 2 lanes pushing in towards the towers with the AD carries. An early
Speaking of pushing.
It's already being shoved up Faker. He needs level 2 for that Rune Prism.
But here comes everybody. Pawns by himself, jumps forward, tries to get out of range, and Faker's not too. Didn't have Rune Prison, couldn't lock him down.
Yep, great use of the minion wave there, Pawn. Even though shoving up exposes you, early on, the damage coming from the ranged minions especially is tremendous, and Faker could not continue the chase there, even with the rest of his team coming out of the river.
It's always so key, though, which side you're standing at in this mid lane when we have these early lane swaps, 4 members showing on top side. Well, of course, you're just going to bounce down towards the bottom, and they're never going to chase you and like blindly face check into someone.
This is something that Pawn does so well for his team. I mean, even we just talked about his team was a little bit behind because of sort of late invade. By drawing the rest of SKT out of the jungle to try and gank mid, he bought them a bit of time to catch up here, and SKT have been double jungling, and they've cleared out almost everything.
But this is very much the standard Western lane swap in so many ways. The only change we normally sees the top laner come in and take down the tower. SKT is doing it. EDG is not. They continue to double jungle, so they're they're slightly behind in tower damage. But this is an adaptation from the Asian teams. It's no longer that freeze with your top laner and play a very slow lane swap. It's fast-paced. You want to get down that early tower and then swap the lanes around.
And bottom lane right now, though, even though it hasn't gotten any help at all, is down to 626 health, so not much worse off.
Yeah. Mako making good use of the Spell Thief's early buy there. Let's see if they transition into the Dragon. They've started it already.
Pawn burns his first teleport, getting a second Doran's Ring, so he's going to be using that to help keep this lane afloat. Top lane turret's already gone. SKT have built the freeze, but a Dragon will come through for Edward Gaming.
So I'm normally never a fan of taking a Dragon this early in a lane swap because I think the tempo of which you can now swap back really gets slowed down so much. Your tower is not dead yet, so by the time Amazing J catches a lane, it's either going to be slow pushing towards SKT on the top side where Marin is sitting, or he's going to have to walk down bot lane where he's going to be met by two guys, Bang and Wolf, instantly, and he won't be able to pick up any farm, so he sacrificed experience on getting an early Dragon for the team.
Yeah, that's a good point. Most definitely Marin has got the push going towards him right now, so he's going to leave it right there. Should move up close to the turret, and he'll get back in time.
And he knows because he saw how late Kalista was sitting in the bottom lane, and because the tower didn't even go down from EDG in this lane swap, with them taking the Dragon, that of course Darius is going to return to the top side. So he went for an early recall, got a second Dorans and boots, and of course that green ward that can be important when it comes to this early aggression.
That being said, you can see EDG is thinking behind taking the early Dragon. This composition that they're running does rely on drawing SKT out. They don't have a lot of siege potential, so the early Dragon stacking is one of the key points they wanted to hit early.
I do want to bring up one point about this 2-on-2 matchup down here, though. Even though Bang did get some turret gold, the average blade is in here. Deft has 6 extra attack damage from the Dragon itself, so he's actually got much better actual just damage output in an eventual trade in this fight.
And also, he's a Blade of the Ruined King AD carry, so for him having 800 gold is perfectly fine. You just get some lifesteal. For a BF Sword AD carry, on the other hand, it is really, really annoying. You cannot get a pickaxe, you have to go for average blade, so Bang is really weak at this point, and it's one of the reasons teams prefer Kalista above these Infinity Edge AD carries, because earlier you can be more proactive. You can force place a little bit more with these early items where you don't need the 1550 gold before you go back.
Because SKT or EDG actually didn't take that turret in the bottom side though, there is the turret there for SKT to rely on, and Bang and Wolf have been controlling this wave, keeping Deft and Mako under the turret for a decently long time, and they've got a lot of wards in the red side jungle of EDG.
We need to see Bengi though pay a visit to this top lane. Darius, he has his flash ready, but at least blow that one, because the lane is such a tricky spot for him. If you notice up here, there's no tower behind him. There's no real way of escaping a double dash stun from Marin. It's a very easy gank, and you just, of course, gotta look for that counter gank from the Jarvan.
Yeah, and you just have to be very tricky with your gank path as Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is so flexible. She can tunnel over the back of the Baron Pit, try and walk around the Scuttle Crab, sneak on through it, and squeeze through there to work your way around the wards. Bengi here is going to go straight through the jungle.
That's the pink.
Oh, barely.
Very important though, you can see how EDG has been focusing vision on the top side. Rift Scuttler, a pink ward in the river to try and protect Amazing J. It's an easy target. It's very obvious for them what's going to happen. So 3 ways of basically spotting Bengi. Works out for them for now. And yeah, Bengi has to go back into his jungle.
All right, he got one deep ward though. He'll track when Pawn goes for his own blue buff about a minute and a half from now. Meanwhile, though, it didn't, I believe, track Clear Life. Was already down to the bot side. Wolf gonna face check and be okay with this one. Looks like no turret dive will happen. This turret was already very low. Bang was already gone. Eventually, the turret is picked up, and Edward Gaming, in the grand scheme of things, equalizes turrets and still has first Dragon.
It is so key for them that this 2v2 lane can do well. The item advantage they're going to get with the early backs from the AD carries, they get down the tower. Fight in mid lane, Bengi coming in.
Not going to be a hit on a Pawn, though. Already burned his flash to get away. His teleport's right about back up, so he's going to be okay. But I want to point out the fact that SK Telecom are up 900 gold already because his top lane matchup, this Marin Renekton counterpick into Darius, is making Amazing J's life miserable.
It will get a little bit better because there's a cannon minion double wave right there, but you're right, it's still going to be a significant advantage.
And this is what we talked about with taking this early Dragon. Instead, you could have Amazing J sitting in the bottom lane when the tower goes down, so he gets the gold for it, and the wave bouncing back comes to him, so he picks up experience. But no, they move him in towards the Dragon, takes and then force himself to go top lane in a wave pushing away from him.
It all depends on how much you're willing to pay for the early Dragon stacking, though, because it is
a lot for now.
Yeah, it is important to them.
Well, That's what they've paid so far. They've paid about 1,000 gold for that dragon. Even in the old days, that wouldn't even be an equal trade of gold anymore. We're, of course, past the gold value dragons anyway, but Bengi on towards the blue buff himself. Faker, by the way, has already won his mid lane. He's up 12 CS and is about to be done into blue buff as Bengi takes a bit more damage than he'd like, but doing the best he can. Faker, he gets some more CS before he even walks over. I mean, really greedy.
Mid lane, yeah, you can wait at the blue buff. I don't care. You can take a bit of damage.
That's definitely triggered me right now. Like,
are you tilted, Kobe?
If the mid laner doesn't come over by the time you get the blue buff down, then it's fair game to take it.
You just always start the buff right when I recall. That's how you make sure you get your own blue buffs. Just
Faker,
try to make awkward timing.
Yeah, I would never, ever take a blue buff from Faker. I would die at the blue buff before I took it from Faker.
What if he was playing Yasuo?
Because Faker is the late game carry for this team. He's had such a good start on Rise. He's already got both the components for the stacking mana items on Rise, and he's controlling his lane. There's just so much power in the mid lane here for SKT, and they've also been able to ward up around the mid lane for him.
Yeah, Echo got locked in blind. I was like, hey, you know, so many good matchups, can farm against it, just a few bad ones, and Faker is instantly ready with one of them. He's saying himself he can play all the champions in the game. He knows almost every single matchup, and once again, he's showing that he has a massive champion pool.
Whoop. Oh, I just missed the Q, though. Faker missed a skill shot on a minion.
Well, ignore everything I just said.
Yeah. Faker confirmed to be human at least, or the robot's been calibrated badly. We're seeing Clearlove look for a play here. Mako also hiding behind the Fog of War. They're looking to make a play. There's no turret down there, and Rek'Sai just used ulti, so Bengi can't join in if something goes awry.
Both top laners are full health with teleports as well. You can already see Pawn going to farm Race, so I don't think they're actually going to try and press this.
Ooh, spotted on a ward now. EDG instead are going to make the play for Dragon. That was the, looks like the ultimate goal, but they're facing so many wards. SK Telecom just put those down. That was Bengi, who just got a ton of wards over this Dragon area.
And this is the main problem with giving up too much gold for the early Dragon. It becomes really hard, even though you have the first one and you want to start stacking them, you can get up to 5 quicker. You don't have the gold to fight the consecutive Dragon fights.
Exactly. The thing about Dragon is it looks great to get 1, you get 2, you get 3. You're like, yeah, we're all happy we got some buffs, but they're not worth that much compared to getting a tower, extra farm, experience on maybe your top laner. So it becomes so much more difficult for you to get those 5 Dragons.
Baker.
Well, shield comes up for Pawn. They're going to go for the play. There's the jump in, and oh, man! It took him 11 minutes, but Edward Gaming first blood's Faker.
That will make taking the second Dragon a bit easier.
It helps. Yeah. A lot of wards, though, from SKT towards this bottom side. They have pinks in the river. They had one on the other side, and yet Faker, in the end, gets caught up because the roam coming up from Mako, joining with Clearlove. These two guys together, they're going to shut down SKT, or at least going to try.
Marin's so far, heading down, and Faker has teleport when he revives in 5 seconds. There's wards right on EDG. They're not going to give this one up. Amazing Jay's going to have to join the team, I think. There's the ulti in for Wolf. TP in, but down goes the support. Edward Gaming 2-0 to start, but now Clearlove gets attacked. That's a trade kill back in Pawn. Now stuck on top of the Dragon. Faker gets his first kill of the game, and then still trades back and forth, but EDG are routed. 3 dead so far. The dunk, it's going to make Bang bleeds to death. He's not going to survive it, but SKT gets more kills and they get the Dragon.
Woo, they're able to stop the stacking. What a call there from SKT. Able to clean it up and pressure down bottom as well. Dragon achieved plus bottom lane turret pressure. Oh, they might even get deft here. Faker's going to cut him off.
He wants some farm.
All right, the 2 solo laners. Here comes the teleport from Amazing Jay. No, it's going to be Pawn, but Deft's already dead. Marin has Agra, but he's not taking any damage. Pawn tries to set up the stun. He will not catch Faker thanks to the flash. A bit of damage on a Marin, but can he really do much more than this one? Down to 400, but out they go. SKT 5-4. It's a delayed ace.
And another great thing here with Faker's Rise pick is against the Kalista who wants to jump around and kite you. You snare her instantly, you chain the CC with the rest of your team. But that Dragon fight, that was one big Renekton who joined in all of a sudden.
All right, so let's take a look at the prep for this. Faker just comes alive. He comes off of the death timer, starts channeling the teleport, and SKT will have all 5 members here. Look at Marin, straight to the back line. They take down Clearlove first.
This front line here for SKT is going to be so massive in this game. Bengi does go down in the end, but he's already done his job. And of course, a full HP Faker, ready to clean up and bang with the potion. And sadly, the Doran's Blade Lifesteal is not enough.
The mid lane teleport, so underestimated. you have to not only worry about the side lane early ganks of it, but also the respawn timer for Faker. Perfect timing there, able to come right into the middle of the Dragon fight. And SKT swing right back into this one.
If it looked bad for Amazing J before, after being sacrificed by his own team's greed for that first Dragon, Marin just picked up some kills as well. He has a Tiamat completed. He can continue to just instant shove the wave, and then he can now start roaming from his top side in towards the mid lane, around the blue buff of EDG, and suddenly that jungle no longer belongs to EDG. It's all gonna be SKT's, and that means this mid tower is suddenly very open, or you just dive whoever's sitting there defending.
Yeah, looking for SKT. Unfortunately for Amazing J, it was his fault. He teleported so late into the Dragon. I don't know if they didn't have wards, but he joined in after SKT had already started that fight. He's gonna have to reap what he's sown now. Blue buff steal for Faker. He's feeling good about this one, but it will be a trade. Edward Gaming will get one for pawn.
Let's see what kind of deep wards they can get down to. EDG, they do have them inside the blue buff, but SKT pressing mid right now. 4 members on this turret might even be enough to get it. It looks like Mako and Clearlove not going to arrive in time.
EDG respecting the fact that also a Renekton can just come in from the side and don't want to risk anything. No TP for Amazing J. He's kind of stuck there with this wave, and slowly when you're always forced to just catch the big waves coming down to you, you're never going to be proactive because you're always waiting for this wave to hit around your tower, and then you farm it and they can see you sitting there. They know you're going to be there to pick up the farm, and SKT can then always make the first move, or at least just pressure EDG so much they have to back away from objectives and give them up for free.
Ooh, I actually like this here. Marin looks like he may be going for Spirit Visions for a second item because for EDG's side, they've got the tank Jarvan, reducing a lot of the attack damage threat that they're going to have. And if Marin does get magic resist, then he'll be able to keep Pawn off of Faker, and that's really the only threat to SKT taking down SKT's carries for the late game.
Yeah, plenty of healing on the kid as well. Mechanically, it's going to be essentially the same as bonus health, and here we go, looking for the attempt on Faker, but Marin not going to find much. Bounces off a minion, and Faker's fine, just pressing R for the move speed.
Yeah, Mako, you don't want to hit the minions here, so you get shot back to your auto attack range after the Fate's call, in case you wanted to get in range at least for Tibbers, but with Faker running back, I think it was safer just to say, you know what, let's not blow an ulti, and just back away. They didn't know where the rest of SKT were in the map, other than just Marin sitting up in that top lane.
Well, 2 minutes to go until Dragon respawns. Marin will easily have his teleport. Faker is going to have his too. Double teleport, of course, for both these teams right now. It's been SK Telecom done a better job at using them.
And for EDG right now, they really want to use this Echo here to try and move him to one of the side lanes. Let him become a bit of a split pushing threat if he can. Maybe find Bang and jump onto him. The problem is he's also the main wave clear for this lineup. So if he leaves the mid lane, it's so easy for Faker just to push it down instantly. It's easy for Marin to push down the top lane. And again, the top side of the map just belongs to SK Telecom.
Uh-oh. So much damage. Yeah, Marin trying to chunk him down. He's got a lot of damage this one. A couple more spells will do it. There's the hit, and wow, the solo kill. Marin chasing down Amazing J in the top lane.
And Amazing J was the question mark for us. You know, the team didn't do him any favors with that early start you kept mentioning, Deficio, with the lane swap, but getting caught out there overextending versus Marin, and Marin's just going to take him down easily.
He's getting turret pressure now as well. Of course, Tiamat Double Doran's Blade is not exactly a low amount of attack damage, so 172 on him, knocking this down quickly.
Yeah, we mentioned so many times, these teams that do not take the wave clear have to be a lot more careful with getting behind in the early game, because if you are behind, then you give up a lot of the tower gold very quickly.
And that tower gold's basically 3-1 here. SK Telecom already knocked down all of the outers. Dragons up in 30 seconds, and SKT are not far away from getting number 2.
And right now, Marin is sitting on 1,500 gold. He should be able to go back, spend it before the Dragon fight. He's massive already. This Darius suddenly is just more or less going to be assisting his team by pulling in someone, try and line it up for Echo and for Kalista to take them down. But that damage against the front line of a very fed Marin, and then also Bengu with the Cinderhulk, that can stay alive for a while. Add in a Braum, by the way, against the Kalista to block so much of her damage.
Yeah, EDG are very worried at this point. They wanted this comp to get ahead, to keep the Dragon stacking, to keep the neutral zone control. Because they do have problems when you get to the scaling here. The Rise and the crit-based AD carry versus the squad that EDG have to be a little bit worried.
EDG wanted too much. They wanted the Dragon stacks, They wanted the early game, and that's not going to happen.
And Bang was even allowed to play greedy. He bought Avarice Blade first items, been stacking it still throughout the entire game. It's given him 550 gold so far in that one, so just a lot being stacked up here. Faker, both mana items are basically done here. Tier's got to be close to fully stacked. Seraph's Embrace likely to be the next combine there from that needlessly large rod, and with Dragon up, SKT already leading by almost 5,000 gold, and Edward Gaming going to try to defend, but that seems unlikely. Yeah,
you can even wait for Marin just to poke Amazing J a bit more. We see it, he constantly goes in, he can just sustain back with his Hydra, and suddenly now, if a fight breaks out, it's a 50% HP Amazing J coming in with just a Black Cleaver. That's 1 or 2 hits and he's down.
Yep, Marin with his original top lane bully, Renekton, bringing back the old flavor.
We wondered if the teams were going to show anything. SKT on the red side here really showed some very, very smart picks, and maybe EDG getting punished for showing Darius so early in the draft, really putting a lot of priority for Amazing J on it. He's played it every single game here at Worlds, but it allowed SKT to suddenly not have to blind pick a safe mid laner, but get a counter pick for Faker and a counter pick for Marin.
And it all worked well. Every single person been able to do just fine from SK Telecom T1.
Whoa. This is actually a risky invade here because Bengi doesn't quite have Faker close enough. Yeah. It was just looking to bluff him off of that red buff.
Yeah. All is well, all is well. Def gets the red buff himself. He's got Blade of the Ruin King done already. Level 11, but no Hurricane in, so that second item really quite important for Kalista in the real team fights here. SKT, of course, already got the Dragon pretty easily, so it's back to doing whatever they want.
Yeah. I am going to keep my eye on EDG's use of True Sight, though, because they have been one of the best teams as far as pink ward droppage and upgrading their sweepers fairly early. They really do need to start clearing out some of these SKT wards that have crept into their jungle. They've got defensive wards up, but the True Sight is going to be key if they want to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, Simi just been pushed so far back on the map ever since the early game where Marin got that big lead. They got a kill on Faker in the middle, and that's been about it when it comes to the aggressive plays from EDG, because there's not been any openings, and they constantly have to worry about Marin, and he's not getting to the point where he's going to get outscaled or anything. I mean, Renekton's late game is not the greatest, but he just becomes a massive tank then.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. He went for such an aggressive build. He was building to continue the split push power, right? Go in and finish the Ravenous Hydra instead of going back for an armor item or getting some more durability. He's trying to push Amazing J out of the lane. Now he builds a Giant's Belt, but really trying to knock that side of the map down.
Speaking of Faker on this rise, who had such a good early start, besides that one death, he is almost done stacking his tier. Only 100 mana left on that, and only 2 stacks left on the Rod of Ages. So his damage is through the roof. In the next 2 minutes, it's going to be there.
And I like this move here from SK Telecom. Take the split, push it down to the
there it is!
Flash and Death with the Rune Prison.
Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Ult not needed. Faker picks up the 7th kill of the game for SK Telecom T1, and just like that, they run towards Baron.
And Wolf going to make it count there. If it wasn't for Braum jumping in and landing that Winter's Bite, they wouldn't have been able to finish it.
Baiting it.
Baron bait.
Hiding around the corner. Look how he's throwing spells in there, so they think he's doing it.
Well, also he's trying to charge up
the passive.
It both works. We like it. We take it.
No ulti, does have flash. Wasn't able to use it to stop anyone out there. Unfortunately, burned the cooldown during the kill onto Deft. And SK Telecom T1, by going for the bait, get nothing off of that kill. He's going to respawn and all will be well.
A small raptor right there.
Okay, that's valuable in some kind.
But what is EDG going to do, really? Because once they send down someone to stop Marin on the bottom side, he's just going to go straight into your face and poke you down to 50% again. And then SKT can even start baiting around Baron, and then have the advantage of a stronger top laner coming in.
That's why we keep highlighting how snowbally these 4 teleport games are, because the team that gets the advantage is the one who can utilize that cross-map play. The team that's behind, even if you answer it, you're outmanned and you're outgunned because there's too much gold on SKT's side.
Well, everyone except for the top lane is at least keeping close in farm, but the problem is SK Telecom up 2 turrets, up the Dragon, and up about 83 CS, and the Marin versus Amazing J matchup are getting farther and farther and farther ahead. Han has yet to find any meaningful stuns with the W, but here comes the teleport flank coming in. It's going to be a home guy to Renekton.
They canceled the call. Faker didn't want to use his teleport as well, apparently. So they are going to let them retreat to the turret.
So that does buy a little bit of time now for EDG, because it is Marin that is so insanely strong. He's the guy you want to have on the bottom side of the map split pushing, where even if he does get ganked by 2 or 3 guys, he can often escape with double dash, and you can then go for Baron. But EDG still needs to understand that this can happen, but they're so far back on map. So, you know what, EDG, they said to themselves, guys, we get a small break here, teleport is down, and SKT's like, well, no, we're just going to take Baron.
Marin is running interference here, keeping everybody from even getting close to the Baron, and SKT easily going to burn that down.
Perfectly done. They kept vision control for the last minute and a half straight after that previous bait. They let no wards go back in. They stayed on that side of the map, and they knew it was blacked out. Ever Gaming too good to face check. Give it away.
And everything we see right here is simply just something that started at like minute 5. Of this game, with the decisions that were made early on in the lane swap from EDG. Also again, with the pick and ban phase where they showed that Darius early, Ryze suddenly became such a fantastic pick. 1 against Echo, 2 against the Kalista as well. And Faker have managed to just do his job. It's been more about, of course, what the Renekton can do, but he was also in that massive advantage.
Yeah, Marin's got to be the MVP for this game. He was set up for success by SKT, but man, the captain of the team, he's on Renekton right now with the huge peak in power. Adding the Sterix plus the regen from the Hydra here, he's going to be... It poses such a difficult question for the enemy team. If you try and take him down and pour damage into him, he only deals more to you, plus he's going to be life-stealing for a tremendous amount. And if you ignore him, he's so fed right now that he's going to rip you apart either way. So, yeah. Catch-22 there, very difficult to deal with.
Going to be nearly impossible to deal with Marin here. Going to see if they can find a fight without him. His teleport is still down, and Clearlove trading blows with Bengi, close to equal on both sides. Cinderhulk for both these junglers, despite the warrior buffs in the recent patches. Seems like being a full tank is what they want. Bang pop guilty to look for depth, but nice easy hop over the wall and nothing picked up there except the Wolf Camp.
By the way, notice that he did go for the Ravenous Hydra rather than a Titanic, even though he's Renekton, who gets extra health, and he's built extra health items on top of that, really valuing the lifesteal to stay in the fight.
Well, it's a specific mechanic on the item. Ravenous Hydra is actually an activatable spell, whereas Titanic is an on next hit, so it doesn't break the W animation, which is so common for high-level Renekton players there. You pop it after the W. Of course, uncontestable, SKT just completely owns the map. Edward Gaming have shut down. They have no way to get back in the map and stop what SKT is doing.
Slow and steady for SKT right here. It's been the same when they faced H2K. They never really went over-aggressive. When they had the lead, they knew how to play it out, and there's just so little room for EDG to make any kinds of comebacks.
Yep, Bang here with a couple of Baroned up minions going to take it down. I have to say though, Freak, it does go both ways since the Titanic has on hit and W counts as multiple hits.
Yeah.
You get multiple actives there. So I really do think the difference is in the lifesteal factor.
All right, well, either way, he's gone for that lifesteal factor, and he's still doing quite well for himself. 3-0 and 3. The only death member on his team, in fact. Marin sees that his top lane turret went down. He's angry and kills the minions for it, but still. It's Ever Gaming at best getting trades, but still losing and losing and losing in Dragons.
Exactly. So for SKT, no rush yet. Not at all, really, with the Ryze coming in for the late game. Already fully stacked on tier, Rod of Ages. It is heaven right now for SK Telecom. There's only one outer turret left in the mid lane. And only really the Echo as the wave play on the side of EDG. You can go for a dive if you want. On SK Telecom side, it's not really much of a threat too.
Yeah, I mean, well-prepared game by SKT, but really well executed as well. I mean, we always mention shot calling and briefly sort of gloss over it. It looks like Bengi here kind of work on some true sight, and Faker goes in.
Finds Clearlove a ton of damage right away. They try to burst him back out, but Faker's totally safe. Clearlove running away as fast as he can, but it's not good for Pond in the mid lane. He's getting a lot of damage on him. A knockup comes back through thanks to Maker, but look how little damage Marin is taking. The Echo finally falls. It's a 1-0. SKT had to work for it. No, 2, as Clearlove followed well.
Still win the fight though. That was the engage from EDG. They can do with the Annie, with the Kalista, but they just have no damage at this point. SK Telecom pushing it out 2 lanes. Faker decided to say, you want to jump me? I'm just going to go down to the bottom lane and start farming.
Yeah, I was going to, start filling there with some explanations behind shot calling and try to elaborate, but SKT keep up the pressure here.
They don't let you breathe for a second. There was an outer turret left staying that they wanted to claim first.
So it's interesting how defensive SKT are playing this game, but first, let's take a look at that fight.
Well, we get the hard engage. It's what EDG basically have to do. If they can catch out Faker, But he has the shield, he can flash out from this one, and then the movement speed to just run away, and the rest of SKT's come in. Marin is still such a monster in the backline.
Yeah.
And there's no damage to take him down.
Exactly, that's the full tank driver that we mentioned earlier. Even though they're able to get the combo of Annie and him, locking up Faker, they stunned him, chained it into the knockup, there's just no damage to follow it up.
So I wanted to bring up something really briefly around the defensive play of SKT, right? They're taking a long time to kill the turrets. They're not really diving anything too crazily. Bang not only went third item Quicksilver Sash, but he's actually maxing Spell Shield second. He's already got 5 points on that on the Sivir, leaving Ricochet alone. That's actually very uncommon as far as Sivir builds go, but it basically guarantees he's not going to get caught out by the Darius. He can Spell Shield a lot of his spells and not get killed in the back line.
You're in a situation where being more defensive in terms of your items and in terms of your skills is even better, because again, there's just no way for EDG then to kill you, even if you do play a little bit over-aggressive. And it's just so good for SK Telecom in this situation. They can already now basically start looking at what went so well in this game, because they're obviously going to face EDG one more time in this group, and they want to make sure they can 2-0 them now so they get that #1 seed. Because this performance here, it was a very, very smart pick and ban phase. And I think EDG made some clear mistakes. We've highlighted them a few times. We're showing picks early, and then this early dragon is just the wrong call. You can never do it.
Yeah, it's that dragon call that we just have to keep revisiting, because that was the breaking point there. They were a little lackadaisical getting down to the dragon after killing Faker and opening up the option there to keep the chain going. But that's, again, why we praise the good shot calling so often. It's because it's the ability to quickly assess the game state and make a choice based on the probability of success of the play, weighted by the net gain that you'll get from that play.
At Season 4 Worlds, Samson White came in as a team. They had, so many different things they put in. They tried to change the meta. It was for the better. They had so many smart calls. One of the things they did so well was value experience over buffs or gold or whatever in lane swaps in the early game. So by taking early dragon, it might look fancy on paper. Hey, we got some more AD, some AP coming in. But when you're falling behind in experience, it just starts a small effect where suddenly you fall further and further behind. It becomes harder and harder for you to do anything. SK Telecom, of course, knowing that, just executed really, really well, and then use this Renekton to just constantly go aggressive.
Yeah, you always have to keep that opportunity cost in mind. That's why a lot of North American teams as well have been deprioritizing rushing for the early dragons.
Oh, close one there. Amazing J nearly pulls in Bangi. He didn't have a lot of support near him. It would have been a bit of an effort, but here comes the push back in. Mako in the front lines will get pulled back, but now Pawn is alone in front of the enemy team. He's going to ult to run away. Marin still tanking up in the front line. Amazing J now the sole tank in this one, and it's a little bit of knockouts coming through. Faker not getting attacked. Big shields, but he's going to go down. Deft is still alive in the background, and Bangi's going to be next, but there's still damage coming through from Marin. Pawn will drop down, and it's a 2-for-1. The chase can continue. Marin's not far. He smells blood.
Yeah, he's got no flash, though, and chasing a Callista, very frustrating.
There's a minion wave coming. EE into Q. Summoner he'll use for the movement speed. Def will get away, but it's a 3-1 fight again for SKT.
That looked so good in the start for EDG. Almost looked like the perfect fight to get back. We saw a massive Echo ult into the back line, into an Hourglass, a lot of damage coming down, and yet they simply cannot take down the remaining members. So 3 guys on it now. Faker has TP in 3 seconds. Bengi has his ulti as well.
Yeah, good call to just grab the vision from the Scuttle Crab there first, not take the risk. SKT are in the position where they continue stacking dragons. This will be number 4. And it should be a fairly trivial task for them to complete it. No vision.
No recall for you, Dev.
EDG should not go face check it.
I'm just going to clear the waves. Bengi feels safe while tunneling around the map. No one's touching his Rek'Sai, certainly, and all's going to be well as SK Telecom T1 makes their way down to the bottom side of the river, and there's a dragon waiting.
Oh, number 4. SK Telecom, no threat and no real way for EDG to like rush a Baron and maybe try and trade it. There's already wards on that side, and for them to move that far out is so risky. Let's see the fight again, though. So they're checking in because they want to see if Baron has been taken, and this fighting in a choke point at first. Look at the Echo going in. It's a stun first. I thought it was the ulti, but he actually jumps out with that. But he goes in with the stun and buys time for at least Def to deal some damage.
Yeah, but because Spawn didn't get any damage off with his ultimate, that's a huge chunk that they're missing here.
Deft was able to kite very effectively during that and get off a lot himself, but we're back into the action.
And it's already a knockup coming through. Wolf now retreating to keep himself alive, and a big knockup from Bangi means more is going to happen there. Marin absorbing in the front line. Mako's going to be the target there, quickly picked up. The dunk doesn't mean much here, and there we go. Amazing J just can't get enough damage. Faker survives. Pawn gets a single kill, but it's a 2-for-1 yet again. Pawn on the run, getting away from Bangi.
Even though Deft and Pawn survived, both of them extremely low, and they just have to go back.
Well, Pawn will get himself a shield. That'll block some more damage, but Baron Nashor has gone down. No smite needed. SKT with more global objectives, and vroom! Here comes Bangi.
That's your water ski noise?
He's still running.
Summoner TP will be enough. They won't see him in time. The Q doesn't root. Pawn's okay.
Yeah, his Q was going to hit, though.
It was.
2 points for accuracy.
It did miss. Does that really count as accuracy? Is it a dodge? Or I guess it's a dodge more than a miss.
Fair enough. I yield, Freak. I have to say, though, this game has not been about Faker.
No. Nope. This entire, I mean, aside from the game against Bangkok Titans, which is a fun one, none of these games have been about Faker. They've been about Marin almost exclusively here. Game 1 is Fiora. Won them the game against H2K. Game 3 now is Renekton is honestly winning the game against Edward Gaming.
And team play, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's well-executed lane swap from SK Telecom, and then the fact we are in a meta where top lane can get out of control so easily, just a small advantage is enough to get him rolling. And when he has this pick with the Renekton who can always jump on a low mobility Darius, it's so easy for him to just push the advantage over and over. And Sivir buffing them up, they're going in.
And here they go. Dev's going to get cleansed, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Faker picks up the kill. Mako's next easily. And there's really not much that Amazing J's going to do on this one. Pawn pops Yuldi for a bit of damage. Zone needs to buy some time. But who even cares anymore? SK Telecom T1 barely take any damage as they ace Edward Gaming. It's just a formality now for the Nexus. That's going to do it. 3-0 start to the World Championship. SKT undaunted take down Edward Gaming.
We had one big team fight where it looked like EDG maybe could come back. I even thought the Echo got into the backline with his ulti, but it was just him stunning him, so there was no damage, and that was really the story here for EDG. Once they fell behind, they never had enough damage to kill the front line of SK Telecom, and it bought so much time for Faker and Bang to just safely sit there, and even Marin, of course, with this Renekton being a monster and just taking out 2 or 3 guys every time.
EDG very clearly focusing heavily on the Dragon. As you mentioned, giving up a lot for it in the lane swap, and then after the kill on Faker, rushing over to it even though Faker had his teleport up and the death timer so short in that period of the game.
Yeah.
SKT were able to swing it back in that moment.
It was basically 2 Dragon calls. Level 1 or level 2 in the lane swap, and then the one you mentioned, but we saw both teams go for the western lane swap in the start with fast pushing the lanes, you know, divide the map, double jungle, then start fast pushing. But EDG just didn't send in the top laner to the lane. So
Titans in the same shoes here, and right away, lessons learned, Rek'Sai banned away.
And this could be the first game where we get a lot of these top tier picks open, maybe even a Mordekaiser, because a lot of teams have some very specific target bans versus H2K. Lee Sin against Lulex and Thresh against Kasing is normally always banned away. And that would potentially leave some of them open.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Lee Sin with the 5 extra AD added back to Warrior. I thought we were going to see more Warrior enchantments upgraded here, but even in the previous game, Jarvan and Rek'Sai, 2 champions who could have both opted for the Cinderhulk.
Still that late game scaling for yourself when it's so much about these team fights. For the teams anyhow, so far, no big surprise in the bans, except for maybe the Yasuo coming in.
Yeah, respect for G4.
Yep, that's the second ban this championship against him specifically here. Gangplank out the table as well, no surprise. It's actually following pretty much the exact trend that SKT had for their bans. They're the ones banning all the 100%.
So I want to see if H2K is going to first pick a Thresh for Kasing if it's left open. They've done it before multiple times, even though there were other very strong picks in the meta open that other teams would value higher. They trust so much in Kasing being that big playmaker, and the Lantern is so key for this team because when they do invade, because there are often some miscommunication or some problems, that Lantern is kind of like get out of jail card you have, and it saves them so often.
I definitely agree. It's huge for him. He's a great playmaker with it. I would also like to see H2K try and save Odoamne's pick for a while, just because he's been so good with the Fiora matchup when he gets to choose the matchup here with the counter pick. That being said, though, Warlock almost exclusively playing tanks.
Mordekaiser's open. Mordekaiser's up.
We got one!
Yeah. Lock it in. You have to. We don't care about K6's champion pool. You got to get that.
Look at that smirk. Look at that smirk.
Well, what's funny is H2K.
I want the crowd going.
H2K is one of the 3 teams in the World Championship to ban Mordekaiser on the blue side. But it still means we're able to play it. Our first Mordekaiser of Worlds. And now we get to see exactly how Hjarnar wants to play it.
Let's just see the first 20 minutes here for H2K. How well they can use that Mordekaiser to take the dragon and get completely out of control.
Yeah, let's talk about how you build your team around Mordekaiser. He brings so much pressure to the bottom lane, constantly shoving, and the extra experience he gets guarantees you're going to out-level your opponent, so you get to the level 6 quicker, and then you immediately take dragon. You can just chain objectives right after taking the dragon, use that ghost, run straight mid, open up the entire jungle. It's all about that early snowball.
BKT, they need to take a lead because Mordekaiser is so good at pushing his lane, so if you give the other team a setup that's really good at diving towers, it becomes so easy to camp that ball, and H2K is not even going to think about this one. Massive mistake. Bangkok Titans is trying to take away picks. It has to be Elise. I know it's your comfort pick, Lulex, but Elise with Mordekaiser is just so easy dives, and then you take Dragon, and then the first 15 minutes is just set up for you to snowball.
Yeah, people talk about, oh, Mordekaiser, all you have to do is gank him early, but both teams know that. This is competitive League of Legends, but the Mordekaiser team are also going to send their jungler down bottom, and if they counter gank you down there, then it just gets very painful very quickly.
Yeah, so again, we see takeaway picks from Bangkok Titans. They're like, okay, we keep Mordekaiser open, and we take the Thresh away from Kesing. We take away the Gragas from Lulex, but Lulex would rather play Elise or Lee Sin over the Gragas. It's because they've been banned away. He's been like, oh, well, I have to go with my third option, I guess, then, and then he went for it. So they're not really taking away anything. Obviously, 007 have played quite a lot of the tanks, so maybe it's also just for him a stronger pick, but I mean, this is such a problem. Look at this here, Alistar Elise. We just talked about how getting tower divers with a Mordekaiser, we're going to have a party in the bottom lane.
It's going to be fun, but I mean, this is what I said in the pregame, though. BKT plays BKT style. They play their set of champions. They're much less about really stealing picks away. Some situations like the Thresh take right here being part of that, where they can, but really they're always going to play the same kind of style. G4 now, if he's going to play an assassin versus the team fighter, and I think he should play like an Azir or a Victor, something long range, something very control magey, so that...
And wave clear.
Yeah, so that Mordekaiser and Alistar and the pet dragon can't knock these turrets down.
The thing is, you can't clear a dragon. I don't care how much wave clear you have, throw all...
Spike top, bring it back.
Whatever champion you are, even throw your ultimate at that dragon at level 6, you're not going to be able to take down. It's going to pout. That is, when I saw the design originally, I was like, oh, it's going to be a cute little baby dragon. No, that's a full-grown actual dragon that he gets. As soon as he hits level 6, then they take the objective, if they take the objective.
Yeah, you need just something that can maybe slow down H2K in that early game. You know there's going to be so much action in the bottom lane, so lane swapping potentially for Bangkok Titans would be like, okay, maybe we can try and slow down the early game a little bit, like a freeze up for our AD carry, make him a bit stronger so this Mordekaiser won't go that crazy, but he doesn't really care because then he's on the bottom side with dragon control already just from that happening. So it's so difficult now for them with how they want to play it out. I think Mordekaiser is fantastic when it comes to getting the outer turrets down, like the tier 1 turrets. He does struggle a little bit more when it comes to the next one. It becomes a little bit easier to play against him, but
that counter. See, saving the last pick there for Odoamne. What we are looking for, uses it on the Riven. Now, Riven can choose the engage on the Mininar form. It is difficult for her to catch, though. If you're actually very quick, and if you do have the confidence that you've got jungle protection.
I mean, at least Hop has a reasonably long cooldown, so there's the chance that you can catch him between those.
This is actually just a confidence pick here from Odoamne and the rest of H2K. If you bring Elise early, then Riven can snowball, but normally...
I mean, you want to go with Mordekaiser.
Yeah, normally, I don't think that we would see them opt into this matchup.
So, Riven is a champion that Odoamne coming into the EU LCS playoffs, he spammed it. He practiced so much, he never got to show it. I think this is him again, just testing it on stage, again, against a weaker team on paper, being like, you know what, I'm going to try and take this matchup. I'm going to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of top laners that actually pick Gnar into Riven.
Oh, wow, interesting. So we'll see how and who gets the better of this matchup here. And this one, there's also I guess, a chance that Echo can play top lane, Riven can play mid, though I don't think that's going to be the likely one here. Bangkok Titans Twisted Fate for the mid lane in the last one here, so they've got a lot of pressure on these side lanes.
So I like that pick. Again, Wave Clear might not save you from the big bad dragon, but at least it can help you a little bit. But then you have something now that can respond to the aggressive dives on the bottom side of the map. You have something that can gank a Mordekaiser and try and maybe keep him down in the early game. But this is also the second game now we see Echo being picked as the blind pick mid laner. Because again, he's supposed to be that safe option coming in. We saw it from EDG, we've now seen it from H2K.
Yeah, this composition from H2K says they are not planning to get behind, ever. This is...
Yeah.
Do you ever plan to get behind?
It's also fine.
Yes, if you take a scaling comp, then you bring Wave Clear and you are planning on having to deal with getting behind.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
fair.
I even dropped my pen because that argument was so good.
Just dropped it all out of your hands.
I got another one. Don't worry, guys. I got a backup pen.
Yeah, I mean, and just to emphasize, not being behind here, the only range champion they have is part-time on the job. Their Elise can transform back and forth. So a full melee comp here from H2K. Meanwhile, Bangkok Titans here going to do what they can. And I, by the way, believe that they're going to have to lane swap this one. Thresh Vayne cannot wave clear at all up against the Mordekaiser here. That matchup itself would have to be ganked to even have a chance at winning that fight.
Sure. I think a double range matchup with Vayne is okay to try and kill the Mordekaiser, but then you got to worry about the jungler coming in.
Yeah, and Alistar can heal. Either way, guys, we got to get ourselves into this game. Of course, you guys at home can tweet in your own prediction on this one. It's going to be hashtag H2K win or hashtag BKT win to let us know how that one's going to go. H2K are the favorites on this one, but if there's a chance for Bangkok Titans to win, it is this matchup or the rematch next week.
Didn't make it easier for themselves by giving Mordekaiser the perm ban champion until now.
Are you excited, Deficio?
Always excited for Mordekaiser.
I can feel it. See, the thing is, usually when you're like, oh, there's a problem in the bottom lane, Twisted Fate is going to be a huge bonus for the opposing team because any bottom lane that's constantly shoving, oh, you're going to teleport down there. But there are double teleports for H2K to answer. Plus, by the time that Twisted Fate hits level 6, Mordekaiser will also be level 6. And you have to be very, very careful about ganking down there. The best thing about Twisted Fate is not that he can actually teleport down bottom in this case. The best thing is that he can reveal the positions of all of the H2K members. So you can see if Lulex is down bottom. And if he's not, then you can decide to commit.
This is big, though. H2K is calling the lane swap. You can see where Vayne and Thresh are headed on this side, but look at Mordekaiser and Alistar.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to end up meeting it. And again, from what I've spoken to pros, there is not a 2-on-2 lane that can actually handle the hard push of Mordekaiser Alistar. Even if you can try, you get worn down too quickly.
Yeah, so the thing that happened with Mordekaiser, when he just got reworked and there was no nerfs coming in for him yet, he could literally just push every single lane and out-sustain you. There was just so little you could do against him. But that has been toned down quite a bit. So I will say, lanes with like maybe a Kalista coming in, Kalista Thresh, Kalista Ken and so on, these lanes can take and kill him. And I think Vayne and Thresh as well, if you're a very strong 2v2 lane, can apply quite a lot of pressure. But as you say yourself, Freak, if they don't manage to take the good trades and try and kill him, he will just push them into the tower over and over and over.
Yeah, to build on your point as well, Deficio, especially paired with an Alistar who started Coin, the extra mana regeneration on Alistar, he can decide to actually level up heal second, and the sustain on an already ridiculous Mordekaiser lane just comes so difficult to stop there because they have 2 heals coming from each other.
So they gave Vayne the full camp at level 1 on the side of Bangkok Titans here. So you see Thresh is only level 1, but they're already looking to start trading, and you can see this again, it's a double range setup into double melee. So it is going to be difficult for Yawnin to get in the middle of these minions here, and because there's a Thresh, once the jungle pressure happens, they can play super aggressive on the side of Bangkok Titans to try and lock down this Mordekaiser.
Yeah. And they looked for the play right there. Good play by Moss. They were aware of the level 2 timing of Kasing. H2K did not get into that one just yet. Moss still level 1, just has Flay.
Yeah, and because Kasing was actually looking for the level 2 all-in right there, he leveled up Headbutt immediately to try and go for it. So the sustain from the heal won't be there until the next level.
That'll be a couple of waves from now, so we got to track the junglers, and right now it's both of them actually on the top left side of the map, so they'd be on call to react if something did happen up there.
Both junglers going to end their routes on the top side as well, and that does leave the bottom lane isolated. This Riven matchup, anytime you feel if you have a skill advantage over your opponent, Riven is the champion to pick to try and abuse that and snowball early.
It's 11 CS up already. He's got literally 4 times the minion kills. Lulex tries to steal the red buff, can't quite do it, but still trying to push 007X out of his jungle. Misses the cocoon, expects the dodge, or maybe just misses.
But he can make this very aggressive play because both the top lane and the mid lane has been pushed into the tower, so it's very easy for H2K to spot when the moves are coming from Bangkok Titans to send in some help, and maybe even deny them some CS by trying to go in and zone them on the way out. We saw it both from Ryu, and we see it up here top lane. Onto a Threshold. Ooh, very early flash being used.
Had to, he's gonna get pulverized. That would have been probably 500 damage he takes over the course of that.
You have your potions and a heal though from Lloyd. I think that flash is so important to keep to make that play once your jungler arrives. But again, you also pick the Gragas in the early game, so you are very afraid of where Lulex is going to be. If we see an all-in from Bangkok Titans on top side and Lulex is there for the counter gang, it goes so heavily in favor of H2K.
Well, something to be concerned about then. Elise was still top side, but going to recall now for the Chilling Smite. Normal par for the course there. 2 wards picked up for Lulex as well, so providing some vision to prevent the counter ganks. 007X on Gragas is actually hiding around the top side turret right now, though. And maybe, just maybe, they go for a play with this one.
Well, we expected the
They're not going to dive, so what's he trying to do there?
Well, I wonder if it's the Lantern play, but again, Mosh just used the flash before so defensively so quickly. So that big play potential is kind of gone now, making it even easier for H2K.
Yep. Jungle efficiency, strike 1 for 007X. Has wards, has already recalled, but falling far behind Lulex.
Yeah, and the biggest discrepancy is actually in this bottom lane. Odoamne was able to get the early control of the wave. It's going to be very hard for Warlock to get it back. Ryu going aggressive.
Gets the shield, but the Vital Slam's still going to land. Good damage. Flash Force. The wild card still hit too, and Ryu down to 200 health.
A little bit of mistiming in from 007 here. G4 already used everything he had and only had mana for 1 more spell. And just flashes forward, but obviously he didn't expect Lulex to be nearby, and therefore he backed out from it. So a lot of flashes being used early on from the Bangkok Titans, and H2K didn't really get punished for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, you're keeping track of the jungle here. Lulex made his way up top.
Lands the stun, there's the flash, pulverize, headbutt him backwards, exhaust on Yarn, and doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. There comes the rest of the team. Oh, Kaiser gets it.
And that's the thing here, you use that early flash where you didn't have to because maybe you're a little bit nervous, you don't want to risk giving up a first blood.
Answer down bottom.
Instantly though, we just come in with the gank and there you go.
Flashless Gragas, not going to mean much though. Odoamne's totally safe, even gets the ward up right after he leaves, so no return here. Plus 10 CS with 5 left in the wave.
Yeah.
Even proxying up top here.
This could get out of hand very quickly. Mort now level 6 as well, so if they take the turret, if they take the turret and swap the duo down bottom, we will get to see our first Dragon Ghost at Worlds.
Great start for him. Obviously, we're expecting Yarn to go for the Rylai's as the first item. And now, level 6 for G4. He can come and join the top lane fight.
He's going to try. Where's the target? Cocoon right on time. Nice headbutt into the pulverize. Buys a bit more as Yarnen's on the way out here. Minions stunning him against the wall. There's only 1 minion left. That's another stun. Yarnen has to flash the wall, but there's no chase to be had.
Ryu actually used his teleport and canceled it.
Just too far back.
Go to the mid lane?
He was trying to TP to the minions who were still walking towards the tier 1 tower of Bangkok Titans, so probably realizing he wasn't really going to be able to join the fight. In the end, some flash is being used from H2K to get out of this one, and first ulti being used from G4 to apply some pressure against that Mordekaiser lane, who was, to be fair, standing between 2 towers already.
Yeah, it's true. So a bit over-aggressive, but really no punish here. A 1,400 gold lead. Another trade Odoamne into Warlock.
Yeah, you want to go for the trade when he's in mini form. Warlock trades back very well there, though.
Warlock's winning in the potion game. Odoamne's going to have to recall fairly soon.
Didn't like that engage from Odoamne because we're so close to Mega now as well from Warlock, so the only thing he would ever be able to do is just 1 or 2 hits, but then the return damage will always be greater than Warlock in that case. But he's still winning the lane.
Yeah, quite handily winning the lane.
Very easily.
Anytime that you do see a Riven in the game, it should attract a lot of jungle attention.
But what if you have a Mordekaiser?
But exactly. Mordekaiser takes priority. And they actually didn't get the turret, so that's a good thing for Bangkok Titans. The turret didn't go down top quite yet.
Yeah.
So I don't know if H2K will actually swing down for that dragon until they finish the job.
They can just easily, Odoamne can try and just push out his lane, go back and shove, and then go to the top side of the map if he wants to, if they want to swap around the lanes, because obviously Bangkok Titans will have to try and respond as well, because they don't want to give up that early dragon pressure. But for now, everyone is still happy just staying in the lanes. Jan has already gone back once and is going towards that Rylai's.
And for those who want to play Mordekaiser like the professionals, tracking his builds and whatnot, has CDR per level glyphs, ability power Quince, he went cooldown boots right away. So pretty ability power focus so far in you know, ability spam focused as far as the build's concerned.
That's going to be the build. We're going to get an Hourglass later from him as well. And maxing the Q first instead of the W. So once that single target damage coming in from the Kaiser.
The King of Death, if we were in German.
Well, he's the king of kills in this game, 100%.
Man, what a beast, 1 kill.
100% of all kills in this game have gone to Hjarnan.
Best part of Mordekaiser is still the bonk noise on his third Q attack.
It's the most deceptively threatening sound.
Yeah,
in the game.
it actually is kind of interesting because, okay, well, let's see here.
Nice repel, though.
Gets forced out.
Dodges the wild card, and Ryu's coming around. Another stun's gonna land, and oh, forcing the flash to get away for explosive cast. We're seeing still, you know, glimmers of hope for Bangkok Titans. Certainly one of the closest game they've had so far at Worlds.
Yeah. So, anyway, speaking of tricks from Mordekaiser, he has very few tricks because
yeah,
he's a fairly straightforward champion. But one of them is to charge up your first 2 hits of your Q, and you'll just look for the only flashy play from a Mordekaiser is a flash third hit from Q, and you get this very, very satisfying noise, and you'll usually get the huge burst kill.
Yep.
So people, that's one thing to watch out for. The other is, of course, the speed boost from your W. If you put that on whoever's initiating on your team, try and get you in there.
Just a warning for everyone trying to make that play Kobe just talked about. It requires 0 mechanics.
Hey, you got to flash auto attack there. Some people flash auto attack the wrong thing or flash twisted advance the minion.
Man, that's going to be what Warlock is known for this World Championship. That one play. He was good yesterday in the game against EDG, SKT.
Oh, wow. Just by walking forward, Lux wasn't even in range yet. They forced the teleport from G4. Had home guard, will land in the stun, but a 3-man pulverize says hello. G4 is going to be the first ghost of the game, and here it is. Maybe they can chase a bit more. Ryu is in. It's not a dragon, but they're going to be killing everyone all the same. Ryu cannot get the ulti off in time, though, stunned up. But we got more targets here. Odwamna had held aggro. Now it's Kasing. He's got to run. The turret might kill him, and it will, actually, but it's still a whitewash. 5-2 in kills. A double for Warlock, but way more for H2K.
Yep, they're going to get the tower after that as well and continue pushing on number 2 here. 007 runs for the mid lane to pick up the minion.
Go, G4, go!
He's turned against him.
And now he's going to go kill himself.
All right, 1v1.
No! Oh, he didn't kill him. He's the ghost.
H2K,
hey,
G4.
keeps home guards, though. He's going to be belting out of that lane.
Let's see again what happens here. So, Bangkok Titans looking for Kasing, but again, it's onto the Alistar. He doesn't really care. 3-man knock-up. Everyone is here from H2K. TP's coming in. Loads of them in the game. Now you have the Ghost. I mean, from here on out, it's almost impossible to fight the Mordekaiser. Once you get that early Ghost, then it just becomes a massive dive fest.
Yeah. They actually could have pulled this off even a bit better. Odwamna could have kept doing damage there. Stays on the outside, and after he drops turret aggro, it goes on to Kasing, who can't take more than 2.
Now, yeah. Another attempt in the bot lane, though. G4 trying to make the play. Flash stun. They caught Odwamna. Do they have enough damage, though? The flame is not hit, and he's running for his life. Hjarnan gets a kill. Now there's a Gragas Ghost trying to wreak some havoc in the backside.
Here comes Ryu.
Traded 1-for-1 so far. Lantern keeps him safe. Kasing can't get in.
All right, so far the Ghosts here, they're growing in size. We had the Twisted Fate first, now the Gragas. We need a Dragon next. I mean, it's so disappointing.
Yeah. Maybe a Mega Gnar. Might be bigger than Gragas.
Would that stay in the Ghost form now?
I actually don't know. I've actually never gotten a Gnar Ghost.
Blood red.
Sorry.
Have you ever played Mordekaiser?
About 8 times.
Are you lying to us, Brig?
No, I've played a you know.
Keeping secrets.
Single-digit number of Mordekaiser. Yeah, I don't want to actually let it be known until the finals. Then I'll bring out the real Mordekaiser knowledge.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it does not transform.
All right.
But that's all I got for you.
Good guess. We'll find out. I'm sure there's plenty of tweets about this one. I'm sure the match has been played before. Either way, though, H2K just turning the screws as best they can. Bangkok Titans have gotten themselves a dragon. And they have gotten themselves 3 kills, but H2K are doing nicely for themselves. 6 kills, 4,000 build up. Bonk! I love it. G4 getting really pushed around to this lane. He's been able to assist the others fairly well.
Yeah, early cooldown reduction boots for himself, so he's been using more time in the side lanes than he's doing mid lane right now, but that's basically what he needs to do and just try and get some kills for the team. You said yourself earlier, Freak, there's been more action for Bangkok Titans and more, should we say, normal fights and not just these crazy all-ins one-on-one. They've been trying to coordinate as a team. But so far, H2 have been ready to respond, and it's all been around the Mordekaiser, who's sitting on 2 kills and 4 assists.
Oh, Ryu. Oh.
Baited.
I have a better guess for the Nara interaction, by the way. So, okay. Oh, hold on. We're gonna have a fight.
After.
Yeah, we're gonna have a fight first. Who wants to open it up? 007 does. Knockback out of Lulex. Repel gets him not very far. The box will hit. The kill comes through to Lloyd. 1 on the vein. Hook goes wide. H2K looking to still push 4v5. Bangkok Titans used many ults, but they've got a Mega Gnar bar.
They've also got a Riven behind them. Otoamne decides not to 1v4 try and cut them off, though.
That's not a proper Riven player.
Yeah. But they were driven away from the turret, so all well for H2K. 3 kills to nothing. Turrets to nothing, rather. And all's well. Okay, so
story time, Freak. Hit me.
Mordekaiser Ghosts always inherit character passives,
okay,
which includes things like Narbar.
Yeah.
So he can actually turn into Mega Gnar while a ghost.
But how would a ghost... Okay,
it auto-attacks, sure. It takes damage.
Does Tryndamere Ghost charge up Rage and get critical strike?
Rage is at... Yes.
All right.
Say yes.
All right.
So we need people to tell us the Freak is lying to us, because I mean, I feel like he's giving me a lot of hope here, a lot of cool information.
No. The passive is the when you're low. No, the passive is the rage
your resource bar is definitely different from your passive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, part of the character script is literally what your resource bar is.
True enough.
Yeah, you inherit like char.ini.
I like the bold statement though, Freak.
Yeah.
Stepping out there.
I mean, I was in Riot like when we made Mordekaiser, so I'm actually aware of like some of the scripting behind the champion.
You were in Riot in the building?
Yeah. I mean, I worked at the company by then. Yeah. Production tells me I'm on target, by the way, so all is well.
I really hope you're still wrong about all this Mordekaiser stuff.
I don't know if I should stay on target for too long. Maybe it's going to go badly for me.
All right, the Bangkok Titans still. I mean, again, they keep trying to look for these places. There's all 5 members coming down, just trying to look for fights. I don't think Yanin minds too much, though.
No, I mean, he's just happily pushing around, being level 11, tied with his other solo laners here. Kasing, by the way, I actually want to point something out here. It feels so bad when you're Mordekaiser and your support roams, because you can't use not only your relic shield, but also the W, which is like your main skill. He's actually...
It did get changed.
Only 1 point in the W. It barely does anything you can solo. It's a bit better, but it's still pretty crap. 007 forced to run away. Kieran is 1-pointing the W, by the way.
I feel like after we called out, he wasn't playing a lot of Mordekaiser. He's just showing us all these cool things. Really trying to one-up.
Like I said, I've played 8 games of Mordekaiser. Laning is something I'm aware of. Killing a Gnar, I'm not.
I do know that the Zhonya's rush second is a bit odd. The cooldown reduction is really important for him, so you can definitely see going for the cooldown reduction boots. But it's an interesting choice actually going for the Zhonya second.
I think it's fair enough, especially when you're getting really far ahead, and you're already gonna have so much damage. If you're just gonna be unkillable at the same time, you can play super aggressive. Obviously, H2K's lineup, we have the Talisman on the Alistar, so it's gonna be pop that we're gonna see 3-4 guys to try to dive in on the back line. Lloyd is gonna be targeted probably every single fight, and if you get that ghost for the Mordekaiser, it normally is a guaranteed win in these team fights here.
I mean, I do like AP heavy Mordekaiser. I think it's actually one of the better choices in build.
Oh, for sure.
And AP items, I'll give like the same amount of AP for the same amount of gold. So, of the AP items, Riley's first, then Azonia's, I feel like makes sense.
It does.
If we see more Mordekaiser, maybe there's going to be better builds coming out.
I mean, there's a lot of different things you can build, and often when you have a champion that you consider so strong, one of the big things is that you can often build a lot of different items and you will still be very useful. It just depends on the situation. Are you against heavy AP? You go for a Business Scepter maybe for yourself. Do you want more movement speed? A Twin Shadows. Drop my pen again for the second time.
Abyssal Scepter there is definitely one of my favorite items. It's so cheap and so cost effective. Especially since Mordekaiser is melee, is going to get right into the thick of the fight. Really get a lot of value out of that AoE.
Meanwhile, Kjarnan just happily farming off on the side. Trying to be the brains of the organization. There we go. Nice cocoon off on a Moss, but just building max CDR, actually no team out on the build, no lifesteal either, but Black Cleaver and a Brutalizer. Even though he's got no physical damage to support, still wants to shred a bunch of armor for his teammates in some way. Here we go, the first Dragon Ghost of the game for H2K.
Yeah, the dangerous thing about, you know, it's really hard for BKT Titans because you don't want to have to go through the jungle to fight that dragon fight, but if you don't, then the dragon's gonna come straight up mid lane and you're gonna have a real problem defending your turret as well. So almost giving up like an objective and a half.
All right, let's see what they can use it for. Looking for the mid lane, but that wave got cleared. Lich Bane already done for G4, so his single target damage is much higher.
Ah, I took some damage already.
Down to 3,100 health. And nearly kills a bunch of caster minions.
Well, they just need to get him over to a tower. Start pushing onto it.
Oh.
Want to make sure it doesn't go down. Playing very safe with it for now, for Yarnin.
You know what's interesting? We talk about new champions and players having to adapt to new things. How often do minions have to face dragons? Like, this is a new experience for the minions as well. Will they even react properly? There we go, turret being attacked. And they just can't kill this dragon very quickly. 2,400 health still on it. And the dedicated focus comes through, but no, it despawns in time. Nothing was gained from the dragon at all.
H2K is like the worst siege comp ever. Like, you have a melee mid lane, a melee top lane.
It's 5 melee.
And then you have to at least be like poked for like 20 damage, and that's about it. And then the dragon.
We set that up to be so big. The dragon coming down mid lane, and it didn't do. All right.
Odoamna, though, got pulled in, and here comes the engage. They're focusing him down. Flash the way, will survive. Meanwhile, Kasing is up in front, but he's not the one holding turret aggro. He's instead just kiting away on the Vayne, but he's still going to go down. Turret picked up, but a couple of revenge kills. There's the stun. Lulax forced to flash. Warlock does have his own flash, but he's getting slowed so much he can't reach anyone. G4 doesn't run fast enough, and the Echo Q. Ryu saving many of his teammates there.
So H2K going in for the dive and then suddenly realized the tower was still alive, so they started hitting both things. Odoamna had to flash out, obviously he got engaged on at first, forcing that move from H2K. Now going in again.
Flash engage, they pull it in Yarn, and he's going to be going down. Picked up one, the TP. Doesn't mean anything. Why did Odoamna even finish that channel?
Yeah, big swing here for BKT Titans. They're able to punish H2K. It's a fairly severe mistake right there, and they do give up the mid lane turret. First turret there for BKT Titans is going to give them a little bit more gold to work with.
100% kill participation on the Thresh. Let's see what happens. It's him pulling it on at first, so he forces the dive, the move happening, but Tower's still alive. And it's very hard for all these melee champions now to get back here in the back line between two towers and really fight with BKT Titans. So much time to take down Kasing. Not enough movement speed then for the team to catch up and get more kills, but then, of course, took down Yarnin a little bit later.
Yeah, multiple hooks there from Moss back to back.
I just want to point out that even though the gold lead is still 5,000 apart, BKT Titans are equal in kills right now, 22 minutes into the game.
And Mordekaiser is a pick that is insanely strong if you look at the early and mid game and what he can do with these dragons here, taking down the early towers and get that massive gold lead for your team. But late game, it becomes very difficult for a melee champion to carry, like an AD carry.
Oh, Kasing takes the hook. Beautiful play, carrying the game as much as he can, and now it's time for the second Twisted Fate Ghost. A body slam comes in, and now Lloyd in the back line's doing what he can. Ryu gets a lot of punishment there. Bob's going to go back in on the Warlock, but he's still going to hit. He's going to have to rub it now. Moss is beset, and Odoamna gets the kill. It's a 2-for-0. Opens the game back up for H2K. Make that 3. It's going to knock down 007X.
Kasing with a huge counter engage right there, saving Yarnin and turning it around for an advantage. BKT Titans are going to have to retreat now.
And it's going to mean that Baron is the easy target. Sadly, for Yarnin, there will not be a Baron Ghost. It's not how it works here. He'd be stuck in the pit anyway. Wouldn't do anything.
Well, you can send out G4's Ghost again, just to be a little bit annoying.
G4 is pretty low, not that it means much. Gets revenge on himself, and now Odoamna on the chase. They have picked up the kill on Echo, but Baron's would have been picked up, so H2K has this one. And re-engage with Warlock, buying some time. What can they pick up? G4's got to be a bit careful. I guess there's no range champion. It's really like only Elise can project threat. Baron picked up 1 kill for a BKT, but H2K should be able to take a lot out of this.
Second time G4 has to face his own Ghost. Kill it.
He's come out on top both times, so.
Both times he's been winning, for sure. I mean, so his performance on Twisted Fate, we talked about it earlier, how he's not been spending a whole lot of time in the mid lane because he's been so busy just being part of every single fight for the last like 15 minutes in the side lanes. That is why he went for the Twisted Fate. And this team has been able to, not by no means match H2K, but at least have a lot closer game against them compared to what they had versus EDG and SKT.
Well, it is what you expect when you look at the skill levels and the origins of these teams. H2K actually another team that just last year were in the Challenger Series. In fact, very few of these players had professional careers before.
Yeah, a team that joined the LCS and lost their star player in Fibivan. And there was a lot of talk, what could this team do? How important was Fibivan for that lineup? He went to Fnatic, of course, at the start of Spring Split. They got in Ryu, who was kind of struggling in Europe, joining Millennium at first, not managed to qualify for the LCS, and it looked really bad for Ryu at first. But then he gets that chance to join H2K, and honestly been a strong player for this team, especially here in the summer split. And every time he gets into the playoffs and the important matches, he really steps up, and he's not afraid to make plays. He doesn't care who he's facing. He's going to go for it.
We'll see if they can make this happen, because Sing wants to go in. It's just going to actually create some space. This turret's still taking plenty of damage here.
Yeah, they should be able to get it. The split push here for H2K, double lines of minions buffed up. They are not able to take it. Bangkok Titans rebuff them and hold their turret for now.
There's a lot of vocabulary where it's rebuff. Knock him around.
G4 again. Might join the top lane fight. Warlock is going aggressive.
He's going to find a stun at Odoamne. How far can Riven get? Not very far. That is a kill. That's a card as well, G4.
Honestly, another punish here from Bangkok Titans.
And this is something we have seen very often for H2K. Let's talk about it after, because 007 is getting engaged on.
Ryu getting around. He's going to lock up with the stun as well. Can he get into range? Yes! 007X, more like, well, actually his scoreline's not correct for that one. Never mind. More like 0-3 and 4. Ah, really good one, Freak. But Bottleman turret will go down all the same, 10 to 8 in kills. Kobe's just dying right here, much like 007X. And now into the inhibitor turrets we go. Finally salvaged it here as Yarnan knocks down a few minions. The Dragon's here. Lulax a bit too far forward. Box comes down, flashes over the walls. Bit more wave clear comes through, and this Dragon realizes, wait, I'm alone. My team have left me. And it will actually get away. Wow, congratulations, Dragon.
There you go, you survived, but you're not doing anything. You're useless. We don't like you anymore.
Wow.
Come on, that Dragon's done nothing.
You are such a Dragon hater. It helped him win the team.
Look, okay, go against the Grom. Let's see who wins.
Oh, one shot.
Wow.
That's not even fair. There were assists on that Dragon. Well,
disappointing, man.
Oh, whatever.
I bet you Warlock can kill that Grom.
Of course he can.
Let's look at Warlock.
Oh my god, that's not even... I can't believe you.
Well, he just killed it.
All right. Well, the Gromp died. Warlock confirmed better than Dragons. So if you got to think about role-playing... Ooh, that was close.
Yeah. H2K, though, honestly, they keep on making mistakes trying to close this game out. And Bangkok Titans are quick to answer. G4 with his teleport on Twisted Fate. Continually chasing them down, getting small pieces of gold back for them.
Yeah.
It just becomes harder and harder for this Mordekaiser so the further he has to walk in towards the enemy base with this Dragon to siege it, because again, it's so easy for Bangkok Titans to move from the fountain between the 3 lanes near the inhibitors and then move that defense around. So when you have this all melee lineup except for Lulax, sieging is not really your option anymore. You gotta just force a fight around the Baron, get Bangkok Titans out of that base, take that 5 versus 5, win that, and that's how you then move on.
It's going to take him a while, though. Baron Nashor is still dead for a while.
That's why we see the fight right now taking place over the placement of wards inside the red quadrant jungle here for Bangkok Titans. And they're fighting back, trying to clear it out as best they can.
Barely got anything really in terms of gold, 2,500. It's very low amount compared to the average we saw. Yesterday, I believe we were about like 4,000 on average when it came to plays where Baron was still on the team like the full duration.
Right. That was one of the biggest ones, certainly. That's about the same size as the first SKT one when they were playing really slow. Lloyd, though, getting caught out. Who's going to miss? He expected to be somewhere else. And here comes TF. Lulax going to jump around a little bit, but still going to get knocked down. Here comes the Riven, but not doing nearly enough. Odoamne forced around, but Ryu into the front line really wants to kill G4. Zonia's popped on both sides. Back in they go. A big knock of Meganar to answer, and they're routed, though. H2K doing so much much damage. Bangkok Titans have to run from this one, but they're still taking turret damage. Sharnan can't quite do enough. The jump back in, the stun hits Ryu, and back in goes Alistair. They're killing everyone back and forth. Warlock running. Odoama does not have aggro, so it doesn't matter. The TB coming in, they don't kill the turret. Yes, they do. They stop it, and Moscow's down. Warlock's next, almost everyone. It's everybody dying.
Getting that tower down and canceling the teleport was so key for H2K, but once again, they engage on, or they start a fight. Yana was running from mid lane. He wasn't even close. And Bangkok Titans, they're keeping it very even in these team fights.
Yep, but now H2K are going to be able to three-man take down this inhibitor turret. And G4 just has to throw cards from a distance.
Wow, queued up the stun perfectly. Goodbye, G4. There's the ace. There's the H2K swag coming up from Kissing. He is playing absolutely amazing as an individual here. And he's leading his team to a lead.
Saving the team every time they get a little bit too deep or step out of line. Kissing is here to create play.
We talked about Ryu before, how he joined the team when they came into the LCS, replaced Febiven. We didn't get to see too much from H2K in the start of the spring split until Kissing joined. And we got the whole Kissing effect started. They won so many games in a row. The communication just got so much better. And of course, him as a playmaker, finally finding a team where he could really shine, where the teammates trusted him. And he's been a fantastic support all year long.
He's been great. He's going to find another one here. Moss just going to get hit by so many stuns, he's barely able to flay before going down. Ryu takes him down, but the shield keeps him all right. The AP ratio helping on this one. Mid lane can get cleared, but Baron is back alive, and Bangkok Titans are missing their support.
Yeah, H2K going to try and bait again here. They start up the Baron to force Twisted Fate ultimate.
Going in for Ryu up top here with G4.
Well, bit of damage back and forth. Ryu's going to hide away, but here comes the engage. 5 versus 4. They look for Warlock. Chilling Spite to get the slow. Odwamna will land the stun, and everything else, they just pile in there. And it's time to keep on pushing in this one. G4 pops his own. He's got nowhere to go on this. There's the kill. Another TF Ghost comes through. 007X is trying to run away, but that's 3 kills picked up in sequence.
Another successful bait there for H2K. Grab themselves a couple more kills. And they're going to return to the Baron. 007X still alive, doesn't have flash, but he can try and sacrifice his life and go in there for a steal.
Would you be able to do it, Kobe? Would you take this one?
If you know my history, I'm notoriously poor at Baron smiting.
You had 5 years to practice, come on.
Like, to put it this way, he was replaced by St. Vicious and it was an upgrade. In they go, though. 007 going to get jumped on. The rest of the team can take the Baron down, but he's not going to want to stop. He jumps into the prep. Odawamna's on a rampage. 007's still there. No! Down he goes, and there's the blue team picking up Baron Nashor. The kills now far apart, 20-10. 2 more plus the Baron.
All right, we'll see if they can get more done with this Baron power play than previously. It should be a lot easier because they already have super minions flooding in the top. And both waves shoved here for H2K.
And you can get a dragon again. Maybe this time it can do something.
You're such a dragon hater, though. I'm surprised you even brought it up.
Secretly, I want it to do well. I want the dragon to do well.
Positive reinforcement from Deficio here. How to train your dragon.
Hopefully next time the Baron power play can be gold earned plus dragon ghosts.
I mean, this is going to be the one.
What's the Dragon Ghost power play? That's what I want to know, you know, over the course of this game.
So they didn't get a mid tower, or they did after the
What about the G4 play?
Oh, dear Lord! He's going to go down, and he can just run and hop and skip and jump away. Pops the H2K swag, but it's not going to be enough. A shutdown comes through for Lloyd.
The unseen Quicksilver Sash is indeed the deadliest. If you go in expecting to have the stun lock to work with, Odawamne turns it around on him real quick and able to pick up the kill. He does end up going down, but it allowed the shove here from H2K. They're inside the base. Another inhibitor going down.
And if you're looking for a stun lock, unfortunately, it's still Mininar here, so he can't have one just yet. A nice zone as Ryu buys some time. Mid lane goes down to the Dragon, and now that Dragon is into the fight. Moss getting chased down by Ryu shouldn't be a hard one for him. Hjarnan steals the kill away, as is his right as the Mordekaiser player. Big engage from Kissing, knocks up 3, and the Dragon is still chasing the enemy AD carry. Lloyd's got to be careful, and down they go, a double kill. The Dragon value is big on this one. All is well. There's a triple kill. They're going for 4. Now will it be the pentakill?
Go, Dragon, go!
Mordekaiser. The Dragon takes it. In they go. A double kill for him. Sharnin tries one more time, but it's not going to be happening. Odoamna just not good enough to give his Mordekaiser a pentakill. There's the Warlock stunlock. Gets the shutdown. At the last minute, they kill away some of H2K, but it's not going to be enough. There's the Nexus. There's 1.5 million minions. And there's the game. H2K pick up their first win at Worlds.
And Mordekaiser got his first win. Undefeated. Was first picked.
13, 2, and 10. I mean, a good scoreline as well. They played around him pretty well.
I think this entire game was just one big team fight around Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
No matter where he was on the map, we would just see everyone be there and try and fight. The Dragons wasn't the key thing here for Mordekaiser.
Something to be desired there.
Yeah, well, Bangkok Titans tried to test H2K's mettle, but Mordekaiser is the master of it, so unsurprising that H2K came out victorious here. And that's going to do it, by the way, for all the Week 1 games for these teams. Now, every single team from Group C is on break until the next week's group stages. Yep. And these guys now have about 4 to 5 days to prepare everything back again and say, okay, here's the last run of the group stage. Bangkok Titans 0-3.
Sure.
Not a good start. H2K still have to hope for that one kind of upset.
Yeah, H2K can go back and still rewatch like the SKT and EDG game and say, what did we do well? Let's try and do that again, but where did it go wrong? Were there a few openings we missed? Weren't we confident enough? You know, was it the pick and ban phase? Because they're still obviously going to chase towards getting that second spot, getting out of the group. Let's just say EDG loses again to SK Telecom suddenly.
Yeah.
That one match is going to be so key between H2K and EDG.
Yep.
But it's obviously still going to be so difficult for Bangkok Titans. I like that we saw a different kind of game from them. This was not the, hey, let's just have a bit of fun and try and go all in. They legit... and say, hey, it was too one-dimensional. I think still Lulu mid with a carry top laner is a very, very strong composition. I think that was the mistake maybe from LGD. Malphite had too low damage, and then of course Vi, who fell so far behind.
You know what? I think we might, I don't want to jinx it, but we might see
all three open right now.
With, you know, every single 100% pick ban champion. There's the first one getting dropped off, but there's still the Elise, the Lulu, the Mordekaiser, the Darius.
So, I'd ban Mordekaiser here and say, LGD, do you want to play Lulu again? Here's your chance. But if you do that, we take the Elise pick. Lee Sin has been banned away from TBQ. So we want to try once again, get a strong jungle matchup. I think Rek'Sai, though, is a fine enough pick and trade that away for Elise. But we just need to see more from LGD with this Lulu pick.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the thing is, it's not really about you know, getting the stronger jungle pick. It's about denying from TBQ so that you can force him.
They're doing it. They're basically saying, do you want Elise or do you want one of the top tier picks? Lulu, Mordekaiser that can go on the other side.
Lulu and Elise are the top.
And they go
Darius.
So
not yet.
Well,
LGD
can turn the tables because KT can only take 2 of those themselves, so then they at least get it. Exactly, they at least get it back.
Again, you would then figure that KT would want Mordekaiser and Elise for that absolutely insane early game power, and say, you know what, LGD, you're gonna get the Lulu. Darius late game, his damage is okay, but he's not a massive threat up there. It will still be about Imp's DPS then.
I'm definitely not a fan of early picking the Darius because you can run the Gnar into it, you can even run the Fiora into it as
and the change,
I think it's definitely the least valuable of the 4.
Yeah.
They had to change it here. They don't want to give away the Elise. They won it for TBQ. He had problems yesterday. We know it's a big deal for KT Rolster with the Score and Peekaboo together. The early power they put up, we heard all the talks about how strong the early game can be.
The real question is, though, do they pick Mordekaiser if they rely so much on Peekaboo's roaming? Mordekaiser needs a support with him. He's not really someone that you can leave like that. We always mention the supports and how good the supports are that are able to get off good roaming, but also the AD carries surviving while their supports roam also deserve a point there. So,
and it's worth noting that KT don't even seem to care about these pick and ban trends, these 100% champions, because there's still a couple left open. They're leaving the Darius on the table. They're leaving the Mordekaiser on the table. They don't care.
So here's what KT is doing. kiting is so effective versus Mordekaiser. Because if he can never get to one-shot that target with his ulti, get the ghost in a team fight, if he can never really stick to a target because he's a slow melee champion, he never gets to do too much in team fights. So what they're doing is saying, you know what?
For LGD, plus they have the, even though Sivir was nerfed and you need to be near her to get the full activation of the speed buff, a lot of pick here with the double skill shots coming from Thresh and Elise.
But it's going to be a weak bottom lane with this Sivir. Can't really punish these Juggernaut compositions too much in the laning phase. She gets outskilled already from level 6 and has a hard time trading. But obviously they're looking to try and speed up the game then and not allow KT to sit and scale up towards late game. We have seen so many times in the LCK where KT roster get control in the early game in terms of vision, and then they just play the very slow game, you know, allow your carries to scale up and just make sure the other team can never make an aggressive play against you where you don't see what's going on and you can always counter gank it.
So Juggernaut, very obviously the competition here for KT Rolster. We still don't know if that Lulu's going in the mid lane or the top lane.
But this is so smart from them in saying, hey, we leave Mordekaiser open. We will continue to target your jungler. We know that in LGD,
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having some technical difficulties, so the analyst desk is going to jump in here for Champions Select and possibly the game. We'll see. The time is now, gentlemen. Well, so we've seen a lot of this play out. Let's try and play catch-up here. Thoughts so far as we've seen the Mordekaiser fall all the way through Champion Select?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get picked up here. And they also picked a Varus here for the mid lane for Godvi, just to have a poke champion as well. Against the Braum, though, it is a little risky.
First pentakill of the season, LPL, Godvi, Varus. He's a freak on the champion. Do not underestimate it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely still a very good pick for him.
poke conversation.
Yep. But he's the only poke on that team.
I really like this from KT.
The last pick.
Dude, they get Malphite into 3 physical DPS.
It's so dangerous to go poke composition against red side.
You can't do this. LGD's massively lost its pick and ban phase.
KT's comp is super good.
I love to play around the Mordekaiser. I absolutely love to play around it.
Yep. And they're told to wait on the game until we can get the stream back up, it looks like. So before the Malphite came in, so was the Varus pick just wrong because it was like going to be a big opening or what?
So the Varus pick came in, obviously as the last rotation here for LGD. They took the Varus. They want to make a bit of a poke composition because they see, obviously, they protect the AD carry comp from the side of KT, meaning the Malphite last pick is going to be so key.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're trying to do poke against the Juggernaut composition, which could be okay, but it's against red side. And KT, with the last pick, get that hard engage so they can try and get right back to the Varus, and they can break that poke comp. Plus, KT extremely smart with their first 2 picks. Although they didn't ban Mordekaiser, you build your first 2 picks against it, then you effectively deny it through the early round picks.
That was such a smart pick and ban phase. Knowing that TPQ had a bad day yesterday, has been an issue, you know, during the season. He wanted a priority pick for himself, so they went for Elise. Lulu was suddenly open, great against the Mordekaiser itself, so they have now a counter pick in case they want to play Mordekaiser on the side of LGD. And the Braum as well. It works really well in that sense. The team fighting power we're going to see from KT is going to be absolutely insane.
What was strange to me as well, when you look at LGD's pickups there, as soon as you saw Braum Lulu picked up, I was like, oh, they're going for Juggernaut. This is the most obvious tell in the world that Arrow's going to be picking up Kog'Maw. They've got already 2 defensive champions. You saw the hover on Gragas as well, which even further betrayed that they were looking at that champion. And then they decided, wait, we can hold on to this one. And then LGD, they don't get any more hard. Like, they picked up Sivir, which is a bad lane matchup, but then don't even pick up more hard engage to go alongside it. They didn't find any more ways to dive into this one. And then say, you know what, never mind. Let's go poke after all. Let's go pick up a Varus in the mid lane with no other pokers on the team. And I'm just very confused with the LGD lineup here.
I mean, starting this game for LGD, there's a timer going. Basically, you cannot go late game. Your Varus is going to fall off completely. Your Sivir has no chance versus the scaling of a Juggernaut composition. And you have this Malphite who's going to be stacking armor because you have Hecarim top against him in the 1v1 lane. So you basically have a setup here for LGD where they have to massively win the early game, but your only main engage is the Hecarim flying in with the home guard to start the fight, and then Varus maybe with his ulti trying to lock someone down. And there's so much protection on the side of KT, and good lane matchups as well.
There's a lot of protection, but their late game damage will be lacking. If LGD can start to snowball, they've got a Malphite in the top lane, they've got a Gragas in the jungle, they've got the Lulu for the mid lane. So it's going to be all around Kog'Maw. Obviously, it's going to be all around Kog'Maw, but there is a Hecarim on LGD's side.
Yeah, so real quick, guys, for you guys on stream, we had a power outage in our production truck here, so we stream it down for a second. You guys missed some of the picks and bans. The game itself was unaffected. The picks and bans played out completely normal. We then stopped the game, and we're going to be starting it in a little bit here. So to recap the lineups real quick, because some of the pick and ban was missed, LGD had their first pick Elise, and they grabbed Sivir. Basically, they've got Hecarim top lane, Elise in the jungle. Mid lane, Varus was picked up late in the draft. Sivir there for the AD carry, and the support was it Thresh? I forgot.
Thresh as the
support pickup, yeah. So Varus was last pick on the blue side, but very late on in the draft. So KT Rolster, their very first 2 champions, they had picked up Braum, plus that Lulu, and you were talking about setting up for the counter pick to the Mordekaiser. They grabbed the Kog'Maw, so they've got this Juggernaut comp coming through, a Gragas for the defensive jungler pick, but then the very last pick on the red side was Malphite. Once they saw the Varus mid coming through, Malphite top lane for Someday, the hard engage. To be fair, is here for both sides of the top lane, but getting into the Kog'Maw seems much more difficult.
Yeah, and much easier for KT to pull off. The instant effect of a teleport Malphite coming in is definitely going to be a big tool for them to get to that early game, to get to the Trinity Force for Kog'Maw so they can start knocking down turrets.
And also LGD's side, Varus mid lane, Sivir AD carry, Hecarim top lane. It's all physical damage coming in. It's heaven for Malphite. You can stack armor and be nearly unkillable. Gragas is going to do the same with the Syndol first, then building tank after. So their front line for KT is going to be massive. Add in a Braum shield to block some of the damage coming from 2 AD carries. It is going to be so difficult for LGD unless they show something in the early game where they managed to get a lead over KT.
Red side has been so important on 5-18, and KT really strong draft phase.
Love to see the crowd, though.
Yeah, yeah. I've for this year, most in particular, been actually more of a, like, I always kind of believe that the sides were closer, but really this year we've shown that red side, I think, almost has an edge over blue here, because even though we heard the analysts that say, oh, you know, blue side, they can get a jungler for TBQ here, but that's so abusable. You get to pick one champion and give away 2. That's exactly what happened here for KT.
It was so predictable for KT.
Oh, yeah.
What was going to happen. So, okay, we mentioned very quickly when Champ Select started how, oh, maybe they have to worry about banning Mordekaiser and Gangplank, so they can only remove one of the junglers, not both Lee Sin and Rek'Sai. I said, you know what, we don't care about Mordekaiser. If we leave as much open as possible, especially the Lulu, so we have the counter pick in case they go for Elise.
The zone control from Braum, so much defense there to control the battlefield, make it hard for Mordekaiser to move around. You don't even want to pick it into that.
No, and that's why we didn't see him picked. He's been banned in so many games. Last one was the first one he got through. He won the game. He was first pick, and now he's not even being picked because of these comps.
Yeah, and this game marks now 2 champions falling off the 100% pick ban list. Darius, unseen in this game, the actual aggressive diving champions of Hecarim and Malphite picked instead of him. And also, as we mentioned, Mordekaiser falling off. Compositional counters exist here. We still, of course, see the Gangplank on the ban list, the Elise picked up and the Lulu picked up early on, but the trend's changing a little bit here. Now, as a quick update for you guys, of course, Champions Select did play out off stream. in real time right now, they're going through the picks and bans one more time, locking in champs. That won't be on screen for you, but the game is about to get underway.
And we just get to see the fantastic crowd here in Paris, keeping themselves entertained, making it awesome all the way through. We can see them, and we feel the energy during the games. When big plays happen, they go crazy.
The in-house casters, Chips and Noir, also Sean's and No-No, if you guys remember those guys from the competitive scene, bringing you the cast live on the stream here in Paris, France, and it's been wonderful. They are so amazing at keeping this crowd entertained. It's absolutely wonderful. These guys are some of the best commentators I've ever been around. So
a little update as well, now with the compositions. Nagne on the Lulu is running teleport in the mid lane, but we have the Varus pick for Godfrey just running Ghost and Flash, so we're gonna have a global advantage, and just enjoy this.
The last 25 seconds of picks and bans are counting down. We will have those lineups on your screen in just a short while, and we will get into one of the biggest matchups of the day. It's actually a great day overall of games, but LGD somehow have started out 0-1.
And the name of the game for KT is going to be control. If they can control this early stages of the game, and they're going to be sitting very pretty here. Malphite's got a very clear build path. They can rely on the Lulu Kog'Maw. LGD do have some surprise cards they can pull out, though. You know, Elise Thresh pick, never underestimate.
No, and like the 2v2 in the top lane, when you have a Hecarim running an offensive summoner spell and Elise, that's a strong 2v2 you can use.
All right, well, guys, you at home, please keep involved with the matches. Vote for who you think's going to win this one. Use hashtag LGD win or hashtag KT win to vote. Let us know how that one's going to go. LGD so far have been the victim of one upset, and based on pick and ban and based on Zyreen's prediction, it might be a second one here. KT Rolster finally the first world championship for the organization. They started out strong with their win over Team Solo Mid. Now looking good heading into their game against LGD, but this #3 Korean seed could be making a very deep run at this world championship.
So let's take a look here at how LGD can play the early game, because we talk about how there's a timer on this game. They don't want to go full late game against the Juggernaut composition. It's very difficult for Varus and Sivir versus Malphite and Gragas and Braum when it comes to dealing damage in these fights. But we just quickly highlighted Elise and a Hecarim. That's a strong early 2v2. So LGD, to me, would be happy, honestly, taking a standard lane and try and use TPQ and the early game power he has of this Elise pick.
Upset the lanes early, absolutely. Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens. LGD do have more ranged champion in the bot lane. They could maybe get a bit of harass down on the Pickaboo and Arrow.
It's a lane that LGD can push very aggressively in the start and try and deny CS.
Also trying to get a lead on the double AD comp here with the extra poke is exactly what LGD want to do. They want to try and get that lead for Godvi, start rotating around because they have so many skill shots to throw out in the siege.
And we can see both teams are still on the bottom side with the dual lane. So LGD are looking for those standard lanes. Play around it, start out by getting Akon going, use his teleport then to take his advantage and move it to the bottom side of the map. You gotta start getting on outer turrets. We're looking like 15 minutes when we have the tier, when we have a brutalizer on the Varus, and of course some levels under his belt for his Q, and then the Sivir with the fast pushing. That's where LGD is really gonna kick in and start creating map pressure. Those 3 outer turrets have to fall in the mid game, otherwise KT can stall it too late.
Yeah, basically what LG do, they have Sivir annihilate the creep wave so that it's very clear by the turret for all these skill shots to come through for the Elise and the Thresh to set up poke damage.
They're going to match the 2v2 top after they saw what happened on the map, but they're coming in very, very late to very late. No, not even. They're not going to miss anything, so never mind that one. I even thought KT were doing a camp at level 1, but obviously they were straight in lane. So we get the 2v2. LGD were looking for it. They found it. Can now send Akon back down to the bottom lane with his own level 2. And of course, Someday will do the same after this double camp.
BYL takes over the ranged minion aggro there first. Then Imp is able to auto-attack there without getting the return damage from the ranged minions. Nice little 2v2 micromanagement there from the LGD bot lane. And they actually took control of the lane. Now they're shoving with Sivir despite getting their second.
Yeah. Even though Sivir doesn't have the greatest matchup here, it changes with your support. Again, it's always 2-man down in this bottom lane, so having the range support on your side allows you to play really aggressive with pushing in the lanes here. You have the safety of a lantern as well from PYL. So good start for LGD and exactly what they want to get this composition going.
Well, certainly an interesting start as they've given away the blue buff to Malphite to start out his laning phase. So someday they're hoping to get him ahead on Acorn here, and that will be a matchup to watch.
Yeah, it's that race. Anytime you are facing so much physical damage, you want to bundle as much gold as you can into the Malphite so he can start stacking the armor, and he doesn't get behind. TBQ here, though.
We talked about
damage coming in very early. Wants to get Acorn ahead. He's got Ignite.
Knocks somebody into the wall. When is he going to go for the flash? Goes for it there. Last possible second. Gets away, loses health.
Really like the play. Someday saving his flash, waiting for the minion wave to come, then flashing behind them as well. TPQ, of course, was delaying his own snare or stun just to see where is he going. Cannot try to predict it with my own CC, but we mentioned it. The 2v2 of an Elise and a Hecarim is very, very strong, and that's where he went first. Got good early wards, and meanwhile topside is covered from PYL and his own ward, and just constant pushing again and again, pushing into the tower.
Meanwhile, Score's gone back very early. He's got the wards now. He can come down and supplant some extra vision for Someday. While Someday does have the flash disadvantage here, he can get some vision for him. Elise can easily go for lane ganks as well, though, so you still have to be cautious.
And this mid lane matchup with Godvi and of course Nagne. Just looking, Nagne, normally the guy looking to farm, not the big playmaker in the mid lane. Strong team fighter for KT though. Doing okay. For the Varus, it's just about getting some levels under your belt, get the first Brutalizer, get your tier in, and then start sieging with this lineup. Lulu typically can't do a whole lot when she's standing so far back and you're just shooting her with arrows.
Keeping my eye on TBQ here. He actually just got the Raptor buff as well. They had a ward in the brush when the ward over the wall from Score was placed. He can go use his Raptor buff to clear it out, but he's just sneaking in for a lane gank. Score, meanwhile, has his eyes set on mid, trying to target this Varus. Can get a summoner spell, at least out of Godvi.
Oh, perfect positioning. Oh, wait, flash forward!
Flash by Godvi, yeah, flashes the wrong way, it seems, and there's the first blood picked up. 2 summoner spells down for Godvi, first kill in for Nagne.
You cannot afford to make these mistakes when you're running the composition that relies so much on your mid game.
Plus, that was both bump summoners burn. So not only did he flash into the middle of the lane because of the good positioning from Score getting behind him there, but he blew his ghost and he died in the end anyway. There's still a flash here on Nagne. He can go in, turn you into a cupcake, and Score can repeat.
And just a very easy and simple gank for Score here on the Gragas. There was no vision around the mid lane really to spot him. Walks in, even a safe gank had TPQ been nearby, they would still have gotten so much damage on Godvi at first, they would have been okay. And great start for him. He was really on fire together with Peekaboo yesterday.
Yep. Good stuff, man. Score doing great things for his team. Peekaboo just keeping the lane afloat as much as this push is happening. Very good mechanics by Arrow and Peekaboo, keeping all the CS in that bot lane. They're basically identical.
Yeah, luckily for Godvi, you know, he's got his tier on Varus, so now he basically sits under his turret and can CS still all the way up to the middle of the lane, firing off arrows.
It's such a funny item for Varus because normally, you know, having tier, when you didn't fully stack it, you get that big spike in damage and it's awesome. It never really mattered for him too much because he auto-attacks so little when it comes to these fights. Instead, for him, it's just about getting that mana regen and getting the armor penetration in. It's always been key. So him falling behind is a big deal, obviously, because he also will stack just the tier itself very slow. He has to upgrade it first, so he gets a bit more from the auto-attack when it comes to getting mana back.
Yeah, plus because his poke comes from the Q, the normal ability, he levels it up much quicker than something like an AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane, and can max it out by level 9.
Oh, Someday finds TBQ, jumps down a few spiderlings, stun comes back, and he's gonna run. Oh, good flash.
I like this play though. You know he's going to flash it, but it's an ulti traded for a summoner spell. Always worth it here from Sunday, just forcing that, even at backup coming, so New could go completely aggressive.
Yeah, and Sunday's the guy who got ganked. He lost his flash 4 minutes ago from a gank by TBQ, who has not come back down there. Someday is doing pretty much just fine minion farm-wise, and looks like he's no worse for the wear at all.
Yeah, plus look at the deep wards that they got during that. Score goes in also. So deep wards here from KT. The early Sightstone picked up, whereas Elise, TBQ, went for the Amp Tome, trying to get to his jungle item completion first.
Yeah, going for Runeglaive really wanted to show It's about early mid-game for him. He needs the extra damage. Can even go for more magic penetration with his boots if you want to. We have seen it a few times. Obviously makes you very squishy in these fights, but LGD knows that if they start getting to these late game fights anyway, TPQ will not be much of a tank. He has to get rolling early game with the team. So far, small CS lead in the bottom lane. Same for top. We saw before here, Acorn was staying in lane and getting some farm, but Arrow is doing his best to keep up.
Well, Imp had the luxury of recalling when he wanted to, so the BF Sword Sivir gonna do fairly well and has some bonus potions as well. We'll see how good the harass ends up being there. Good spell shields.
Yeah, and this is the point you really hate as a Sivir. Once you start hitting level 6, your ulti is not very useful when it comes to trading back and forth, and instead Arrow can just keep firing these long-range ultis in his face, and Sheen as well makes it very good even against a BF Sword target when it just comes to the quick trade.
Yeah, the W active auto attack in itself is a very big win there for Kog'Maw, but PYL so threatening right now, not allowing them to move up, and Imp retains control of the minion wave.
The hook on Peekaboo. Problem is Braum is actually very good in a Sivir. His shield actually stops her W from bouncing, and it kills the back half of the Q. So Peekaboo, even though all these hooks come in from PYL, and he's landed a ton of them, Imp is not a champion that can actually do a lot of damage back to the Braum.
He's playing so aggressively, though. Imp continually shoving this wave in, not giving them any time to try and go for trades in the lane. And LGD, they just continue to push up here to retain control.
And that's what they can do for now. It's so hard to pull off a gang for TPQ because we have the double sight, or we have the side stone early from score to get a lot of vision down. So what LGD can do is to say, you know, we're going to wait instead. We don't have to win the game now before 10 minutes. We know we have a big spike in the mid lane with the Varus. Sivir, once she starts really being able to fast push waves with some attack speed under her belt, that's really what they're going to wait for before we see them go super aggressive. For now, just push the lanes, chip down these towers slowly but surely, because then you get them a nice engage.
Arrow stood still, just tanked a hook, and now Peekaboo's going to come back in, but here's the teleport coming in, a flank as well, and there comes Someday, the two-man knockup, and actually Arrow's still all right on this one. Acorn's TP didn't mean much, his ulti burned for nothing. Luluwalt going to try to make it happen, the knockback!
Score!
Oh, man.
LGD, though, making that aggressive teleport with Acorn is so risky. You're against double TP on the side of KT.
Yeah, and I wanted to cut in there too because Score had made his way all the way down the lane. So Arrow was baiting right there by standing still under the turret, and they had the trap set.
And that's the thing for LGD. You do not have to pull the trigger pre-10 minutes. Wait for your composition to kick in, then start taking down towers. By slowly chipping down outer turrets, that rotation you can do where you just get 2 or 3 of them and suddenly a massive chunk of gold is going to be very simple to pull off once they start landing some poke that really hurts.
It's really unfortunate for LGD that that last auto attack did score the killing blow as well. Kog'Maw needs that kill. Now he's going to get off to a good start. They can have an earlier Trinity Force for him and get to grouping.
Oh, that's a good ult for Godvi. Nagne Force to take some aggro, and he's going to be fine. Chuck with 300 health, but not in
it's
that
good
much
though.
danger.
It's good from Godvi. Again, he slowly gets to hit this mid lane tower. Build it up for this 15-minute, 16-minute mark, and then we start seeing the domino effect where 3 towers just drop, boom, 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 and suddenly LGD gets the goal lead from it. And that's what they need to then get the map control later on. For now, just continue doing what you're doing on the side of LGD. No fights though.
That big hiccup though down bottom lane.
Might be more in the bottom. Like, this matchup is so bad for him.
No! Goes down. Good stun, good everything. Great pickup by KT Rolster. It's getting worse and worse now.
Pays for the constant pushing there. And Peekaboo plus Arrow able to combine and kill him again.
Imp right now with flashbacks to Season 3. Sitting and underperforming with his team, of course.
Yeah.
Dropped out of the group stages. Nobody expected it.
The Lantern used pretty early there as well, not even picked up, and they couldn't gain the distance.
Yeah, it was dropped for the shield, and then, yeah, Imp grabbed it without even getting any distance. Yeah, just unfortunate there. Acorn in a battle with Someday, but Someday's winning this battle pretty hard. Merc Treads versus a Chain Vest, that's not really close.
No, Acorn is built to join his team, where Someday can just take these trades so effective with all the armor.
Yeah, the slow burn of the Bombing Cinder not to be underestimated. That's
true.
what Malphite does. He wears you down.
And it just seems like it's a metaphor for the rest of the game. LGD as a team are getting worn down. A death to their mid laner, 2 deaths to their AD carry. Kills spread across to some of the best sources possible. Good Lantern. And of course, interesting for Imp, he wants to spell shield these Kog'Maw ultimates to get some free mana, but that leaves windows where Peekaboo knows there's no way to stop Glacial Fissure or even just a simple Winter's Bite Q.
Once again, though, LGD, they're so far up in the lane. They're drawing so much jungle attention. Score comes down yet again through the lane. They might make another play here if Peekaboo is able to land.
They should know better.
LGD has just been too eager, really, to pull the trigger in this one, especially that Acorn teleport down to the bottom lane earlier. Like, those are the kind of plays you can't afford to make when you're waiting for specific timings with your champions, because then you simply give KT the opening to start picking up early kills, and it only gets worse when it comes to the scaling we see. Godwy can continue to get some good damage on mid tower. That is the key thing, and now we see TBU come in. So again, it will slowly chip down, and then you can make the play where you're sending 2 or 3 guys and take it, and that's what you need to get the goal lead.
Nicely done right there. They timed the roam actually off of the blue buff being taken by Nagne.
But again, because how bad that misstep down bottom was for LGD, even taking down the turret, they don't have the gold lead.
Maybe they can claw their way back in. It's certainly going to be a hard one, though. Score says, hello, that's going to be my scuttle. Unless Godby can stop that. Nope, not quite. Stun's coming through. Good damage. Score wants it anyway. They knock in TBQ. In comes Braum, and out goes LGD. That's going to be the kill. Wild Growth to secure it all. Godby's going to run. The knockup's going to hit him, but no one else wanted to chase there. Control for KT rolls.
The early game skirmishing here from KT, just coming out on top over and over again. Plus, the tower gold still standing here. If they can gain this much control just by continually killing LGD, they'll easily be able to take it back.
Look at the little trap here being set up from Someday, waiting for Godry to return to the lane and push it out, realizing though it's going to take a little bit too long and will just walk back to the top side, but he was looking for the opening and the easy dive on the Varus.
Plus, KT, every time they get a kill, look, they have multiple members going deep into LGD jungle. They have wards deep on both sides of the jungle. Every move from TBQ will be seen. Never mind, the ward around Raptors just times out, so they won't see him on the bottom side of the map. But because they saw
4 basic camps still have wards on.
They know, because they just killed him, sent him back to base, and they have wards on the other side. There's one place he could be farming.
What we're going to see now, though, is that Varus can continue to just instant push the wave. The thing about Lulu, yeah, her wave clear is fine, but when she little lines through the wave, she doesn't one-shot it.
Nope.
So she needs a bit of extra time to really clear it. Godby has less cooldown for himself, especially once he gets the cooldown reduction boots, and then he can instant push the wave. That applies pressure on the side lanes because he can roam first. And that means they suddenly can keep pushing on the bottom side and slowly, again, take down this tower. They need it, and then they have to rotate to the top side and get the last outer turret.
Yeah, LGD going to prep a play down on the bottom side. There are plenty of wards for Acorn to teleport in. He would really like to get that level 11 first.
And that is a good point. Because because Nagne is sitting with teleport, even if Varus can roam first, Nagne can always join in. So we almost have a situation where LGD needs to find a way to blow one of these teleports before they want to go for any of the aggressive plays. You can see Godfrey is constantly moving away from his lane. He pushes out and then he leaves because he knows Nagne and Someday can be in the bottom side in no time, and he has to be close by for 5 versus 5.
This is what it looks like when a Malphite wins lane, by the way.
Yeah.
He just slowly wears you down. He takes the turret, first to level 11.
Uh-oh, it might get more dangerous. Imp loses a lot of health here. Be careful. Stun's going to land onto a minion. TBQ cannot hit the right target. PYL going to be the first casualty. And a beautiful explosive cast means Elise will be next on the table.
And that's only one of the teleports. They can get a turret after this. They can even get Dragon after that.
Wow.
KT Arrows taking control.
LGG is falling apart completely. Too many mistakes in the early game. Too many poorly picked fights. Easy gank in the middle and Godby coming in.
This is going to be a high armor Malphite. He just now lost the passive shield. 3 turret shots in. Not even difficult. A teleport for Acorn,
useless
but why?
Teleport, even going to cost him his life.
Useful for KT. They get his ulti. Now he's going to fight Arrow. It's going to be close. Arrow goes down, and finally LGD get a kill, but
another another turret is going to go down after that. KT, as we said, they're easily going to be able to take down these outer turrets. Up, too little life.
And KT Rolster is manhandling this game.
Now maybe not that easy.
3,500 gold lead, 8 kills to 1. it's worth pointing out the farm is still staying equal to maybe even a slight LGD advantage. Like, all of the gold lead is just these kills. And LGD still trying to push in for this dragon as well.
And it did, yeah, okay.
Again, knowing you have double teleport, KT can go for these plays.
Yeah, I mean, Imp just gets destroyed in the trade down bottom, so even if every member is accounted for, KT would still come out on top, so big move from them down bottom, as you know. But it's not even just the gold. Again, as we went over in Champ Select, KT looking really, really good just from the beginning stages. And now they're going to make another play on Imp. There's no turret this time.
Some backup though. Yeah. TBQ's on the bottom side as well. He got his Elise first pick. That was the entire bait from KT, saying, we know you want that for your jungler. Ends up giving that Juggernaut composition, which would do well against the Mordekaiser. So just overall, super smart pick and ban phase.
TBQ has so far collectively 0-9 and 1 in the World Championship so far. We wondered what it would be like for him, and so far it's been really pretty miserable for the man.
Honestly, I thought people were being a little too harsh on him at first, but
goodbye.
Yeah.
Suddenly everyone's in the mid lane. Even some days roaming around. Top lane is alone right now. It's going to be pushed in by Acorns, Hecarim, but KT are just taking everything down. Now all three outer turrets are gone. Now Imp gets found as well. Can't dodge much of this one. Does do a nice flash over the wall. That's about as long as he could have gotten it.
And right now, we're 19 minutes in. Someday has 256 armor against a physical mid laner. Physical, of course, AD carry. I say, of course, now Mordekaiser could have been the AP1, but and also a physical top laner. This guy is unkillable.
Yeah. Even, like, the only magic damage they have is TBQ, and someday we'll crush him like the spider that he is.
Just pull the legs off one at a time. TBQ did at least go Rune Glaive, so, you know, he's got some extra ability power.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find the
one-shot that mouth parts.
I mean, glaring, yeah, definitely the glaring weakness for LGD here is TBQ, whether it's from the in-game play or trying to compensate for him in Champions.
Sure, that's a big deal here. Maybe them feeling forced to first pick that and not go for the Lulu if they wanted it. But we saw Lulu from them yesterday not doing a whole lot either for LGD as a team. So, like, this game, I agree, TBQ is a weakness, but to me, I'm looking at the entire team here.
Yeah.
Because the bottom lane fight and so on was not really anything TBQ could change. Like, that was the team taking a bait, basically, TPing in super aggressive, and then realizing, oh, we can double teleport and just get him punished for it. Give up more early kills.
Yeah, very true.
We just have to look at the entire lineup, and so far, they're not showing up.
No, LGD right now are the biggest disappointment of the tournament. They have
the inverse stake.
Yeah. LGD is vegetarian. Team all herbivores, and not all as well here for this team.
Well, KT, they've got a very clear path here to close this out. Watch as their ward line continues to encroach on LGD territory here. They're working it in. LGD are doing their best to try and defend it, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah.
Someday, he just won't stop.
No.
Continuing to wear Acorn down. There's not much Acorn can do except focus on the minion wave.
All three lanes just getting pushed in, and it's just a matter of time before KT puts the focus on Baron.
Exactly.
Plays a few pink wards around and says to LGD, either you come face shakers into a fight you're never going to win, or you just let us take the Baron, and then pushing 1-3-1 becomes so much more effective.
Ooh! Couple of flashes traded, but otherwise, all is well. It's just the normal KT style. This looks somewhat similar to how they won up against TSM just a few days ago. It's methodical and smart, and one at a time they knock down objectives. And when KT wins games, there are not many kills. And you can see here, 0.5 kills per minute. Underneath that, actually, definitely low.
I really want to see with LGD the team communication is like, because there's so many small moves in the early game between all the teams, and every single early game we've seen there, small miscommunication can make or break almost your entire early game. If a member is positioned wrong, if he teleported in on the wrong time, or maybe the team were calling for Akon to not join in and he did anyway. We don't know what's going on with the team. We know, of course, there has been some problems in the past because they have Koreans, they have Chinese players.
Yeah.
And it's something we see more and more from these Chinese teams now, that they have these mixed rosters. It looks like there are some miscommunication happening in the early game.
Yeah. Oh, KT Rolster, again, I mentioned par for the course. They're, throughout the season, in wins, KT Rolster, there's 0.59 kills per minute. We're even below that here. And KT playing such a controlled style. Of all the teams we could measure, they were the least bloody of the teams here at Worlds.
I mean,
but this is KT. This is what they do.
Yeah,
they take control of the map.
Someday is like, there's no way you're taking this guy down. Nope. He's got nothing to worry about. There's not a Last Whisper in sight. Well, there is one in sight. I see one right now. Godby's got one, but that's not gonna be enough.
The long-range knockup.
Yeah.
Godby implodes.
Godby will have his Last Whisper, but again, he's never going to sit an auto attack the Malphite. He can maybe land a Q or two, and that's about it. Someday, just as an update, is currently sitting on 338 armor now. And I don't think he's going to stop here. Well, what about a Thornmail? Why not?
Yeah, you know what? That sounds fun. Got a cloth armor right now. Even go hardcore for like Deadban's play it afterwards. Just keep adding pieces to the puzzle.
Funnily enough, I always debate the last item. Uh-oh, here we go.
Godby knocked against the cliff. He's got nowhere to go. Good damage on a Nagne. I mean, they can get some hits across, but the problem is they die too fast because of the Malphite dives. 5-0-1 Nagne, actually a big kill leader here.
And that's, you know, look at how deep this vision is for KT. You step out of line, even this LG side of the jungle is not their own. Here comes the answer of a defensive teleport.
Yeah, TBQ lands a flash stun and says, you know, let's go for this one. In comes Acorn, and they're like, wait, why do we even do this? Has to ulti away. Someday's still chilled in the front lines. And wow, everyone's airborne like they love vitamin C. And down goes the turret, down goes the champions. KT going for the win on this one.
And Someday, you can tell, no fear in his heart. As soon as he gets in there, immediately stop the Hecarim and then move forward. They're not afraid at all. Even before he tries to use a Hecarim ult to escape, Someday's already attacking the back line. This is going to be an inhibitor turret. They're inside the base.
Pickaboo's really low. Godby's trying to look. Oh no!
Oh, I shit the wrong way.
He tried to run and let go of Q too late. Not like it matters for too much here. Inhibitor's going to be taken out easily. Oh my gosh, has to flash away, still goes down. This is catastrophic now for LGD.
What a route here from KT.
And we keep seeing these compositions with double teleport. Once they get that lead, the map control is just insane. Whenever LGD is trying to make a flashy play just to come back, double TP happens. Yep. Everyone is there suddenly for KT, and it's just so easy for them to turn it around. Double frozen hard.
Snowbally.
You have everything you need on the side of KT.
0-5-0 Godby in the mid lane on that last pick, Varus.
We see it here. Double TP happens. So like TPQ has to go for something. They need to try and catch out a target if they want to get back in the game.
And look at Someday. Okay, I stopped you. My eyes are for the prize. Yeah. Looking for kills now.
I got 350 armor right now. Imp is basically healing me every time he hits me, and massive knock-up. The rest of the team can just follow up, clean up. It's also fantastic being the AD carry, and this team just looking at your front line, doing all the work. You just have to be like last hitting a little bit, right-click, and get a few more kills.
And this, by the way, we looked at LGD's Kog'Maw game from earlier. It's okay to play a bunch of offensive champions with a Kog'Maw, because you create so much havoc, you get the freedom to hit whatever you want. You don't have to worry about being peeled for. This is like what LGD wanted in their game yesterday.
Yeah, big difference was that what Origin did against LGD was they stacked a lot of late game damage and mixed damage as well. We had a Kalista, and then we had, of course, a lot of magic damage from both Vladimir and Orianna. So there were so many threats to kill this single target main damage dealer. In this case, it's Arrow on the side of KT. LGD did almost the opposite. They're like, okay, so we know you have now a Juggernaut composition. We're going to try and run some poke and see if we can maybe get some towers early game and get the game rolling. But also the Hecarim pick coming in just meant that it was so easy for KT to stack a bunch of armor against it and say there's no threat now against our front line or our back line.
You can see the value of counterpicking at the very end here for Someday. The Malphite, no threat of a Vladimir coming through after
look at that
pick of the game.
Get the passive down, that's it.
Even with the static shift hitting, he did 10% max health. PYL now down to 800. More attacks in, forced to flash away, but Nagne is going to whimsy and say, no, I really want this one. Poked around, though. Here comes the team. Someday to the front line is already... There's the ulti in, locks up 2. And here comes the push, the knock-up again on a Godby. So much is happening. The health bar is getting so low. The shutdown actually happens. Whoa! An overcommit from KT, and it does mean the 2 kills come back through.
That is something, but it's just a drop in the bucket here for LGD.
Yeah.
A little bit of quick cash. And even so, it's just a trade even 2 for 2. They still have no control over the map, and it's going to be hard for them to get it back.
Yeah, we knew Malphite was going to die someday, but looks like it happened right now.
Thought you were against name puns there.
Yeah, I recanted once I realized that there's way too many of them available. Either way, though, I mean, this is rough. 17-3 in kills. KT Rolster have knocked the inhibitor down, but this inhib's going to respawn soon-ish, and Imp's getting a ton of farm back. But an 11,000 gold lead is still what has to be made up for.
And now we talked about the pick and ban phase just before here. I think today we have seen how teams, by not just banning the 3 top-tier picks in Mordekaiser, Lulu, and Gangplank, are starting to really make Red Side look a lot stronger. Because on day 1, Blue Side was 6-0.
The manipulation from Red Side.
Exactly. There's so many small mind games you make, being like, oh, so here's this Elise pick you really want, but there's also these 2 top-tier picks. So if you pick one of them, we're going to have something ready for it. So we're starting to see teams now not be afraid of leaving the top-tier picks open, like on day 1, where it was always like Elise first pick, and then you had a disadvantage from there.
That's fair enough. It does not account for the later stages of the draft phase from LGD.
That is very true. Definitely been some mistakes as well.
So yeah, we don't attribute this whole setup to side selection.
No, but
Baron going to go down pretty easily, though.
LGD have had 2 very bad champion selects in a row now, so that is something that definitely needs to be shored up. Acorn, I know, is one of the voices in that one. In fact, for a time, he was the actual coach of the team and literally just like led all those phases, but right now he's not having a positive impact with this.
Obviously lost their coach, but he was only the coach for like 2 weeks for LGD, like in playoffs, and POL even went out and said it was the analyst who was doing most of their work anyhow, so they didn't really care about losing the coach too much coming into the World Championship. He's obviously now the analyst, or former analyst, is now the head coach of the team. Seen some problems though for them when it comes to draft and composition.
Yeah, they got, with all the changes, I mean, the thing is, they actually played games. No, they didn't play in 5-16, because they didn't play in the regional. And here we go, into the base. The second inhibitor, the top inhibitor, being laid bare. KT slowly going to work this one down. TBQ can only throw a cocoon. There's the flash engage. They caught him. He's going to flash out himself, but Someday is going to return on this one. The chain of corruption comes across, but already 2 kills. Now 3 kills picked up. Acorn jumps in, tries to pick up a little bit of something. Score will go down, but only the 1 kill. There's the A's. KT Rolster should be closing it out now. It only took him 31 minutes. KT 2-0 to start out their World Championship.
Dominating victory as well for them.
The champ selects, we had a lot of questions.
Yeah.
With what LGD were drafting, how little time they really had to win this game, and how specifically they had to play it. And just too many mistakes from the start allowed LGD to...
I mean, plus the in-game play there, we had the Varus die, pop both of the summoners very early, really far up in the lane against a Gragas. Meanwhile, the bottom play, you know, goes without mentioning, you know, how badly that turned around for them.
Unfortunate things here for LGD. But KT Rolster, of course, they have a very well-deserved bow here.
It opens up this group that people were referring to as the group of death so wide, because even when everyone was mentioning group of death, the most probable to be on the top for everyone was still LGD.
Yeah.
And they started out 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, LGD was the obvious #1. You can see Imp not happy with how the game exactly went, but LGD was the obvious #1, and it was, okay, it's probably KT Rolster versus Origin fighting for #2. Well, now it's probably KT Rolster and Origin fighting for #1.
For now, at least.
And of course, we will see TSM face Origin that very next game. And the thing is, TSM made that KT game a lot closer than LGD did. As far as looking at single games and power ranking off that, TSM looked better than that.
Picks and bans between Origin and TSM. TF taken off the table right away by Origin, not wanting to let Bjergsen get his hands on that.
Yeah, they really don't want Bjergsen to be able to take over the map in their game yesterday, Bjergsen was up, or 2 days, yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. Over 50
What day
CS.
is it?
Where are we?
Bjergsen was up over 50 CS on Nagne, and we saw just before the game the 700 damage per minute was about second highest of all mid laners at World. So he was the lone strong performer on TSM, at least in the laning phase. He made some mistakes in team fights.
I do think what helped Origin a lot in their match was just some single target heavy CC or just some easy to plant CC. Think of the Annie being Kalista ulted outwards and inwards again, then the Tibbers coming up. If TSM takes note of that and denies it or has a counter ready to that, maybe a Black Shield, think of just playing around that element of hard engage, then Origin could fall into troubles, because we've seen them be hesitant in the European summer split already, especially in the earlier stages when they were just, didn't all come together when they were behind. They were very poor playing from behind, so TSM, if they can get some of that hard CC themselves and get ahead, that could be the opening.
Now we've got the Mordekaiser band back to normal on the red side. Fiora added to that as well, and that first pick might be the Kalista.
It was so effective for Niels in their match against LGD, not only from a KDA perspective, but also from his ability to enable Mithy to position aggressively and make strong initiations. That entire quadra kill from Peke was really set up from Niels and Mithy playing so well together. Peke used a shockwave on 4 stunned targets.
They kind of corralled everybody up and made that shockwave really do work.
Kalista, the strength of, not only does she trade well in the lane, but one of their main strengths is just that she changed the entire dynamic of the support role, being that you can play beyond aggressive and have the opportunity to get pulled backward. Your flash becomes solely an aggressive tool too, because you can always get Fate's Call out, so you play with such high mobility in these fights, and just to add another element of raw cooldown, and we've seen that well so far, you need some element of that, just some lockdown to really start winning these fights in your favor.
Yeah, it's impossible to lock down a support when Kalista can just pull them out. Darius locked in, along with that Elise. Now, Darius hasn't exactly performed as well as people expected. What do you think about Darius taking it this time?
I think this is going to be incredibly hard for me.
I think this is the best time Darius could be picked for you, Krep.
Yeah.
You have trouble saying Darius or Darius now, it's always correct.
TSM's top laner.
Mistakes.
But yeah, we've seen in this tournament, initially we came in and the pick Darius just got revealed very early in Champions League, but has consistently been countered. Whether he got kited by a Gnar, whether we have Marins Renekton into it. So early picking this top lane has been punished a little bit in the tournament. I do agree with the Elise pick though. Early jungler is strong, necessary.
Yeah, we're all talking in the caster room how Darius definitely hasn't had a good showing here at Worlds. Teams are picking him early in pick priority, but then they're not giving him game priority.
Yeah.
They're not helping his lane. They're not even sometimes picking early game junglers with him. If TSM wants this pick to work for Darius, they have to do the unthinkable, actually camp for Darius' lane instead of somewhere else. They did it a little bit in the regular season, but it is by no means their primary strategy.
And especially don't do Dragon in a Western-style lane swap. It puts you so far behind. It was one of the main reasons we saw Darius fall behind earlier today when he was picked too. You can't do that, especially against Marin on Renekton. If you have one of these close matchups, just going to lose it that way.
It's definitely seen it. So Braum, Lulu locked in for Origin. They got the Lulu.
Yeah. And they got to wait on it a fair bit, too. We have been seeing Lulu making it through into more and more in these pick ban phases, and we've seen it lose a couple of times, so it's obviously not without weaknesses. In particular, though, against Darius, a champion who is already lacking in his ability to stick and initiate on targets, the Lulu becomes even more valuable. This is looking like an early outdraft from Origin, unless TSM can pull some tricks later.
I mean, at the end of the day, Darius has what I like to call Volibear syndrome, where no matter what happens, he still has to run at somebody to engage. He can't really, unless he has flash, he can't like dash in or anything like that. Yeah, he's got a little bit of range with the E, but he's so easy to stop if you see him coming.
Now the question is, where is that Lulu going? Because Soaz actually plays a fantastic Lulu top lane, and that would mean that Expected can play a secondary carry. We've seen a lot of what they call one carry compositions for a lot of Lulu compositions, and I'm not the biggest fan for that, so I hope Origin pick up a secondary carry alongside of that, especially since the tank presence is already fulfilled from Mithy on that Braum.
Bjergsen locking in that Alistar for Lustboy, and it looks like it will be Tristana for Wild Turtle. So they've got that late game hyper carry. They've got some engage for Lustboy now. These are ways to get Darius involved. So as Origin, your last 2 picks are coming in. What do you do now that you've seen 4 out of 5 of the champions on the other side?
Well, we get to see what type of early game tempo Origin wants to play with their jungle pick, and we also get to see where this Lulu flexes to. Ultimately, it'll decide whether they're playing more of a protect more of a protect Niels composition with the Lulu mid, or really just what type of
baby.
They actually did it?
Blind pick Anivia
locked in.
What?
Misfortune? Yeah, sure, why not?
A lot of questions here, but blind pick Anivia is very, very, very bold.
Was Anivia ever played in the summer split in all of European LCS?
No, I don't
Faker played it in spring in Korea.
She has certain strengths, but she has a lot of innate weaknesses, mostly due to the high amount of mana cost she has on on her basic spells already. Her ultimate also means, yeah, she can wave clear very easy, but Anivia very often wave clears second in the mid lane. This also means that Lulu is going top lane, so this will be a very Niels-oriented composition. He has to carry.
Also, it's actually just another thing within their composition that's good against Darius.
Yeah, true.
You think long ago, back in the first season of League of Legends, Anivia was probably the most OP mid laner in the game.
Yep.
And a lot of that was because so many of the champions that have dashes and the mobility creep people talk about in League of Legends over the last 4 years
came later.
So Anivia, when people didn't have dashes, dominated the battlefield because the wall literally cut off so many people. At this time, the solo laners of TSM can actually get completely destroyed by the Anivia wall.
There's a lot of answers here for the Darius pick, but overall, it may be just too tunnel vision to deny that top laner because Anivia still in that matchup in mid lane. It's going to be very tricky.
Who blind picks Anivia?
I don't know. XPeke does, apparently. Origin does, and they won it against LGD. They weren't using Anivia. They were using Orianna. A little bit more common. But this game is going to be amazing, man.
Yeah, I've been talking to Froggen a lot about multiple build paths here, so definitely going to keep my eye on what XPeke is running. Teleport does help a lot of the weaknesses that she had traditionally in lane, especially also now that a lot of less people are running Ignite against her, so she doesn't really get all in. Her egg doesn't get procced that easily. But the first 2 or 3 stuns that you cast in lane, at least one of them has to connect if you want any semblance of lane control. Otherwise, Victor will continuously push you in and out trade eventually.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like we are ready to get onto the Rift, guys. Origin versus TSM. Of course, get on Twitter, hashtag who you want to win. If you think it's going to be Origin, hashtag OG win. And if you think it's going to be TSM, hashtag TSM win. Coach is shaking hands, and I'm ready to get into this game, guys. Anivia, we have seen so many crazy picks already, and we're only 3 days into this thing.
Yeah, just got no 18th and unique mid laner pick so far at Worlds. We came into it patch 5.14. Victor is here, Victor is here, Victor is here. Now we've seen 18 different mid laners already, and we're only here at day 3 at Worlds.
Yeah, before this day even started, there were 49 unique picked or banned champions at Worlds. It's extended today. I wonder how high we'll get at this World Championship as the meta maybe starts to formulate into something more solid.
It could be one of the most diverse Worlds we've ever seen.
Yep. Let's see who wins this one. Go to @LLEsports.com, hashtag OG win. If you think they're going to win, hashtag TSM win. If you think TSM's going to take this one, let's get into game.
That's right. It's time to get on to Summoner's Rift, guys. Origin versus TSM. TSM and Origin both with a lot to prove here. TSM wanting to prove they can be relevant in this tournament. Origin wanting to prove that their win over LGD was not a fluke. I think the win KT just had may give a little bit more credence to that, but Origin still needs a win here to cement it.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that this group has 2 2-0 teams and 2 0-2 games at the end of this one.
Very true.
Incredibly interested to see what XPeke is going to build here. The old Anivia build relied very heavy on tier because you just need that much mana. Froggen recently, Anivia King obviously has been playing a more Rod of Ages into magic penetration build with the Andres, but we'll see that. We're seeing another 5-man invade, a lot of invades so far in this tournament.
Yeah, we saw a pluritude of level 1 kills yesterday, but it's calmed down a little bit today.
I didn't get to cast any of those games. Oh well,
you jinxed it. Now we're not going to see any level 1 kills.
I guess so. I am the anti-level 1 fight caster, apparently.
As far as this goes, though, these are very standard wards placed by Origin, and they were spotted when going into the side of the jungle, and they actually left no backside wards to track specifically what TSM would have done on the other side. So TSM actually had a lot of different options, but they chose to mirror. Now, they are the only ones who know that this was a true mirror. Origin still has to slightly guess.
Dividing the map in half here, standard lane swap coming out. I do like what Rek'Sai brings to the table as a jungler, what we saw earlier in the way SKT played it. Just very high tempo, easy to get back into the game, never really have any downtime. Continuously adding pressure, and we need that, especially with a rather passive mid lane pick like XPeke here on the Anivia.
I can't wait to see what XPeke can do on this Anivia. This is going to be very interesting to say the least. And Bjergsen, I mean, you got to think that not a lot of people have been practicing against Anivia lately. I mean, we've seen Veigar blindside people in this tournament. Now Anivia doing it, trying to get the stun. He gets it onto Bjergsen. If he comes in, can they land the stun? Bjergsen may need to flash here. Will he do it? No, doesn't lose quite enough health, but that was close.
So a really interesting choice there by Bjergsen to blow his heal so early because he was expecting the Ignite to come in. Actually, by the time Bjergsen blew his heal, I think it was a wasted Ignite by Mithy on that gank. It could have been a very easy one summoner spell for no summoner spell gank.
It is a waste, but when is Mythy really going to use his Ignite again in this lane swap? Remember, the map is going to get divided. If they dive Darius, maybe, but what player really wants to go defend that tower? Why would Darius actually go to the top lane here?
You asked the same question, but it happened yesterday. Like, there's absolutely a possibility. You need to be able to threaten the dive against the top laner in the lane swap scenario.
Yeah, I think he'll die 1v3 though anyway. So yesterday, the reason Darius actually died a lot of times in these lane swaps is because Lost Boy just wasn't on point with his back timings. That's why we saw a lot of miscommunication on TSM side. So if Darius really wants to get into this lane, and he has the risk of getting dove, he may need Lost Boy support.
We see a lot of pressure coming in from Wild Turtle and Lustboy on this bottom tier 1 turret. Same goes for the top lane. Still have that mirrored lane swap here. Who do you think is going to get the first turret?
Yeah, well, as of now, the team with Trist, TSM, has the tempo advantage on at least the turret pushing, but obviously they're roaming 4 people up here. Whether or not the Ignite is there, because there's no support or jungler help for Darius, he has to completely fall away, and the turrets will both end up falling.
Yeah, and playing it a bit safer here. Speaking of safe, Peke is not that. Dodges a cocoon, flashes, has to burn that summoner, but at least he escapes the gank, and that's going to mean he's in a lot of danger here for a few minutes.
Yeah, I liked what Santorin did there because they had such an easy time on the turret down bottom with no wave opposition that he was either free to jungle or gank. He ends up getting the jungle and a nice little gank there to kind of even the summoner spell battle within the mid lane. Now Peke has no combat summoners left. Although an Anivia teleport technically can be a nice escape summoner if you use it during the egg.
I mean, at least, oh yeah, you can teleport during egg.
Yeah, you can teleport before you die.
Oh,
actually.
I see.
And then it will continue channeling as you become an egg, and it can get you to safety.
Forgive me for my lack of intricate Anivia knowledge.
Darius right now in the bot lane, and the wave is pushing towards him, so he'll safely get that farm, but we see Origin already commit more members to the bot lane. Perhaps they're looking for a dive. And again, Lustboy's on the other side of the map, so Darius will have to play very careful. Very often he's in these lanes 1v1, but they quickly turn into 2v1s, 3v1s, and very rarely does he get the backup from TSM, even though they picked that champion early for him. As Jad said, the game doesn't really revolve around him, so it's kind of a waste of a pick.
Speke maybe in a bit of danger here. Here comes Lustboy. He's got Santorin with him. Nice wall, though. Denied. That cow was corralled.
It's actually interesting. Many Anivia players don't skill wall up until level 8, I believe, because they just value the 2 points in Q for extra trading potential and wave clear. So Peke with an interesting adaptation. TSM may not have expected that even.
Well, I wonder if he took it after he had to use his flash, or if it was just something he was taking anyway for safety's sake.
Definitely the right approach.
Yeah, we'd have to go back and check. It would actually be a move that would be smart to take after he'd burned his flash level 3. I think Crepo's going to go back and check to see if that's actually what happened. But because of that wall, it could have very well saved his life. Lustboy had his flash, so flash, headbutt, pulverize into the damage that gank could have loaded in with it could have actually been the death of Peke. So really nice wall.
Oh, and right before the gank, he ended up skilling it.
Smart.
Great job
at Prophet.
Yep. I don't think it takes much of a profit to think that a flashless Anivia is going to get ganked in the lane. He does it either way. And so, we'll see if he can continue to stay alive. I mean, he was fairly low health, too, when that gank came in. So if he didn't have that wall, he would have almost certainly been dead. Santorin just taking that Rift Scuttler up towards the top of the map. And so far, pretty even game. TSM with a little bit of a gold lead because of that turret.
And we see it down in the bot lane as well. Juggernauts just generally don't do well into Lulu, and Lulu also enhances them. That's why she's been such a really big value of a pick here, to see how much CS can Darius acquire in this matchup, and most importantly, can he get even on experience. So Darius, on that champion, Darius, if he's slightly behind, that's still okay in these team fights if TSM can get that to happen. However, it's going to be incredibly hard to get to his targets if he gets kited by that Anivia.
Yeah, and we talk so much about the way these lane swaps work and how it's not just about the first turret, it's about what happens several minutes after the first turret goes down. So right now, TSM does have a 1 turret to 0 advantage because they prioritize the push more heavily on the Trist, and Origin actually prioritized a little bit onto Soaz. So now, even though the turrets are mismatched, there could be a growing advantage between the Lulu and the Darius, which is what Origin is banking on. They actually did a very similar thing against LGD yesterday in order to get Soaz's Vladimir ahead. We'll see if this pays off quite as well as it did yesterday.
Origin is also doing a fantastic job of just neutralizing Bjergsen because they ward left side of mid lane, ward right side of mid lane, then back up, at least support is there, jungle is there, and then expect to continuously push in Bjergsen. That's all he has to do.
Here's a gank in the mid lane. Bjergsen burns that flash right away, saves his heal, but needs to get around that wall. So that's 1 summoner down. Expect is going to have his flash back fairly soon. It's really been a duel of flash cooldowns here in the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of attention going mid. You never know how the lane swap is going to play out, but especially in a game with Bjergsen, you do expect more attention to the mid lane, and both teams are matching.
Need to try to keep him down for sure.
Pekka has the base right now. He's out of mana. Teleport is about to come up, so this is actually a rough point for him, sitting on tier with no mana, limited mana regeneration, and overall incredibly weak. If Anivia dives at any point during like the first 7 to 8 minutes, her build just gets slowed down so much. Pekka going with a very slow ramping build too, so to see if we can keep getting that CS, because it's incredibly hard to play this champion because you waste so much item gold on non-combat stats, really, on non-valuable all-in stats.
I really haven't been paying attention to the bottom lane, but I'm noticing now that the CS is actually +6 for Dyrus' Darius.
There's a massive wave coming towards SOAS though, so that may end up even being frozen. He may get zoned off later. He does have a comfortable experience lead here, level 6.
It'll end up being about 2 waves that crash in, so I wonder how TSM's going to play that, since that wave will have to be mopped up by Origin, and yes, it'll bounce it back, but that's actually a really surprising change of events, and TSM should rotate that for a Dragon. I wonder how Origin will respond, because Pekka is out of mana. He would need to base and get back for that.
Exactly. That wave being pushed in the bottom at the same time Pekka being out of mana could be a big tempo swing for TSM here, but the problem is Pekka does have teleport. So he can simply just base, get back, and full mana with Deer. Then he can contest these objectives incredibly easily.
TSM is actually sending Santorin as insurance. They're going to try and bounce this into the turret and maybe prevent the freeze. This is also actually working out as a pretty nice tempo edge for TSM, because they've gotten the turret and they haven't suffered any ill consequences of having that one turret advantage.
Yeah, they're taking care of Dyrus this time, and to be fair, you know, Dyrus didn't die in that early dive opportunity that we saw Origin have. He backed off right away. I think he learned from his mistakes yesterday, and things are going much better for TSM overall.
Origin, though, their composition is very, very mid-game focused. Like, Lulu requires some items. At least you need an Athenes to really get into play. And Nivea needs a couple items here. This is an early game carry, but due to the lane swap, she doesn't really get threatened by Tristana as much. BF Tristana can punish a Kalista. It's incredibly hard to punish a Kalista with just a pickaxe. So overall, Origin, I think they're very fine with this.
Wow, Santorin got it with his smite. The smite wasn't quite up on Amazing. This is an interesting rotation here. I don't think Origin quite expected that. They were probably expecting a Dragon rotation, but instead, TSM completely sends now 4 to 5 people up to the top quadrant of the map. They're looking for a turret snowball.
I think it's smart, because doing a Dragon this early in the game just slows you down so much, and TSM have the opportunity to punish some weaknesses in Origin's composition.
Oh, TSM, Dyrus, and Santorin coming up towards this top lane, tier 1. Niels and Mithy, they know what's up, though.
Origin also knows that they have 2 teleporters on their team. Peke just burned his teleport, so they can't support with the full collapse, and they actually have to give up their second turret of the game. Pings immediately go down onto TSM's bottom lane turret, but Dyrus can actually match with his teleport. TSM is doing a really good job rotating in this early game.
This is a much different TSM team than I feel like we saw in their first game of the tournament. These guys look much more crisp. The cohesion that we said wasn't there before is there now. It's a great start.
But we have to go back all the way to level 1 though. Origin divided the map in half, but didn't opt for the standard 4v0 push and then bounce the wave. They set themselves a tower behind voluntarily, but then they didn't manage to punish Dyrus at all. So overall, a questionable move here from Origin. TSM, yeah, they're punishing it well, but they left some openings in strategy too that just Origin didn't punish at all, and even can't punish because they have such a passive double AP early scaling composition that needs some time to ramp up.
As taking a bit of damage from Wild Turtle. He backs off in this lane. And Origin going for this Dragon. They need to get something objective-wise. And it doesn't look like TSM is in a position to stop them. So Origin at least able to get something here.
It's a smart call by Origin to go for the Dragon at this point. When TSM committed 4 people to the top lane, there is a recall timing window in which the Dragon is uncontestable, and Origin was able to take advantage of that window.
Yeah, so still a very tight game overall here, despite the TSM gold lead, despite the turret lead. Now the question is, you know, can TSM push this advantage? Can they get some more wards into their enemy jungle? Not a lot there right now.
This is the part of the game where Lostboy needs to synergize well with Santorin, move around the map, establish deep vision, and then TSM can continue what they've been doing in the early stages of the game, which is rotating. But that's exactly where we've seen TSM falter in the past.
That's the struggle, right?
It's part of the game where Origin has been so strong during the regular season, and especially yesterday. Mithy and Amazing, the jungle support synergy, is one of the greatest strengths of Origin. Rek'Sai and Braum are also a nice dynamic duo of roaming.
We talked about this with KT as well, too. The score Pickaboo combo worked very well against the Santorin Lustboy duo. So we will need to see more synergy from the jungle and support on TSM. Now's the moment where you push that lead.
I'm actually quite surprised that it has been no real gank opportunity for Santorin here. Anivia, very low mobility. which is trying to challenge these waves being pushed by Victor. So there could have been a couple of ganks, but Origen has been doing a great job just warding at least one flank at a time.
There are a lot of TSM players moving towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like they may want to try to catch Mithy and Niels, but amazing.
So wants his teleport.
So does Dyrus. This could be a brawl.
It could be. Here we go. Lustboy coming in, tries to go for knockup. Knocks amazing over, saving that pulverize. Bjergsen coming from the side as well. Santorin lands a cocoon onto Mithy, gets pulled out.
So
immediately a kill comes in for Bjergsen right off the bat. And now Origen on the run. TSM continuing to chase. First blood, though, going to Bjergsen, and that's huge.
That's going to be it. You can't chase into an Anivia, but good reaction here from TSM. They're the first team to move, and this is something we haven't really seen from TSM. They were, I believe, the only team coming into Worlds with a negative gold advantage at 10 minutes. So they're incredibly passive early game, just leaning back, letting the game happen. But we've seen an incredibly proactive TSM this game so far. Can they keep it up?
They've had pretty early game picks in this one with the Elise and the Trist for early turret pushing, but now they've kept Wild Turtle in the bottom lane with no turret to take, and they're trying to hold off this Origen counter in the mid lane. So far, though, TSM has been able to counter every one of Origen's moves.
Yeah, Victor control mage in the mid lane. If you normally have an AD whacking away at the tower, 2-3 seconds, that wave will be gone. So TSM defending their tower, still have one tower up. They traded that for a dragon, but all in all, in terms of pressure, tempo, just the swing of the game, TSM ahead.
Yep. Able to push those turrets, able to get the kill for Bjergsen. They've really gotten everything they wanted right now, except for that one dragon, but that's not that big of a deal right now.
Yeah, and just look at Expect's build. This is the slowest possible Anivia build out there. It's tier into Rod of Ages. Double scaling components, and that's why Origen is falling behind. TSM will need to punish around the 30-minute mark, because if you then let Anivia keep farming beyond that point, she becomes incredibly strong later on.
TSM does need to punish really hard here, because with that slow scaling Anivia build, as well as the fact that they have a Protect Kalista with Lulu in the top lane, a 1,500 gold lead, if that doesn't get snowballed and extended, means nothing to Origen as far as their ability to teamfight. Late game, the Darius is mostly useless against all the kiting tools that Origen has.
And TSM's Baron Vision around the 20 to 25-minute mark, that's going to be fundamental for them to win this game, because yeah, Origen, they can kite. You know, it's hard to run into a Lulu, hard to run into a Anivia, but contesting objectives, running into the dark with Anivia Lulu is actually very hard for Origen too. So if TSM can get their grasp on that barrier area, de-warded with a couple of pink wards, then Origen find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Origen right now looks like they want to take out this tier 1 up in top lane. They've got a nice big wave. They've got 4 people there. Can TSM stop them? I don't think they're going to try. They're just going to let this one go.
Nice turret take there by Origen. They're going to have to be able to answer that bottom lane push, because it's a huge wave that Darius has been stacking up there.
Yeah.
Although he has no clear vision within the jungle, and he's just going to have to back away.
Well, that's one thing I've noticed. TSM hasn't really been putting too many wards in Origen's jungle. There's 0 in the top part of the map, 1 in try in the bottom half of the map. Maybe Bjergsen's putting another one down now, but they really need to pay attention to that.
And that's, again, that jungle support synergy.
Yeah.
Very rarely do we see Santorin and Lustboy roam. So far, that was a good collapse on the bot lane, but that was the entire team working together. Really need to see Lustboy and Santorin communicate. Somebody make the move first, because deep vision is also valuable, because it provides you so much more.
Yeah, speaking of the vision game, Krepo and I were talking about trinket usage and the different combinations of trinkets you can put on a team. And TSM actually has a somewhat unique combination. They go upgraded yellow in the top lane, sweeper in the jungle, upgraded pink ward dropper in the mid lane for Bjergsen, and oftentimes scrying over turtle and a sweeper again for the jungle. So it's a nice little mix of vision as well as vision denial, and it kind of speaks to the fact that Bjergsen wants to be such a farming force, because he will ward for himself, just drop 1 pink ward there, doesn't have to invest in buying pink wards, and can instead focus on just building damage items.
Wow, and despite the early successes for TSM in this game, a lot of you guys out there thinking Origen's going to take it. I mean, after the win over LGD, can't say I blame you. This one's still pretty close.
I mean, LGD was slightly ahead at all times.
It was a close game
against Origen until that one crucial fight here, and Origen definitely have the tools to win that fight. One well-placed wall, knock up, you know, amazing going in, get some help from Soas, could definitely swing the tides in these fights. So TSM will need to make something happen, and step 1 is always pushing your lanes and invading the jungle for vision.
Yeah, the fact that Origen's been able to answer both of those turrets makes the gold very close here, and with the Rod of Ages now only 3 minutes stacked up, so not quite there. It doesn't matter, it's not too much of a difference. The zone control of the Anivia, if Origen can set up for dragons first, is immense.
I would like to see just Origen yield this dragon. There's no reason to contest it. You already have 1. The race to 5 is very far off, and you're still scaling. You're still buying time. Origen's composition peaks somewhere after 25 minutes. TSM could force a fight, but they need some sort of a flank. You can't engage through choke points, especially not in this Dragon area.
As of right now, though, Origin has the tempo advantage. Wild Turtle is off taking a minion wave, and they have the zone control of the Anivia wall that can't be walked through. It's a dragon. They didn't have to go for it, but if they're going to get it this easily, why not?
Origin gets the dragon. Lost Boy comes in. There's a knockabout. Mythy gets pulled out with the Fates Call right away. They could turn this one around. Expeke may need to flash here. He's got that dragon choke covered with the ultimate. Gets out with the flash.
I think Peke holding his flash there was very greedy because now he has to expend teleport to go mid because Soaz actually walked all the way down. Soaz could have been the wave clear in mid. Peke just immediately flashed over the wall. So a little bit of miscommunication and greedy on the summoners there for Origin.
I still think overall it's a really good call
play,
because
but
Origin
could have been better.
The dragon and doesn't lose a single turret.
Yeah, free objective, well not free, but unopposed objective really, that dragon and not losing any turrets for it. And now, I mean, this game is pretty even up. Expeke starting to come into some power. TSM's got to be starting to sweat a bit.
That's what you start doing here, nitpicking in these very, very low kill games because it's all about minor advantage, minor missteps from the opponent being punished, whether it's vision, you lose a jungle camp, you lose a blue buff, because obviously there's nobody going down, so positioning incredibly important here. And looking ahead, not only what you're doing now, but the next 1 minute, 2 minutes have to be mapped out by the shot callers.
All items coming in across the board for Team Origin. That Chalice done for Soaz for a little while now, and the needlessly large rod just picked up for Expeke. So just like we said, the power really starting to pop up now for this Anivia. And again, am I drawing too much attention to this? But when I look at the map right now, I feel like TSM should have a few more wards on Origin side. Am I overstating that, or am I right?
I think Origin have done a fantastic job predicting where the potential invade could come from TSM, and then it's hard for TSM to get in there. But TSM should be able to move around quicker around the map and then find an opening somewhere. And once you get that first line of vision down, you can add some more vision to it later.
Another reason that TSM doesn't have very deep warding is because the lanes of Origin have been consistently pushing. The wave management has been strong. The whole reason that Origin was able to get that dragon was because the tempo was in their favor. The bottom lane was pushed up, it pulled Wild Turtle to push, and because of all that, TSM can never invade to get deeper wards.
And we see Origin actually taking that mid turret. That's going to give them a tiny gold lead for the first time.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on Amazing too. He never has to spend any time in base, just keep bases, uses the ultimate on Rek'Sai, and every time TSM is ready to walk into Origin's jungle, Amazing is blocking that path because they don't have any deep vision already established. They don't know who's exactly behind him, who's helping him, so very hard. Now Darius does find the blue buff here. He can steal it away. Peke actually very blue buff reliant on that champion, but at least this is the least blue buff reliant build you can possibly do on Anivia.
True. He's got a lot of mana.
As long as he builds in a Fiend's Net, then it's by far the he's not going to do that.
I don't think so. I don't think the needlessly
conventional build on Anivia.
Yeah.
Not yet, man. Well, mid turret maybe in a little bit of trouble. TSM looking to equalize here. Mythy, Expeke, they want to stop this one. And are we going to see a possible flank here coming in? Doesn't look like it. Niels all the way up to the tier 2 in bot lane. Nearly takes it out himself too.
I mean, TSM, you've played Season 2. You never just group on an Anivia. That is her strength, that wave clear. The way you beat Anivia is split push and out rotate because she's slow. Look, Expeke is sitting on maybe 7,000 gold earned total in this game, and he still has tier 1 boots because he just needs so many items that he's scaling up with tier, a lot of ages. He only found his first AP item after 5,000 gold earned.
Crepo, if you're going to pick a late scaling, late activating team composition, TSM is pretty much the best team you could pick it against. Longest average game time of North America, over least 41 minutes, least bloody in North America. 0.6 kills per minute on average in TSM games. The average across the world was closer to 0.75, so really lower ratio of kills in TSM games. It's picture perfect for an Anivia to just farm out the mid lane and get to those incredibly expensive items that not only are they expensive, then take time to activate afterwards. And Peke is actually getting there unscathed.
Yeah, I just want to see when Peke actually upgrades his boots. I think he's going to do it next, but a lot of Anivia players, and then we stop harping about the build. I just find it very interesting. Even go just Rabadon's next. They stay on tier 1 boots. So if they go for group fights, it's fine, you know. Team fights, you can slow the enemies down, bring them to your move speed. But when it comes to rotating around objectives, and then you can really get punished for only having those tier 1 boots.
Well, there's not a lot of action in the game, so feel free to talk about Expeke's boots all you want, man.
Yeah, 1 kill, 22 minutes in.
I know.
But still an interesting game.
A single tear rolls down my cheek, guys.
It was quickly upgraded by Peke into a Saracen.
That's right. And then it gets really cold, too, at the same time. It's very uncomfortable. Thanks, Expeke. TSM trying to push this top lane a little bit further. They finally got some wards down in the top jungle.
Adaptation from TSM, the double Spectre Scout picked up here, and Lustboy looking to be the bearer of the Aegis too, because double AP and a Kalista as a hyper carry doesn't scale incredibly well into the late game, isn't really what you want to make. You don't really want to juggle Lista composition, but...
Amazing. May want to play here. Oh, Spiderling's taking a Q. Amazing going to flash in. There's a knock-up. Santorin flash. Teleport coming in. Dyrus making an appearance here. Mithy hits him with the Q. Oh, and Lustboy knocks him back. Didn't knock him up, though. And he may be in a little bit of trouble here. The flash Q from Mithy. They're going to get Lustboy, and that's going to be a kill for Origin as soon as the ultimate is gone. There we go. The Rend does the damage. Niels with the kill.
And again, hesitation on the side of solo mid. They disengage with Wild Turtle's ultimate. Then they see the teleport is being channeled, and Lustboy thinks he can re-engage with Flash if Turtle doesn't ulti. Lustboy can simply just go in with a combo.
It's all too familiar for TSM. That's how pretty much all of their disadvantage happened against KT, with Lustboy dying, with the rest of the team not following him. Now with him down, and Flash and Teleport expended in the last fight, it's putting a lot of pressure on TSM to come in, but it's still so early, Origin can't kill it easily.
Yeah, this is still really risky. They're going to break off right away. Expect blocking the path for Bjergsen to come through and try to kill him. He actually used his Chaos Storm there too, but they just wanted to stop the Baron. And going back to that team fight again, we talked about TSM needing the cohesion that wasn't there. It doesn't look like it's there, guys.
I mean, just look at the vision. Even if it was just one kill, what Origin gets for that kill is a wealth of wards, 4 pink wards around the Baron, 3 wards behind it. There's no way TSM can clear that area, so the Baron is delayed and denied for the next few minutes, and mid lane seems open to look for the wall from Expeke.
Yeah, this could be a big fight. TSM is down a couple of crucial ultimates here, so Origin looking good.
Comes in, gets blown up immediately. Like I said, no, Darius coming for the dunks. He gets one. Can he get more? Needs those resets. Oh, they're going to back off for the moment. Wild Turtle gets caught. Goes down. Expeke with the kill there. Amazing. Still looking for another possible chance to come in. Dyrus very, very low, but they'll get out.
Mithy with another 3-man knockup from Fate's Call. This is why you denied Kalista against Origin.
So good, man.
So pretty. And this means Origin can then have their cake and eat it too. They win the team fight, they get the turret. They can then easily rotate down and take the Dragon as well. They've activated in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, I think, for TSM to come back. Origin, just with all the advantages right now as we see them take their 3rd Dragon of the game.
And if you look at that fight again later on, you will notice how Soaz was stuck in a gravity field, and right before he got popped, he managed to get out and just activate his ulti. So if TSM could have synchronized a little better, did a little more damage. Let's watch this again later on. Just keep your eye on that gravity field.
Got to keep in mind, Lustboy has no ultimate on Alistar, so he's smartly focused by Origin. Then, yes, the gravity field comes down. It stops the reset from Darius, so he does not trigger Noxian Might, which gives him a tremendous amount of power within teamfights, even though he also missed his Q afterwards because he was a little bit weak. Then just nice stun chaining by most of Origin.
Yeah, if TSM could have taken down Soaz there, the fight could have gone maybe differently too. And also, they didn't predict the wall. Some of the members were pathing around the right-hand side. Speke forced them to change their path in that teamfight with a really good wall there on Anivia. That's what you want to do, but you have to keep that in mind. It is so predictable.
We're seeing some tremendous value from pocket picks here at the World Championship.
We really
saw the Veigar earlier on from Cloud9's Incarnation. It seemed like the team Invictus Gaming wasn't ready to play against it, and here TSM, it's only adding to their communication issues. They had trouble pathing around map walls, let alone walls that can be placed by the enemy.
Going in. Mithy pulled out to safety. Dyrus gets knocked up. They're going to toss him back in there. Dyrus getting very low. Another knockup from the Braum ult. Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage from Bjergsen, though. That's a kill for Niels, and TSM on the run already. No Dyrus. No problem for Origin. They're coming in. Expeke, have you heard? The bird is a word, a stun on Wild Turtle, still alive for now. They're still chasing. Lustboy comes back in, tries to get the re-engage. They get Niels. It's kills on each side. So far, though, 2 for 1.
Wall.
The egg Expeke, great egg. Double kill for Soaz. Santorin tries to get it. That spider may never come down.
Triple kill.
And a triple for Soaz. And that is nearly an ace. It's going to be an ace. Supportal combat! Oh! Amazing takes that he should not have gotten in the way. You never interrupt the sacred right of supportal combat.
Really nice fight overall from Origin. They are understanding exactly how much damage they can do and take in these fights, and they are crushing the TSM who is out of sorts.
But that fight pretty much sums up the entire game because right now we have TSM all-inning a support from a Kalista AD carry here. 3 offensive CC spells and pathing used to get Miffy, who simply gets Fate's Call backwards, lands on a knockup. And this is TSM tunnel visioning, not punishing Origin where they have to, and then getting punished later in the fight because of that.
Yeah, yesterday against KT, TSM focused all their damage on an ulted Alistar, and again, they focus a support that cannot actually be killed. The chase down with the Lulu, Kalista, Anivia is just too many movement impairing and movement enhancing spells on the side of Origin. There's no real escape. Nice wall, and they secure everything because the death time is so long. Easy Baron as well.
And if you look at the composition now, yeah, sure, Origin, they look super strong because Anivia can slow you down, Lulu can speed you up, and you think, what a fantastic composition. But if you go back to the early game,
minutes to activate.
Yeah. TSM had so many possibilities to punish that Anivia pick. Take it from somebody who has scrimmed with plenty of Anivia games. You can fall behind. One death is enough to ruin that champion overall. So props to Expected for staying alive. But
completely agree with you.
Some criticism to a TSM.
Also, of course it's the criticism for TSM. That's the whole reason Origin was able to pick this champion, because TSM has not been able to capitalize on any early game advantages pretty much the entire split. So smart draft there by Origin, and they're activating on it just right.
Yeah, here Origin comes with that Baron buff, sieging. There's the wall to block TSM's pathing from trying to stop this turret to go down. It's going to take a little bit of damage. Not the greatest siege ever from Origin, I suppose.
Yeah, but look at how safe they can do it. If only Pekka had blue buff here, because he can always wall off one side, ulti the other. There is no counterplay possible from TSM, and with Baron buff creeps, it's incredibly hard for Bjergsen to react. So, Slow and Steady wins the race here and kills the base eventually, if Pekka can keep his mana up.
Slow and Steady kills the base, huh? I think that's good advice for any League player, huh? This is the part where you agree with me.
Yes, okay, Noah. Great. Fantastic advice.
I'm so glad you agree. Still trying. That turret getting very, very low. Amazing. Jumps in for a couple hits. Nice big knockup for Lustboy. Is it going to be enough, though? Miffy comes in, drops that ultimate as well. Backs away. Right now, they got the turret. They don't need more than that. Just back off and be happy.
They got the turret, didn't suffer any casualties, and they still have the recall timings in order to set up for Dragon number 4. So they are in complete control. That's exactly what they wanted. It was a nice ultimate by Bjergsen, but ultimately, it only burned a couple of flashes, and Origin got the all-important inhibitor defending turret.
Yeah. Well, TSM possibly on their last legs here in this game. Pushed all the way back. They didn't lose the inhibitor. At least they kept that alive, but where do you go from here? I mean, Dragon's up in a minute. Got to stop the 4th one. The pressure is on all over the place from Origin.
I mean, coming into this tournament, if you would have told me on the end of day 3, TSM will be tied with LGD, I think a lot of TSM fans would have been very happy, but this group decides
not like this.
Not
like this. It's like that scene in The Matrix, man. Not like this.
But the funny thing is, though, or the good thing for Origin, they lost their coach Ducky and their analyst replaced, and it does seem that their drafting has been very, very, also slightly different to other teams, but really, really good thought behind it. Everything makes sense.
They're utilizing Soaz's flexibility in the top lane. The Vladimir pick was on point. The Anivia pick has been on point for the specific matchup they've been playing through, and they're putting a lot of emphasis on Niels and Mithy's ability to succeed, and really high credit to Niels. His first Worlds, first split in the LCS before this. This is the team that was in Challenger, so
nothing phases this guy. I talked to him yesterday and I said to him, you know, well played. He said, well, I didn't do anything. I just got carried. I was like, well, you played perfect. Yeah, I did play perfect, but it doesn't matter because I can only do so much. My team is actually the ones that won the game, so nothing phases Niels at all. That's why he's actually very fun to watch as a player.
You're so right, man. I mean, you don't see many rookies come in as calm and collected as this guy is, and man, it has worked out for them this week. That's Dragon number 4 now for Origin, the fadeaway rend. And it looks like they're ready to try to end this one. They've got that mid inhibitor down.
What I like the most about this draft is they play on stylistic tendencies of teams, and that's something we very rarely see. A lot of teams resort to the meta picks and they pick the same team, comes different iterations, but Origin do something completely different, and it works because TSM's style allows them to make it work.
Their preparation has seemed exceptionally good for LGD and now for TSM. Origin continues to impress. They try to take down this bottom inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're just doing a split push right now, so it's going to be nearly impossible for TSM to defend both sides. Watching the way they've outdrafted on multiple occasions, both against TSM and against LGD, makes me really excited for the KT matchup we're going to get to see tomorrow. Both teams 2-0 in this group, seeming much stronger than the opposition thus far. And so much of this has been about Origin's ability to kind of group up and win team fights in the mid and late game, but that's kind of KT's specialty as well, so that'll be a fantastic match.
And we can see right here why they split push too, because there's no Baron buff available. Victor can instant clear these minions even though they're down 1 inhibitor, so Origin already knew that was going to happen, so they play ahead of the curve. They make the play first, split push, get another outer turret. We'll likely see them back off then later on to the Baron and then close out the game. So systematic destruction of TSM. Very low amounts of counterplay possible right now for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, and if you told me coming into this week that KT versus Origin would be a close game, at first I'd be like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. But now, I think we may have a good game.
Yeah.
Great game, in
There's
fact.
a lot of things about Worlds that if we would have told each other a week ago, it'd be like...
Or even
no
like,
way.
you know, a couple months ago, it's like, guess what? Mordekaiser's going to be a bot lane champion. Like, well, okay. All right. That's, you have to lay out whatever you want.
Maybe, but he'll be 100% pick ban at Worlds then.
Yeah, not true.
Oh, not anymore.
Yeah.
That's true.
Up to this game.
Right? Prior game, I think. It was the
up to the game before this.
The LGD KT game. He went completely through the pick and ban.
Well, Baron up in about a minute 40. You know, Origin's going to start to set up around that. They've already got some wards down. TSM just desperate to ward up their own jungle right now. Amazing, taking out the Rift Scuttler. You know, they look like they're kind of from the same species or the same like family tree. So I wonder if Rek'Sai feels any guilt. I mean, they both kind of tunnel underground. She shouldn't want to kill the Rift Scuttler.
It's true.
Hey man, Worlds, anything is possible.
Yeah, wall goes down, separates Lustboy. Lustboy has to use that ult right away, gets stunned anyway. They're just going to wait it out. There's Whimsy. Lustboy's still going down. He may be in trouble. He is in trouble. They take him out. CC for days. They can outlast that Alistar ult. Now they can do whatever they want. They've trapped Bjergsen a little bit. That's a lot of damage from that Anivia coming in. Mythy takes a bit himself. And Origin, I think it's time to back up and set up for that Baron.
Yeah, familiar sight for TSM. Lustboy dying a large distance away from the rest of his team.
It's cohesion, man. I mean, Lustboy thinking it's time to go in. The other part of the team not agreeing. We've seen it all summer split. We're seeing it now in Worlds. It's tough. Some big issues on this team that are going to need to get solved in the offseason.
I do think, looking at the composition even more, the Soas's Lulu pick solves a lot of the issues from that Anivia from Expected, because he's continuously being sped up for a good wall positioning, and then the engage. We see a Q over the wall here, not connecting. So Origin just zoning them out. Just keep your eye on these team fights. How Whimsy is being used on Expected. He then gets ahead of his opponents enough to block them with a wall. Usually, it's incredibly hard to land these walls, but Expected has landed wall after wall in these fights.
Yeah. Well, he's been around for quite a while, man. I mean, this is not his first run with Anivia, or flight with Anivia, I guess you could say.
He played a lot Season 2, too.
Sure did. Wall just funneling TSM through that choke. And are they ready for this? TSM just takes the bait. They're going to charge right in there, take out a ward.
Well, they've got to wait. Niels' Callista is in base, so their Origin is playing this one a little slow. They're actually pretty valiantly defending their own ward line. They don't want to forfeit all the wards they just placed just because Niels had a kind of strange back timing, but you can really see the power of Peke right now.
Peke's flanking.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to try for it. Some knockups coming in. Mythy gets a big ult. They take out Bjergsen right away, and Expected just destroys Lustboy again. There's the wall. They're going to go after Santorin now. Meanwhile, Dyrus and Wild Turtle fleeing into the TSM base. Dyrus pops the TSM flare before getting taken out. And there's the Origin flare in response.
3 flares beat 1 flare.
I'm loving it, man. 3 is certainly a bigger number than 1. You're right about that, Crepo.
I feel like you really need to pick your moments better if you want the appropriate effect of flare spamming.
You can't flare when you're dead, so maybe Dyrus should have waited just slightly longer.
Oh, brutal. Okay. This is Origin.
I'm not quite dead yet. Well, here we go. This game's over. TSM looking pretty dead as there go the Nexus turrets in Origin. The trend continues. These guys are looking great, and they're going to take down Team Solo Mid. Knockup coming in from Amazing. There's one more. Let's want to dive. There it is.
There we go.
GG.
GG, boys.
All right.
Yeah.
How about that? Origin. These guys are legit, man.
Exactly what they were expecting in this matchup as well. They carry over their performance yesterday against LGD, which was a much more surprising affair. And today, it's more about taking care of business.
It is.
They had a strong team composition, tailor-made to counter TSM's weaknesses, and they executed on that comp.
This is Anivia. I can't believe we actually saw an Anivia.
Still, the first 20 minutes of this game are the most important, because that's where TSM failed to punish Origin hard enough. And Origin, they did leave some opportunities open the lane swap, whether it was intentionally or not. They fell behind the tower, they fell behind in tempo, so They could have gotten punished if TSM could have got that such necessary deep vision into the enemy jungle, but TSM seems to really struggle with that this tournament, even at the later stages of the summer split altogether.
Jungle and support synergy on top of team synergy is just so important. As soon as you start to get a lead, you have to go into the opponent jungle. It's something that Amazing and Mithy do oh so well, and it's part of the big reason they're 2-0.
And as Amazing hugs his former team, you got to wonder if he like whispers something in their ears, like the Lannisters send their regards or something like that. Wouldn't be surprised. But what a start to Worlds from Origin. Really incredible stuff from these guys.
But the one common factor still is that Kalista. And coming into the tournament, we expected her to drop very far off, but slowly but surely she's moving up the tiers again, and we may see her...
Looks like it is time to move into Champ Select, guys, for Invictus Gaming versus Cloud9. The Veigar ban right away banned out, as well as that Morgana.
Yeah, I also kind of feel like Incarnation gave away too much in the post-game interview. It's one of those strange things about players. You want them to be more telling of what happens, but they gave away strategy. They said they would blind pick Veigar going into the match against AHQ.
Unless it was the ultimate mind game.
That's all it is, man.
Because clearly they don't want to pick that champion. Yeah.
Alistar, the other ban for IG. Meanwhile, Gangplank, Lulu, and Mordekaiser banned out by Cloud9, and that will lead to a Gragas first pick for IG.
Yeah, just hopefully a more aggressive champion here for Kakao. The Sightstone Rush Skarner doing less than 1,000 damage was not his best debut on the world stage after being so close so many times.
The weakest jungle performance we've seen in a very, very long time. All summer, in fact, if we go by champion damage.
Yeah, and again, it also thematically didn't fit the style of the match. That match required an aggressive early game jungler. Perhaps you can get away with it against Cloud9 because High doesn't seem to be, you know, as punishable as jungle, but at the same time, Kakao should actually be able to invade, so that is the merit of an aggressive jungler here.
And I think what this also means, since it's been picked so early, is that Cloud9 better be matching with an aggressive jungler of their own. High did play Lee Sin. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if he ended up playing it again, because, again, an early Darius pick. Will Cloud9 be able to play around this with enabling champions and jungle pressure?
I just don't know about this early Darius. It's been punished so hard now by so many teams. It's won very few games. It's lost a lot. What do you think, Krepo?
Yeah, the Gnar matchup is just growing on me. Initially, I thought...
Bard.
Whoa, there's the Bard.
Hang on, boys.
Krepo, Bard.
All right.
Krepo's been talking about Bard.
Non-stop. To the annoyance of many of my casters, I've actually been banned of the caster prep room. They're talking too much about
Hey,
Bard.
I don't mind.
That's actually
I could probably talk about Bard at this point. You've told me so much about him, but I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'll get back to Bard once we see these compositions.
Are you sure? It's right here.
Bard is just a fantastic pick. I'll need to see what enemy mid laners play. I think Bard punishes enemy mid laners that are low mobility incredibly well. Let's see Cloud9 if they fall into that trap. But overall, just to finish and round out the point of the Gnar, I've just really been enjoying that matchup with the Frozen Mallet, kiting here. The Darius, in addition to that, Bard kites incredibly well. CDR boots Bard in team fights. Don't drop to boots 1 mobility because you lose your mobility boots bonus. Walk backwards that Q. It can get denied by Braum Shield. That is one of the better matchups because Bard Q is obviously 2 parts. You need to connect to a minion or a player or a wall behind the target. Braum Shield denies that, but overall, can punish at least 2. Hit the spiraling, hit at least so many outplay potentials.
Ooh.
I'm loving
excited now. Elise and Tristana locked in. Sivir insta-locked by Kid. So what's the last pick going to be for IG? Looking for a mid laner here.
They have to pick it blind into whatever Incarnation can counter pick with. Twisted Fate has been banned against a lot of different teams, and this would go for a big snowball comp here for
Rookie's
IG.
a great
Twisted Fate
player.
Twisted Fate Bard is like one of the classic things that everyone expected to be played with Bard when Twisted Fate came in. The synergy of the TF ultimate as well as the Bard ultimate, just comboing with each other to cut off zones of escape is huge.
But it's almost too much into one direction almost, because they're relatively weaker if the ultis really don't come together. Because no team fight value out of a TF ulti, obviously, since it doesn't matter at all because he's already there. And Bard really wants to make picks too with his ultimate. So very pick-oriented, kind of from Invictus Gaming, wants to split up and then flank with the Gnar potentially later. But we're still looking at Cloud9 here. They want some wave clear on their mid laner, and wave clear mid laners generally do get punished by compositions like this. TF can port in if he gets picked, but he wasn't picked, obviously. Echo can snipe with parallel convergence, but it's a little hard.
Well, Rookie's had some pretty epic games on Echo during the summer, and so this is a very serious pick for Cloud9 to consider as they figure out what Incarnation is going to bring to the mid lane.
Maybe Victor Just thinking about that.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, for the most part, Incarnation has been playing fairly standard picks during the end of the regular season in the Gauntlet. His Orianna is exceptionally strong. Victor is also good.
What about I was thinking the exact same thing, Jad. I think he will go for Orianna here. It seems like a good composition also to snowball Sneaky, one of the more consistent members of Cloud9. Just keep him in the game, an extra shield to keep him alive, and then get around that. Or balls.
Well, I mean, Command Protect, having the ability to use Shockwave if Darius gets in.
Azir.
There's the Azir locked in. I feel like it's a good matchup against the Echo. Looks like that's what Incarnation thinks too.
Yeah, really high damage. It gives them more turret destruction abilities, but if we're playing the rotation game against Bard, it's actually a pretty dangerous game to be playing. Cloud9's definitely going to be wanting to take down a lot of early turrets, and IG is going to be playing a fairly early game focused strategy as well.
Tempered Fate just offers you so many different play patterns that are just not common to be seen at all just in regular play. The fact that you can make a tower invulnerable, you can make minions invulnerable, suddenly switching tower aggro, you can dive in completely different situations. 2v1 diving is incredibly risky. 2v1 diving with Bard up eliminates a tower. You're just 2v1ing somebody at that point, so it just unlocks a couple of really nice new play patterns, especially when you're running a very pick-oriented composition. IG will have to be careful though once they group up, because a lot of these compositions that do fairly well in split modes, 1-3-1, do have a lot of downsides when it comes to team fighting.
Either way, guys, we are in for a magical journey as we move into Invictus Gaming versus Cloud9. Oh, you know it is. You know it's going to be a magical journey. Don't you, Jad?
That is the best named skill I think we have ever had in League of Legends.
It is.
Finalis Vulcan.
No. Yeah, sorry. It's not even called that anymore, Crepo. You're vetoed. I apologize.
There are now 300 really angry people that Crepo just reminded of a name change.
It's out there. It's out there. Hashtag IG win if you think Invictus Gaming is going to take it, guys, or hashtag C9 win if you think the NA squad has got what it takes to win this game as we move on to Summoner's Rift. Such an exciting matchup. Cloud9, the improbable team, against a Chinese team that people, again, I feel like we're saying this a lot about Chinese teams, we're expecting a lot more from. Let's get on to the Rift.
Listen, coming into this World Championship, China was seen by most as the best region as far as overall strength sent to Worlds here, and we're in day 3. Currently, the only teams that a Chinese team has beaten was one game against H2K and one game against Bangkok Titans. Everything else they have been defeated on. They need to be able to step up.
And that was one team with both of those wins, too.
Absolutely, EDG.
Yeah.
IG and LGD yet to pick up a win.
C9 getting a bit feisty in the enemy jungle early on.
And they do have Braum, incredibly good level 1 support here, just applying the passive. They're going in with some aggressive vision. Being matched at the other side, pretty standard here overall, the way this vision is going to pan out. And see where the lanes end up, though.
Yeah, pretty normal deep wards coming in from both teams. Looks like we're not going to see any big level 1 brawl like we saw so much of yesterday.
Yeah, even a mid lane ward placed by Incarnation. Slight tweaks in where you find your ward placement here. You can see there's 2 deep wards from IG in the blue jungle of Cloud9, but 3 wards if you look at the mirror of those wards. So slightly different moves and slightly different plays here at level 1.
Now something we have to keep track of is whether IG is going to actually end up hard leashing for Kakao, but it does seem that they go for the double jungle. In the regional qualifier, very often Kakao would get help from either Zitai from a leash or even his bot lane. That would propel him forwards, and then he could aggressively take out the enemy jungle. Because the map has been divided into 2 though, we do see complete double jungling starting up here.
I see a missed opportunity here by Cloud9. When you're invading the Gromp, you can actually freeze the wave before it gets to the turret to guarantee the freeze, but they're taking the Gromp instead. They didn't go for that. Maybe they thought they were doing this uncontested, but because they were seen by the ward in the river, it just ends up being...
Yeah. It's actually a really cool move to do that. It helps you just get a little more creeps in lane once you return. The downside is that obviously that you reveal that you're starting at that side of the jungle, makes it slightly more predictable, but in the lane swap, doesn't matter all that much. See if C9 keeps the traditional lane swap style where they fast push 3v0, 4v0 to get the tower and then get balls ahead. They really want to get that tower down first, bounce the wave, and keep funneling as much farm as possible into balls on Darius here to get him ahead.
Rookie getting aggressive onto Incarnation already, but Incarnation the one who comes out a little bit ahead in life. Rookie, though, he's got that flask, he's got some pots. He's in it for the long haul in the mid lane.
Yeah, Rookie is a tremendous laner, so he's probably going to be looking to play quite aggressive in this game if wards are permitted.
Look at what Cloud9 is doing, though. Single push here from their AD carry route are sneaky in the top lane. If IG realizes they can send their top laner top, who soaks so much farm.
The exact play right here would be Zatai teleporting top lane and then still trying to zone up, but they need all 4 people down here because they're trying to keep balls off the turret. Lemonation was also given solo experience on Grom, so he is a level 2 Braum, slightly stronger when they're rotating him around the map, but now finally they're doing the teleport, and honestly, they still might be able to hold the zone with 3 people.
Look like where their jungler is. Their jungler is at Krugs right now, so High completely at the other side of the map. Balls trying to get to that tower, but he has to share experience with Lemonation. Whereas on the top lane, Zitai is ranged, can farm well against Tristana when the wave is under his tower. Tristana, I think, already skilled E2, so will be continuously pushing in.
Elimination trying to harass a little bit as IG tries to go for this blue buff steal. Looks like they'll be able to get it, though. C9 getting pushed around a bit on the map early on. Well, they do have a tiny gold lead.
This is exactly what happened. High traded some map pressure and top laner farm for his own selfish gains as a jungler. And honestly, it's not that different from how High played during the regular season. When he came in as a jungler, he was very farm heavy. A lot of that had to do with picking Sated Devour multiple times, but he transitions that playstyle to a few other things. High will do things that other junglers just simply do not do.
Like play a Mumu?
Or Kha'Zix.
That does happen.
Or win on Rengar.
All of these things other junglers don't really do right now.
Yeah. Because the lane swap played out the way it did, though, Incarnation had free reign to just constantly shove in mid, put some pressure on Rookie's Echo here. High even went to the flank there to get him down, but Zitai, he is comfortably farming in this lane, whereas Darius has a hard time farming, especially with a melee support helping him against double range like a Bard. Eat one double stun and you get punished incredibly hard, so Balls will have some trouble here.
What's most interesting to me about this is the Balls lane with Lemonation is probably the most common thing for Cloud9 to happen. All the way back, even in 2014, this was an incredibly common lane setup. Even the championship against TSM in 2014, almost every game, Sneaky was solo laning top on Tristana or Corki.
The problem with that lane strategy is, though, that Tristana just almost automatically shoves the lane if she skills her E, so much farm gets funneled into Zitai, whereas wave management is paramount to making that top lane support synergy work. You want to deny as many creeps as you can. Rookie here, though.
Yeah.
Look at this. Incarnation certainly winning the 1v1. Rookie takes a ton of damage. Hasn't had to use that flash yet, but it's coming close. That early Fiendish Codex, Incarnation really putting that extra damage to good use.
It took Incarnation a little while to get settled in the mid lane since he just started playing professionally this summer split.
Definitely.
But particularly since High came back in, he's really turned into a force. And all the hype that was coming into the season from Incarnation is actually being realized in a lot of games come later in the summer split and specifically early on here at Worlds.
It's actually fun to see him perform on control mages because mainly when he came into C9, he was an assassin player. Everybody expected him to play assassins at Worlds. Now he's picking Azir and doing well so far.
He's also in a super dangerous place right now because Kakao is in his own jungle. At least he has some help from High on his own side.
Yeah, it's true. Still has that flash, still has that barrier in case the worst case scenario happens.
Zitai is already a full level ahead of Balls, so we need to see C9 punish somewhere or use the advantage on Sneaky's experience to get an objective, do something.
Yeah. And it's exactly what we were talking about before the game, and all the teams have been picking Darius. They're giving him pick priority, but they're not prioritizing him within the game. And all of these Dariuses are playing from behind, not due to their own choice, but due to team choices. It's not like he's losing the first levels 1 to 5. He is level 5 when the opponent is level 6. In this game, it's level 6 to level 4 by the time they actually meet in lane.
And
look where Kakao is.
Comes Kakao. Looks like they're going to try to dive Balls here. Balls underneath the turret. Zitai, Kakao coming in. He is in a lot of trouble. Gets the Q off onto Zitai, but there's a Mega Gnar right away. Stuns come through and Balls has no chance. First blood goes to Zitai. Flashes to avoid some turret hits, but not a bad trade for first blood.
The only chance Balls had to survive that gank was if he flashed the Gnar ultimate. He tried to predict a drive, but he got caught by the very end of it and still ended up stunning on the turret. That really hurts him because he lost the wave. Cloud9 almost has to counter, but it's pretty hard to dive here. 3v2 instead of a straight 2v1.
Balls does have teleport from base. He almost has to go for it.
He's only level 4. This is tricky.
Speaking of teleport, they're coming in onto the spot lane. Kitty's and Kid in a lot of trouble. Kitty's come back in, gets very low, taken out. Immediately the revenge of Balls is real as Kid takes a lot of damage too. Looks like C9 though has to flee. They got the support, couldn't quite take down Kid though. Meanwhile, a brawl in the mid lane. Incarnation could be in trouble. Flashes out of the stun and Rookie has to back away now. Takes some poking on the way up, but Incarnation, no mana for him. This fight in the mid lane's over.
Yeah, needed to burn the flash, was able to maintain the barrier.
Oh.
The main play right there was just the bot lane dive. I mean, Cloud9 is trying to force got the double teleport, but none of this changes the fact that Balls is still 2 levels behind Zatai, and it's not necessarily to his own fault. It's the team not having priority. Similar thing happened in their first game against AHQ, where they put him in the lane far behind.
And that's also the nature of the game. Bot lanes can play from behind much more easily than top laners because
Especially
Darius, indeed. Because 2v2, you can be behind some items as long as there's not a BF sort disparity at all. A couple extra potions, you know, you drop some CS, but top lane, that's 1v1, especially in a counter matchup like a Gnar. C9's early lane prioritization has been off, and Balls, yeah, he's getting punished for it. Zatai now just hit level 7. Balls is still level 5.
Well, it seems like, I mean, if you have a Darius on your team, you have to remember there's a Darius on your team. Give him a little bit of help. Let the guy get ahead a little bit. He's supposed to be the one that comes in and does a ton of damage. You can't do that in a situation like this. Still level 7 to level 5. Zatai going Meganar, throws Balls against the wall. Balls
the minion
in a bit of trouble. There's the stun. Little bit of minion tanking helping out there. Oh, the Q misses. Flash Cocoon misses Zatai. He's going to back away. Repel coming in. Can they catch him? Zatai, no flash. Still looks like he's going to get away. Meanwhile, another duel in the mid lane. Emperor's Divide does not hit Rookie somehow, some way. No kills result at the end.
Couple nice sidesteps there. Zatai hops out of the cocoon. Rookie sidesteps the ultimate. Otherwise, he would have found himself in the tower. Would have been forced to use that ultimate, obviously. No kills would have happened anyways.
So close, though.
The minion tanking that house for Balls.
Save.
Very nice. Honestly, though, IG, the mid lane Rookie has been getting beaten on CS. It's somewhat expected for an Echo Burst in Azir. He's itemizing defensively, and he's starting to make some really aggressive moves. The fact that there's been very little jungle priority on that mid lane, Rookie is trying to take advantage of. So many of these aggressive plays that he's doing just to stay close to Incarnation could actually be punished by High camping for a gank.
And Kid, they're fine playing this lane slightly from behind. Bard, obviously, with those health packs, gives you plenty of sustain if you don't get all in. Just over time, you can spam health packs in lane, then you back off when you have 4 or 5 chimes, you take them, and they go incredibly quick because each chime gives you additional movement speed out of combat. You come back to lane, sustain up again. Sivir with Spell Shield doesn't get punished, so Cloud9, where they're ahead in experience, can't punish. IG, where they are ahead in experience, they're punishing Balls. They're looking for another dive.
Oh, more action down the mid lane. The duel continues. Incarnation taking quite a bit. Still has that barrier. Rookie needs to be aware. He's got his under tilt back in with the ult. Gets a stun onto Incarnation. Could be in trouble. Again, he pops the barrier. Incarnation low, and Rookie takes the 1v1 duel.
Such aggression by Rookie, flashing offensively, ulting offensively, dashing offensively. There's no counter to that, and Incarnation finally falls to his aggression.
That Ball's in a bit of trouble too. Kakao comes in, nice ultimate, pushes Balls back, doesn't have the flash to get away. Can they catch him? Zatai hopping in off his lane friend. That was awkward, but Balls goes down anyway. Didn't get the heal off that Q, and he needed elimination. Throws the ult down. Kid blocks it with the spell shield. Has to flash away anyway. Teleport coming in. Can't save the AD carry. Rookie coming from the mid lane. Could get bad for C9. Elimination goes down, and Sneaky has to flee.
A series of unfortunate events for Cloud9 and great events for IG. If Rookie can start snowballing this game, it's going to be incredibly hard for Cloud9 to get turret sieges up.
We know how good Rookie is on this Echo, and Cloud9 has to be terrified.
But just look at the bravado from Rookie in that mid lane. He's not afraid of High at all. Even though he knows his jungler is setting up a gank in the top lane, he goes so aggressively. High, his top laner died, his bot lane was fighting, his mid laner died, and he was nowhere to be found. So his pathing, used early to get himself ahead, he hasn't used that advantage at all to help his lanes that he actually put behind with the early map movement.
Wow, just like that. A little bit of a lead, almost 1,000 gold for IG.
Yeah, it's actually fairly surprising with all the things that just went for IG that it's only that much of a gold lead. But the ultimate to kind of start this thing off, not even to save time for the teleport, and it baits Sneaky into going aggressive, but they're against a double teleport team. They don't respect the teleport. A Rookie coming in, gets countered, he picks up an easy kill, and Sneaky has to fall away. And that's specifically what Cloud9 has been playing their early game around, is getting Sneaky ahead in the lane. Luckily, he didn't die, but it still gets rid of some of their advantages.
Elimination really doing work to at least keep his AD carry alive by slowing down Rookie.
Yeah, but also in that top lane, we talked about experience, also CS, Rookie and Incarnation still duking it out here, but Balls trailing behind half the CS of his lane opponent. This is one of the largest gold disparity or CS disparities at 10 minutes that we've seen this entire tournament. Balls really getting the worst end of that champion trade.
Yep. Rookie comes in again, the Cocoon gets thrown out, doesn't work, Emperor's Divide, pushes Rookie back, just ults to his former self, and escapes. Oh, meanwhile, Turret goes down in bot lane. C9 taking their first.
Sneaky and Lemon, aside from that gank, have been winning that lane pretty happily. And this is the way Cloud9's team composition wants to work. Triss takes turrets, Azir takes turrets. They need pressure. The way IG stops it is if they force fights with Echo. That is the matchup, and that's the make or break point in this game.
I nearly got bounced back under turret by that explosive cask from Kakao. Would have been a little bit iffy because High still doesn't have that flashback. Looks like they're going to be able to grab an early dragon, though.
C9 putting a lot of eggs in Sneaky's basket too. No Avarice Blade picked up by him. Raw damage. BF Sword, Pickaxe. He really wants to get that damage in to win that lane, get some turrets, more map pressure because they need to do something to counteract the advantage that ZZTai has now in that top lane.
Yeah, IG grouping a little bit in that mid lane now.
I think it's time to move Rookie to a side lane and keep Kiddies in the mid lane, or Kid and Kiddies rather. That also opens up many interesting roam opportunities for Bard. He can roam halfway to the bot and top lane and then just magical journey behind whoever's defending that wave with Tempered Fate.
Very true.
Specifically, you also want the Echo to have better flank opportunities and a better use of his teleport when it does come up, because that is the way IG stops Cloud9's turret.
Oh, Rookie getting or having to run. Sneaky getting aggressive there. Looks like he'll make it out.
Yeah, and with Rookie being in the mid lane right there, he ends up getting caught. Right now with Kid in the bottom lane, that could very easily be an Echo and a Sivir sitting safely in a turret. So they've lost a little bit of pressure here, and now it's much harder for IG to engage a fight, which is what they need to do to stop the Triss and Azir at the turret. If they get 5 seconds on this turret, maybe even less, they can take it completely down.
Yeah, Tristana does a ton of damage. The minions pushing in, but it looks like they'll get cleared pretty easily by IG for now anyway.
IG is also way more comfortable in split matchups. 1v1, Gnar wants to just 1v1. Yes, he can flank, but he will beat his lane opponent. Echo can pretty much take on anybody on that Cloud9 lineup, so grouping is not what IG is necessarily looking for. Flanks, just like he pointed out earlier, that's what they want. Push up the side lanes, then converge on the mid lane. Make Cloud9 confused and just try and snipe Sneaky.
Ball's just hit level 8 now. He is so far behind both Rookie and ZTai. It's rough, man.
The lane discrepancy is gargantuan. It was 3 levels before he hit level 8. It's just under double CS. Black Cleaver has been completed and then some, whereas Balls is still working on his. Doesn't even have his Kindle gem yet.
ZTai could actually hit the Flame Horizon over Balls. That's being 100 CS ahead, something Flame did regularly when he was back on CJ in Korea.
Maybe we'll see Flame yet at Worlds. He's the sub for LGD.
I think it's time to bring him in, guys. LGD is struggling. Bring Flame in.
Balls is 1,600 gold behind right now, if I did that math correctly. Yeah, over 1,600 gold behind right now.
So that actually means it's incredibly critical that Cloud9 can play around ZTai's teleport timing. As long as ZTai has his teleport timing up, IG can win any fight. But if he ever burns that, the other 4 members of Cloud9 actually have a gold advantage over IG. And that's where they're going to want to force their plays. But right now, they can't force those plays because ZTai is freely pushing, no pressure to stop teleport, and always having that high teleport threat.
Yeah. Well, Sneaky doing what he can to put a little bit of pressure on that bot lane, just getting a little bit more farm. Back to the 1v1 in mid between Rookie and Incarnation.
CC9 doing that though, they're avoiding ZTai at all costs, so they're moving multiple members down in the bot lane, get some vision at least, try and make it so that IG has to rotate between the towers and maybe they can find an opening. They're also aggressively taking away a couple of jungle camps, trying to close out that gold advantage, but ZZTai in top lane just farming up for free.
Wow. Sneaky managing to get a decent amount of damage under that turret for the short time he was there for.
This is something we didn't see TSM do, that deep vision in the enemy jungle to propel your lead forward. These take some map control. C9 do show some mastery of that vision control.
It's good. They're being much more aggressive with the little map advantages that they have.
They're playing very distinctly around the advantages in the mid and bot lane. Those CS advantages are also growing. That's why this gold in the game is still very close. Nashor's Tooth on Azir is a big power spike. Trist with Infinity Edge is incredibly powerful as well. So frequently, Sneaky will go Avarice Blade and play a farm game, but he knows it is incredibly important that they can push this edge right now. He did not go Avarice Blade this match.
Cloud9, they can win fights even without boss, so they have 2 really good teamfight damage dealers, and they have a Braum to potentially deny some skill shots, deny some projectiles, soak up some damage, so by no means are they out of it, especially when it comes to teamfights. But isolated matchup, that's where IG wants to look at.
So at this point, if you're Balls, do you just go a little bit more tankier, just try to be the guy that soaks some cooldowns and frees some space up for Incarnation and Sneaky to do their thing?
Probably. Yep. you don't want to plan for these situations on Darius. Like, the fact that his bleed now does physical damage,
it's not ideal, yeah.
Makes Black Cleaver like such a core item, it's not even funny on him. But at this point, you almost just have to eat your losses and just never catch your Black Cleaver because he really needs to be able to live in this game.
He's probably going to help Black Cleaver a little bit. Yeah. IG pushing down, dragging up in about 1:20. And the control around that Dragon area starting to be contested a bit.
Tempered Fate will be big in this team fight, so that can make or break these long range, suddenly whacking away at you. If Nazir puts up a couple of soldiers, he can poke you out, but if you Tempered Fate him...
Kid has to use that ult to get away from the damage of Incarnation, and that is not what IG wants right now.
Yeah, this opens up a window for Cloud9 to maybe take this mid lane turret, unless they wanted the Burns and Ties teleport down right now. He just hit Meganar.
I think they can. They're gonna, nearly get the turret. Maybe, it got it. Yep.
Oh, Kid almost died because he walked next to the giant bomb on the turret.
You know, Kid and Kitties have been a problem for IG for a long time, and it's not changing in this game. There's still the liability in this team.
The fact that Kid has to back here just creates even more pressure. Cloud9 is pushing this. Maybe they can get the teleport out as a tie.
That could be. I mean, Kid is not anywhere around without that ADC. Looks like the teleport's going to come in for Zatai.
This is good for C9.
So good for C9. Yeah. Now they can actually play around even more strongly their strong 4 in this game, as long as balls can just live against the Gnar.
Yeah. All you need to do is not give the Gnar a bunch of kills. C9, do you think they can rotate pretty comfortably over to Dragon now, or do you think you go for that top turret?
It'll be a very interesting choice. They have one Dragon. Cloud9 typically doesn't win off of Dragon snowballs, so maybe they get the turrets. I think the gold is more advantageous at this point in the game.
Yeah, their access to bottom lane jungle or bot jungle is denied too, so moving up top and getting a couple of deep wards, just protecting balls, even if it's just a little bit, making sure so you can get a tower and even a blue buff to boot. That's already enough for C9. They've acquired what they need to off that play. Anything else right now is just a bonus.
Makes sense. That is your turret too. Really doing a good job of keeping IG bottled up to spit. Balls finally takes that top turret, getting a bit of farm back. He's not behind Zatai by the entire amount like he was earlier, only down 2 levels. Well, still down 2 levels.
Yeah.
Sneaky. Ooh.
Where Zatai goes, Cloud9 goes somewhere else at this point in the game. It's the largest advantage. Just like where Incarnation and Sneaky go, they want to push their strength. They're actually going to get 2 turrets totally out of this Dragon, I think, if they can get a quick push going down here.
Well, they can get a lot of damage on it either way.
We'll see what they do. Look at the wards too that Cloud9 have backed themselves up for. They have really, they knew that IG was going to go for this Dragon, and they didn't really go and look for so many sightseeing and stop it. Cloud9 will get this tower here, but IG's in the mid lane.
IG is making a strong power play right here with 5 in the mid lane, trading the turrets as well as the Dragon. It makes the overall Dragon more worth it, but if we see all the turrets that Cloud9 was just able to take down, as well as the additional farm, the gap between balls and Zatai actually closed pretty substantially during that. It's an overall win for Cloud9.
Yeah, and overall, they do something really smart. They make sure that at least have one part of the IG's jungle deep water. If you have one element deep water, it's so much easier to get the wards in the other side because you actually have either vision or process of elimination to know roughly where your opponents are. Compare that to the TSM game last game. That vision was completely gone. Dark. Yeah. It was so hard for them to get that vision. That's why amazing whenever he was defending, he could stop people from coming in. So C9's vision control is a lot better this game.
And so much of this, I think, comes down to High's ability to shot call in the mid and late game.
Very true.
It's something that was completely lacking from Cloud9 in the early season, and it's something that has always been amazing for High at Worlds. Yes, he doesn't do things junglers do in the early game, and Cloud9 pays the price for it. But when they can get into these situations, 21 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead on IG, and IG has 2 Korean speakers and 3 Chinese speakers, High shot calling should be superior, and it gives a big edge to Cloud9.
Now IG taking off a bit of that edge as they take the bot lane tier 1 turret. That's all 3 outer turrets down now in favor of them.
Gotta say though, disappointed in Kitties. Would like to see some plays with Tempered Fate. I really think
you really haven't been talking about Bard at all.
No, because there's nothing happening. But you can find so many openings, but you gotta be creative. Moving around the map. From a 1 screen to a 1.5 screen distance, Tempered Fate is almost undodgeable if you cast it properly. You can always go a flash.
Cow.
The cow right now, forcing C9 out of the jungle. Here we go.
Oh, Tempered Fate locks up Elimination High. They're going to keep coming in. There's a teleport for Cloud9. Balls entering the fray here as well. Cow has to flash away. Oh, big explosive cast. Elimination push back into the ult. Slows down IG a little bit anyway. The fight avoided, but a lot of ultimates burned on both sides.
Good Braum shield there by Elimination, denying the Cosmic Binding there from Bard.
Really key interaction right there. I also thought that maybe Balls would have canceled that teleport. He flashed immediately after landing. I think he was worried about also getting Cosmic Binding. But amongst all that, Cloud9 actually gets another turret. Sometimes they are so good of turning what starts as a bad play into an advantage. A very particular play happened in AHQ where Balls died in the bottom lane and Cloud9 turned it into a massive team fight in the mid lane. This was a microcosm of that type of play.
Yeah, the analyst desk called it creative shot calling, and that's something High is really good at. Compared to Lost Worlds, when he went on his little solid snake run on the side lanes with that Zed, just trying to hide. That's something you see High do, and very many other shot callers just can't get to that level. So, actually very impressed that Cloud9 managed to come back, because at this meta game, being behind in your top lane or half or double the CS is...
We have not seen any other teams be able to play around it. But 2 games now, Cloud9, maybe we have seen another team. You can add it in here. I don't think of it off the top of my head.
No, I was just
did
thinking
game 1 against AHQ. Balls went into lane at a level down and 20 CS down, and Cloud9 was able to avoid being punished.
I was just thinking Balls trained for this in Korea.
I can see why you didn't say it.
There you go. He's gone to the Korea time chamber. He's come out 10 times stronger.
Yeah.
Still slightly abandoned in the early game by his team, but hey.
A diamond in the rough.
He only died twice. It's pretty good.
Hey, I will say, as we have a small lull in the game, of all the NA and EU players that went over to Korea to scrim and play solo queue, Balls put in the most work of any player. He struggled mightily to climb in solo queue. He actually never reached Master, but he played over 300 games in the under 1 month boot camp on top of scrims. Wow. Over 10 games a day on top of, he was playing out of his mind, so much effort, and he has improved. Even if he's not at the level of the other top laners, the work has paid off.
I mean, this game overall, he didn't really make any mistakes. Any other top laner would have ended up under a tower about to get dove, so it's just unfortunate that C9 managed to keep him hanging there. High now getting caught.
High. Teleport coming in, and High in a lot of trouble. Repels over the blue buff. Can he get away? Doesn't look like it. Turns in for a bit of damage, but he goes down. And IG, a bit of a power play now as they've got the 5v4. What are they going to do with it?
Huge pick. I actually wasn't entirely sure how that one started, but maybe he was going for vision control. Now they're trying to make a play.
Doesn't catch anybody. Tempered Fate.
It is so hard.
Useful that time.
It's so hard to cast that from that distance. You really want to be 1.5 screens at max, because otherwise you can actually sidestep it if the player is experienced against Bard. Some players might panic flash, but your max is 1.5 screens distance, because otherwise you can just dodge it.
Yeah, and the play is dead at this point.
Yep.
In clearing the ward, Incarnation got half health bars off Kakao, and
well, Incarnation has that Rylai's now. He's doing a lot of damage. He's getting that little slow as well. They've got to really watch out when they're going through chokes. It's not exactly the tankiest team ever. I mean, Gnar obviously is going to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with, but still, he hasn't gone for the tankiest build.
And the game might actually get very explosive in the next 5 minutes, because both these supports seem to be building towards the Zeeks.
I think you might be right.
He should be able to complete that probably on his next back. He has both components. Same for Kitties. I would say Tristana is the scarier AD carry with the Zeke's Harbinger completed because of the quick burst of damage you can do, but Sivir's also no slouch.
Oh, Kid taking a lot of damage, has to burn that Sivir out to get away, takes a big crit. Is the bomb enough? Ooh, not quite. Not quite, but again, Kid becoming the liability, getting caught, taken out of the equation, and C9, they can clean up the vision around that Baron pit. May be able to bait it a bit. Whoa, damage over the wall from Balls. Looks like Rookie's gonna have to use his ult though to get away.
This could very well be a Baron fight. Yeah, they have vision control. They know Kid is low without summoner spells, and the ultimate is down on Rookie. Plus, they don't actually see them in here. I still expect IG to come in to fight them.
Kitties can check. Kitties can check their ulti. Bard ulti reveals the Baron, but Kakao's face
Kakao. Z-Tai comes in. Tempered Fate use catches a few people. IG has to back away.
Goes back on the Baron.
High tries to go back on the Baron, doing a little bit of damage. Rookie takes out Elimination. Ball's getting very low. Baron goes over to red team. C9 managed to get it, but will they leave the fight alive? Z-Tai all over an Incarnation. Incarnation gets 2 kills before getting taken out finally by Kakao. And Sneaky takes down Rookie. It ends up being 3 for 4, but Sneaky still has that Baron.
I would call that a creative fight. Like, what was that? That was such a strange decision, but ultimately Cloud9 does win the trade. They have 1 person with Baron, which is enough to empower the minions for any siege they do, and they traded 4 kills for 3 kills.
So, are you a little bit surprised Sneaky isn't going for this dragon right now?
I think the better is for him to base and get the tempo, get the items to spawn together with his teammates. Let's watch that again. Tempered Fate actually Zitai actually didn't really help. Yeah, it cancels
the Gnarl.
Yeah, it's canceled Gnarl. So not a good Tempered Fate there. Yeah. Minus points there. And then Balls drops immediately. But look at Incarnation, what he does in this team fight.
Incarnation did so much work. As IG was funneling in, he basically did all of the damage for Cloud9 this fight. And Sneaky did a little bit of cleanup on the backside. If it was not for his Azir right there, Cloud9 would have been aced.
Yeah, this could have been a really good fight for IG, but Incarnation really leveled that playing
field. Would need to teleport down, but they might have to forfeit this dragon. It's only dragon number 2, so it's very forfeitable.
It's shocking that overall it's only the 3rd dragon even in the game, but C9 looks like they really want to fight on to Kitties. Kitties can't. Oh, he got to the magical journey in the end. Is he going to live through the bomb, though? Tempered Fate will save his life. Alt used, though. Oh, but Balls comes in for the dunk in the end. And now Sneaky, the backline, gets on the kid. There's a kill there. Sneaky could start getting the kills. Cacao with one, though. Balls does go down during the middle of all of it. IG trying to turn it around, but it looks like C9 has enough. Triple kill for Sneaky.
Ace for Cloud9!
Helps them ace, gets the ace.
They still have the Baron buff on Sneaky, so they can push with Baron and powered minions. If only they had a wave. What a ridiculous fight.
I can't believe they pulled that one off, but it was all about Balls getting into the back line. It was all about Sneaky being safe, coming from the side. Great fight by C9.
Balls is doing so much work, just soaking up damage and attention.
Yeah.
Sneaky went untouched that fight. We talked about this before. 2 carries is enough to win these fights. Incarnation's Azir and Sneaky's Tristana are straight up carrying these fights.
Balls is what I like to call an offensive punching bag, right? Because you hit it a bunch of times, once in a while it swings back, takes you out.
Watch that again here.
Goodness, he got the Noxian Might in this from executing with his ultimate because Kitties gets so low. And even though the Temper Fate had only delayed the inevitable, so let's actually watch the other side of the fight right here and see how Incarnation and Sneaky do work here.
Whoa.
Gets the static shiv crit as well as the dunk here. And Incarnation actually doesn't have the perfect ult, but it still zones Cacao and Rookie off to the side a little bit. And Rookie gets bounced back as he tries to dash in for some finishing blows, ultimately able to get finished by Sneaky, who remained untouched for the entire fight.
Yeah, Sneaky, really good aggressive jump there, but still safely. He knows he can always outrate Kid there in the 1v1, and then he switches with the help from Balls after executing the Sivir to the rest of the targets, and nobody could challenge him at all.
And they get the dragon on top of all of that. C9 in control of this game.
Elimination actually not looking to finish that Zeke, so he's just trying to get more tanky. He looks to day one and Aegis before he gets that Zeke's.
Interesting choice. He's also really, it may not even get it in this game if Cloud9 keeps up their aggression.
Yeah.
They have an open inhibitor here that they might be trying to go for.
It would put Sneaky on 95% crit chance in these fights, so...
That's why we were expecting it, because it's such a burst of damage.
Especially combined out with Tristana's Qs. My favorite AD carry to play Zeke with, but Elimination just values the peeling more, and I mean, in a sense, it makes sense if you can just stay alive and prevent people from even hitting Sneaky.
Yeah. And specifically with the amount of damage Incarnation is doing, Rookie's going to want to assassinate him with the flank on Echo, and they want a little bit of insurance for that. We're talking a lot about Cloud9. We do need to talk about IG because it's all about the flanks that they need to be able to get. The Baron call, as well as the Dragon call from Cloud9, were super risky. So the opportunities are still open for IG if they can keep up with the pace of this game.
A lot of teams at this point in the game, they get baited into straight up team fight after team fight, though. With this composition, IG can't forget that they have to flank or set up favorable team fights with Tempered Fate. Tempered Fate hasn't been really been used effectively at all, so we really need to see Zitai either split push or start collapsing from the flank.
Yeah, IG looks lost, man. I mean, they haven't been playing around that Bard ult very well, and the Bard ults themselves haven't been that great. And C9, man, these guys are looking so good now. That improbable run through the gauntlet, now they're looking to go 2-0 up in their group at Worlds.
Every game they play seems to make them stronger.
It does.
The longer High plays in the jungle, the more the more confident Incarnation becomes as well, because he has just been improving game over game over game.
This is a completely different player that joined Cloud9 initially over in NALCS.
Yeah. Well, I mean, High's almost a completely different jungler already. The shot calling is suddenly, you know, or finally, I would say, getting kind of equalized by his ability to just simply be a good jungler, too.
And for IG, they really need to buckle down and win right here. They're the favorites for some in this group, along with Fnatic. And if they start 0-2, it's disastrous. They still have Rookie and Cacao, who have been waiting to get to Worlds for so long. If they start Worlds by losing to an EU and then an NA team,
it'd be pretty shocking.
It's going to be very, very shocking.
Elimination Getting some damage onto Kakao. Gonna wait to proc that stun. Gonna turn around now for Kakao, taking a lot of damage. There's a Bramalt coming through. Elimination backing off. Rookies uses that Zonia's early.
Be big.
Tempered
great Bartle.
Traps to pull up. Yeah, IG doing quite a bit, but now they're bundled up. The damage from, whoa, the damage from Azir and from Sneaky is so big. Double kill for Azir already. High helps him finish it off. Rookie on the run, and this, you'd almost kind of assume it's going to be an ace.
With a play, 20% about to drop, and he just goes in like a man, gets a good ulti, and wins that fight for C9.
Really reminding me a bit of Coco's Azir play on CJ Entis, man. Just playing that hyper-aggressive Azir, getting the damage done.
The team fighting from Incarnation and Sneaky has been so good this game. That was a fight that IG had the initiation on. Not only did they catch Elimination early and burn his ultimate, they then tempered fate. Multiple Cloud9 members for the setup, but Cloud9 turned it around.
And they changed on Incarnation too against the wall. A little more damage, a little more focus from IG. He would have instantly dropped without casting a single ability that fight, but because he lived, mostly due to the barrier too, 20%. Watch that again. Look for how Elimination overextends just a little bit. He tags Rookie, so that helps him in the fight.
You could tell Cloud9 was aggressively looking for a fight. That's why he was up like that. But then, Zonia's into 3.
And look for the Q from Bar here. Stuns Incarnation,
yeah,
but he survives long enough to make that play.
Yeah, and then he just flies right into a house, but it doesn't matter.
Kid should have flashed over and finished off Incarnation. He was too passive in that fight. He could have changed the entire scope of the fight, and by proxy, this game.
I can hardly blame him. Sneaky's been two-shotting him for the majority of the game. You don't want to flash near that if you're going to be executed right afterwards.
Sneaky's damage is just out of control right now, both him and Incarnation. And I mean, C9, the other thing about this too is they keep managing to find IG in these choke points, just like the one they're walking through right now. Tempered Fate hits a minion. That's about it. IG needs to back off.
Krepo continues to shake his head at the bar play.
Sad bar. I'm shaking
Another two-man Baron. This is a picture replay of the last one, but this time Cloud9 is ready to turn.
Bramalt used. Kakao trying to get in the back lines high. Very low. Pops at Zonia's early. Can Incarnation turn this one around again? Big split. C-Ty push back. C9 balls takes down the Bram. There's a big big Gnarl. C9 could be in trouble. Viper survive. Turns it around though. The damage from Incarnation coming in. There's a double kill again. Already Z-Ty desperately trying to keep the fight under control, and he gets a Rookie with a triple kill, trying to make it away against Balls. He's gonna run for it, and that's a fight that went even up 4 for 4, but it looks like Balls might be able to catch Rookie in the end. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Rookie's a little too quick.
Not.
If he gets a little bit more mana, he can get out of here. Specifically, that is the dangerous shot calling of Cloud9, and this time, he's pretty fast with that Dead Man's Play, but he has no summoner spells.
All right.
Yeah.
Barely doesn't get
it. He needed to teleport back too because
no kidding.
2 inhibitors were down during that, so really Cloud9 would have just had to stall. They end up getting one anyways.
But so close.
That fight was crazy.
That massive Gnar into parallel convergence and then Rookie going back to it to proc it. Almost met Cloud9's demise, but they managed to hang on yet again. Incarnation, very low HP, gets a couple damage spells off, makes the fight even yet again.
Yeah, a couple things I noticed about this fight as well. Balls was able to get in the backline very easily because IG is so focused on flanking, nothing is actually killing him, so his slightly behind state doesn't matter. But also, Kid, this fight, flashed forward to kill Sneaky.
Yeah, Sneaky was zoned off 3v1. Even with a massive buster shot, it wasn't enough to survive that fight. But right now, we see another Baron setup here from Cloud9.
Yeah, the tempo is continually being pushed. This time, Cloud9 with the Azir can kill it so quickly. They got a Bard ult the pit right now.
They're doing it fast. Here we go. Baron taken out. Cloud9 already has a Braum ult, catches Kakao, and they're in that choke yet again. Here comes the damage. Tempered Fate locks them down, but it's only delaying the inevitable as C9 comes through. Victorious already in this team fight with a kill on Kakao. Kid trying to run away. They have to burn that Sivir ult to disengage, and C9, now they're coming in with Baron.
Only one Nexus turret remaining. Baron-empowered minions will be in 2 different waves. This could be the end of this game.
Certainly could be. IG needs to have a miracle fight to turn this one around. Z-Ty is going to need to come up big, but he's so far away from Meganar. That turret dying almost immediately. Rookie desperately goes in, and Z-Ty backs away as well. A double kill already for Incarnation. The damage is 2-0. Watch C9 completes the ace, and they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds. This Cloud9, you know, I think Faith Age is starting to apply to more than just CLG at this point. How? You just lump in C9 with that. These guys are looking so good.
They're almost looking better than Cloud9 from last year, which is crazy to say after this game. Almost. Incarnation's mid lane play in particular is mechanically amazing so far. The plays he was putting out in this game were very impressive.
I can't help but wonder though, that IG they took a wrong turn at one point because they could have punished Cloud9 so much harder. No team should be able to come back from that. Your top laner being dove level 4 against level 6 with a pickup composition. But then Cloud9, they find the opening, they chunk out Kid. That one moment in the mid lane where Rookie tried to defend 2 and then they lose their middle tower instead of going for the 1v1 split push.
Well, man, credit to Balls as C9 takes a bow, man. He was so far behind, stayed relevant. That's what you got to do as a top laner. You're going to have those games where you're so far behind in levels. And CS, as long as you can just not die, as long as you can just keep it up, keep the farm coming, you can come back and make a difference.
And you can see IG is pretty distraught after that loss because the situation that they face is rather daunting. They're 0-2. If Fnatic beats AHQ, there would be multiple 2-0 teams that they have to come back on, and only the top 2 teams make it out of groups. It was feeling like an inevitability for most IG fans as well as IG that they would make it out of this group, but they are now faced with a much different reality.
Well, IG too, coming into this, I mean, a lot of the Chinese analysts saying this team is very inconsistent. They have the high highs and the low lows, but we expected more than this.
If Fnatic continue to dominate the group, which a lot of people expect, IG still control their own fate. In the rematch against Cloud9, beating AHQ potentially twice, which is the weaker opponent from them left so far, they can still tie it up in the group. We can see a very exciting finish closure next week in this group.
That's true. It's a double round robin. Everybody has to play everybody else twice. So these first games, while they are telling, while they are...
I really think he deserves to be here, and I hope he gets a deep run.
Well, here we go, guys. Picks and bans for AHQ versus Fnatic. Azir banned out against Febivim right off the bat. There's a Gangplank ban from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic had quite a unique draft in day one. Hecarim top lane and Shen support, so a bit of a throwback to champions that weren't necessarily seen on the playoff patches. But what's interesting about this is AHQ is a team that had the most time off of any team at Worlds before arriving here, and they have not appeared to adapt well to the new game. So I wonder if it was a stubbornness on their part or if they just need a little while to warm up.
They'll definitely need to look for a comfortable pick on Mount. That is the way a lot of teams think Fnatic can potentially crack. Get a stronger jungler on your jungler player, and then try and shut down Reignover, who is actually the support for all these lanes. Once you get him down, then you can start tackling that wealth of individual talent in all these lanes.
Well, and Elise can do exactly that. A very strong first pick for AHQ. Does leave a lot of power picks open for Fnatic, though.
Elise was banned by Cloud9 against AHQ, so this is a logical pick.
Look at Reignover. Look at Reignover.
It's a bit troll. A bit troll.
I'll show you how it's done, kid.
Get in the opponent's mind.
Oh, yes. Remind him.
Now, very often we see some juggernauts here locked in. You know, Darius being picked up early rotation. Is Fnatic going to do the same thing?
I mean, we saw Darius win in our last game, right? But the win wasn't because of Darius. I feel like we haven't seen really any wins where you could say the win was because of that Darius. Looks like they're going to take it anyway, though. Huni is a pretty strong top laner.
He can still be a cog in the machine, and this is one of the first times in the draft phase already we're seeing some already inherent built-in synergy with the Darius. As far as team fights, the assistance for him to get involved is aided by the Sivir.
Also, Sivir, generally a passive laner that can get through most matchup by just farming, which means you can redirect your attention from the game to the Darius, and you touched about that earlier, Jan, how Darius gets pick priority but doesn't get game priority. Fnatic already looking to do that with this draft.
Meanwhile, AHQ thinking about picking up that Gnar.
It really feels like Gnar is the default pick against Darius.
It is. I mean, he's got the range. You can kite it a little bit. You can harass Darius a lot in range despite that little heal off the Q. Not too surprising to see that picked up. No more Renekton, apparently. Gnar's the go-to pick for everybody here, outside of SKT anyway.
Not everyone can be Marin, unfortunately.
That is true. Jinx possibly picked up as well. Looks like the timer will count down, and yep, it will be Gnar and Jinx locked in.
I like it. With Cocoon and traps available, you already have a decent amount of peel to keep that Darius away from your team. Jinx, hyper carry necessary. I don't think teams, whenever they pick a Gnar into Darius matchup, they actually lock in too much split push. Like we saw IG2, they went for like a 1-3-1, and it seems to be incredibly hard to play at the world stage. So more teamfight oriented picks could be big.
Febiven teasing a Riven pick here.
Before he became a professional player, Febiven was actually a very big Riven main. Obviously, his real name is Fabian, Riven, Febiven. That's potentially where it comes from. He was a Riven one-trick pony. He may actually end up playing a Veigar here. We'll see, but...
Will they actually even pick a mid laner right now?
I feel like the majority of these hovers are just taunting AHQ about their game yesterday.
True, that's actually true. The Veigar was played against them. No, I think we've deducted the champs. So like, this is why we don't talk about hovers.
Yeah.
No, we can, because it's all about the mind games, right? The hovers front. See, the hovers in Korea are pretty much there to just troll the Korean caster Cloud Templar. And he
Jungle Olaf as well. Give it a second.
Maybe. Yeah.
Rain over special.
All right.
Rain over special. It's what he was the pretty much only person to play Olaf jungle. Already the inbuilt synergy with the Sivir, so they're building very heavily around this.
Well, Jinx is going to have a lot of people running out of that. She's going to have a hard time stopping.
Actually, wasn't too big of a fan traditionally of Annie as a support, but her value seems to be pretty high in this World Finals, where she just provides instant hard CC.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of these teams have been looking for. A lot of these fights could go different ways. Could still see no Kalista, actually, this game.
Well, you're trying to get on the Jinx, right? And I mean, where you've already got the top lane picked, you can't go to like a Malphite or anything right now unless it's a rare Malphite support. So this makes sense. Put Olaf in the jungle.
Wouldn't mind to see a Morgana here, honestly, coming out of the Albus here. Black shielding that Jinx, keeping her alive. No axes, no Annie stun available. Kiting those Juggernauts.
Oh boy. Fizz, but the Tom Kench, it's the seafood duo.
Unbench the
Kench.
Kench.
By AHQ. Unbench the Kench.
Yeah, Westar goes back to Fizz yet again. It's expected. It was banned against him almost every game during the regular season in the LMS. It was countered yesterday by a nice pushing comp, and Fnatic has been spectacular in rotations. If Febiven picks a somewhat safe, long-range, wave-clearing mage, it would fit right into what Fnatic wants to do.
Zilean would be an unlikely choice, but something that perhaps could handle that Fizz. You know, I mean, the Veigar, we saw it work really well into the Fizz last time. You know, is Febiven willing to play that kind of champion?
Does the composition really require a Veigar? He has so many more options that he could play. Veigar is tricky. Westar obviously has learned his lesson. Hope he knows that matchup a little better.
Feels like a Victor game.
I agree.
Any game feels like a Victor game.
What about a Yorick game, guys? No. No. Oh, okay. I was going to say. Orianna makes a bit more
move speed.
There we go.
All right. Also more shielding for assassination.
Yep. Very well-rounded composition here from Fnatic.
Yeah.
The weaknesses of Olaf and Darius as champions, obviously, that they can't get to their targets. Double movement speed steroids here, a support that can lock the enemy in place. Obviously, will rely on being eaten up by his support, save him out of that damage.
And I'm thinking about the way AHQ wants to play this game. They need Ziv and Westar actually to have pretty strong laning phases because they need split push pressure in order to get flanks for some team fights. I really do wonder, Fnatic is such a good team as a unit with all the move speeds synergizing with the two champions that want to just run straight at the enemy.
Also, just look at the innate amount of wave clear that Fnatic has ready. Even Olaf with a couple axes puts a wave lower. Orianna instant clear wave. Sivir instant clear wave. The hardest part for HQ will be their wave clear. AoE rockets from Jinx is their best wave clear tool. That is really rough if you get any amount of goal behind.
Now we saw the Bard from IG. Now we're seeing the Tom Kench from AHQ. Are one of these slightly more unorthodox support picks going to work? Obviously, the Bard didn't do it. We'll see if Tom Kench can pull some slack, pull the line, I would say. If you had Tom Kench on the line, you'd probably get away with it.
Crepper, have you saved any like Tom Kench jokes?
There's a bunch of unbench to Kench memes, but we're going to let Twitch chat fill that one up, hopefully.
All right. Well, guys, if you are on your phone, you want to use that Twitter hashtag AHQWin if you think they can take it, or hashtag FNCWin over to @LOL eSports. Let us know what you think as we move into our final game of the day here on day 3 of the League of Legends 2015 World Championships. AHQ versus Fnatic. It's time to get onto the rift.
If you're unfamiliar with Tom Kench overall, his job is really to be a pesky nuisance and peel. To stop people from getting to your AD carry. If they do, then disengage, eat up the AD carry. We may see another aggressive 5v5 here, though. Yellowstar instantly charging up that stun.
He is when played well, he is one of the most annoying supports to play against. It's almost like the way it feels when trying to kill a support when they have a Kalista on their team is like trying to kill an AD carry when they have a Tom Kench on their team. You go for him, Kench eats it, has all this great health, you feel like you're wasting your time trying to hit him, then the AD carry gets spit out in the other direction.
So is it dinner time for AHQ?
30 seconds until minions.
I wonder, a little bit of wards going down, some very, very safe fanning going on from both of these teams here at level 1.
Mountain and Ziv, those guys really need to snowball their matchup, really. Get that top lane ahead. Mountain needs to get some aggressive ganks off. Olaf, no flash. If you catch him in the jungle early when he's low, you definitely can kill him.
Yeah, a little bit of a slightly late invade, but again, you know, no real deep wards for either of these teams. As it looks like we will have a bit of a jungle follow early on. Do you think they're going to send Huni down to the bot lane right away, or is he going to stick with Rainover for a bit?
Pretty much every team starts with at least a 2-camp double jungle as far as top laner and jungler go. Even if there's no lane swap, it's more efficient because the junglers save damage and the top laner is able to go to lane with extra potions.
Look what Reckless and Yellowstar are doing though. They're not going for Krugs. They may secure a 3rd quadrant here for Fnatic overall, the way this lane swap could play out, because AHQ 4-man starting in their safest quadrant overall.
It's true, AHQ is getting mind gamed a little bit here. Depends which. No, Fnatic's not going for a camp at all. They were expecting a start in that quadrant and were looking to harass instead of just starting on a grump. That could have been really huge.
And then obviously Rainover and Huni are just going to continue double jungling. No reason for Huni to go to that bot lane when there's so many camps available. Yellowstar is just on scouting duty. That's all he needs to do. Find and locate the enemy jungler. Now he's potentially counter ganking some level 2 cheese here in the mid lane.
Good try for this early gank here. He's got that stun loaded up. Could go for a flash W or something. Or just walk in and try to get the flash out of Westor. Rainover coming over too. Westor already getting very low. He hits level 2.
Yeah, Westor smartly playing towards his strong side of the map where all his allies are, so would have been really hard for the Yellowstar to actually get something on that. But I love what Fnatic did right here, shortcutting the double jungle. And it's going to be a dragon, but the tempo loss for AHQ is huge here. As far as gold and experience goes, Fnatic is going to have a really big edge on this, as well as they're going to get control of 3 of the major buffs.
They can even, they can send Huni top right now, push in the tower relatively delayed. Rainover can return to his jungle with all 3 camps and the Scuttle Crab still available. Whereas at the opposite side of the map, there's only a Grump left for AHQ to take, so very big tempo swing.
Yeah, early dragon taken by AHQ, but Fnatic responding with a lot of pressure here in this top lane. We'll see if AHQ can get any sort of semblance of equalization down in bot. It's going to take a long time.
Yeah, I've seen these trades go a lot of different ways. If a team is snowballing really heavily, it almost adds insult to injury to the team that didn't take the dragon, but that's after they make a mistake. If Fnatic plays this properly, they will hold an advantage, and by the time the next dragon comes around, they would be able to capitalize on that advantage, just due to the extra golden experience they gained while the 3-minute dragon was being taken by HQ.
Last game, Huni forgot to take that tower down. If you remember, he left it on a couple of hits. This time, they're guaranteeing, they're sharing the gold too. Reckless needed a little more gold for his item. Huni, that wave is being bound, so he can safely farm. He's not going to be punished in this Gnar Darius matchup, as many top laners have so far.
Yeah, and all of this with the bottom turret for Fnatic really not taking any damage. Oh, the Q stops Reckless for going back. Reckles.
Technically, it is written Reckles.
Yeah, it is. You spell it phonetically.
All the way back in his first major tournament, IPL 5, the Reckles and Reckless debate was in full swing. I still want to call him Reckles, but I've just gotten so used to calling him Reckless because he says so.
That's one of the things about esports is that you don't really always know how these guys are going to pronounce their names. Like, try casting in Korea sometimes, man. We had Gorilla go from Gorilla to Galira, back to Gorilla again. Expression, we're like, all right, it's misspelled Expression. We're just calling. No, he wants to be called Expression. It's not easy sometimes.
Actually, do you
call him AN or AN? You just gotta go with it.
If there was an H, I'd call him On more.
Interesting though. The way HQ interrupted them completely changed their Reckless state. Huni went around.
Rainover right there. Actually, Ziv comes back in. Where's that flash? He's gone. First blood goes to Rainover. Whoops.
That was huge, and specifically credit to Huni for getting the apprehend during the Gnar jump. We've seen so many Darius Gnar ganks be attempted where that apprehend does not catch the Gnar. But Huni was able to do it.
AHQ felt comfortable because Albus canceled 2 backs, and they thought Huni was actually being swapped down to the bot lane, but they actually just pathed it around together with Rainover. Lulled Ziv into a fake sense of security and then punished that. That was actually a very creative play there by Fnatic. Meanwhile on the bot lane, On and call him whatever you want. He's just freezing, not putting any pressure. A 4-man roam.
Westor takes the south door out of the mid lane to try to escape with his life. Won't need to burn any summoners, it looks like.
It's an effective door to take.
It is.
Yeah, here. I do have to mention that the AD carry priority for AHQ is really huge. And the fact that they forfeited so much and still not gained a major advantage for and over Reckless is disastrous for AHQ. As far as AD carry CS differential at 10 minutes goes, AHQ had the highest of any team at Worlds with over 10 coming into this. And Reckless is actually a pretty conservative laner. So if AHQ was going to win something, it would have been that AD carry matchup. But with the way these lane swaps are being engineered, Fnatic is just winning across all fronts.
Huni hasn't gotten that much CS though. He's still even CS here with Ziv overall because of the way
He's got a lot more gold though, globally.
Yeah, obviously he was part of that first spot, so he's definitely in a comfortable position. Overall, just due to the level 1 start, HQ, they did something you really can't afford to do on the world stage, which is a single quadrant start jungle with no backup plan.
Jeez, it's like a 2K gold lead already for Fnatic at just under 7 minutes. Can't really go too much worse for AHQ. They're going to need to really play it out perfectly for like the next 10 minutes at least if they want to come back in this game.
Yeah, and at the very least, push down the turret. They're leaving it up. They're not getting any gold influx to them right now, and they're stuck in these defensive lanes. Maybe their hope is that the next time Fnatic tries to push a turret, they can win a fight because they're still technically CSing pretty well as a team. They're just losing out hugely on objective gold.
I mean, CSing well as a team, but I mean, that means they're keeping up. You know, they're not ahead. They need turrets. They need that gold.
I agree.
Febvin getting a little bit more for himself. And gonna grab that blue buff too.
This is the part of matchup where you actually can start pushing out pretty aggressively. Sustained push from the Orianna. Forcing Fizz to wave clear under his turret obviously keeps him down. He does bring the Ignite to the table. Febvin will need a clutch cleanse there to get out of that.
A Rainover getting a ward down in the enemy jungle too. I mean, Febvin is so extremely safe in this lane right now.
The crowd is cheering for every successful Febvin CS.
Yeah, he got one. It's more gold. Is he gonna do it? 2 at once here. It's a possibility.
Whoa!
So good.
Right. Mesmerizing.
That Febvin. Faker who?
Watch him CS.
I love this crowd. This is, I think this is actually the best crowd I've ever seen live. These guys are so excited about everything. I love it.
Mostly instigated by the in-house casters here, Chips and Y.
Dude.
The band of merriment that they brought to the table too. So fantastic
so
audience
good.
here.
Every time I've come to France for an event, it has been amazing. I've done it, I think this is my 4th time here, and the crowds are just always mind-blowing.
Need some more Pantheon, but we'll get to that potentially. All right, Huni now CSing on the tower. Actually doing a phenomenal job as the crowd indicates. That's up to single one.
They're actually getting most of the CS.
Oh! Huni, you're fired.
Can I hire this crowd when I'm playing solo queue? I need those kinds of cheers. Well, Reckless might be in a little bit of trouble. No, just spell shields his right through the flame choppers, takes some damage. Whoa, the rocket misses!
This is very deceptive for the players because every time they hear a cheer, they're like, what are they cheering for?
Whoa, Ziv pulled in. He doesn't have his flash. He needs to be careful here, trying to get away. Activates that Hyper Rainover, being chased back by Westor, who comes up. Huni back under turret now, so a little bit too much pressure to go after that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the Westor roams. Unless that pays off, it's going to be heavily punished. Febvin already with pressure in the mid lane. Going to take a chunk out of that mid turret.
Big chunk.
HQ has to answer with at least a turret at the top.
Yeah, roaming always brings a very large opportunity cost, especially if the enemy laner isn't even chunked out. Febvin, full resources, can just continuously keep shoving here. Reckless getting poked by these zaps.
Huni taking some damage. Mountain doing it, trying to get that execute. Ziv trying to get there. Huni in big trouble, and Mountain gets the kill.
This is something we've seen Huni do before. When his team is slightly ahead, he just doesn't quite respect his opponents just enough and ends up dying on another very predictable manner. So Huni needs to show that up in his play. Fantastic 1v1 clutch player, but then these slow, very predictable regangs, he sometimes still falls to.
One of the only ways that AHQ comes back in that is if Huni gives up a kill. And that's what that was. It was a giving of a kill.
Very true.
Because it was very easy to concede that turret and the team would still come out ahead now.
He's going to be able to catch up in a lot of CS because of the wave that he's getting at the moment, but still, I mean, he needs to be careful that he doesn't fall too far behind again.
And just look at mid lane, 30 CS, that was the cost of that roam, so you really want to get that value somehow. Also, that mid lane tower, that is some hidden cost. Once that one falls, that swings the game open, especially wave clear mids against non-wave clear mids with the tower down, gives you so much pressure advantage. Deep vision becomes even easier to place.
Huni is pushed up really far.
Oh, over the wall, goes for the execute. AHQ gets dodged by the rappel. He's coming back down. Oh, doesn't hit him with the E, and Huni in a little bit of trouble. Teleport coming in. Tom Kench trying to join the fray. Huni gets taken down by Mountain yet again, but it's a kill on both sides as Rainover comes in. He's in danger of getting eaten here, though. He's got the 2 blue buffs knocked against the wall. And Albus comes in to help it out, getting bloodthirsty, picks him up, spit him out. Albus getting the kill.
Steals a kill.
Why would Albus steal the kill?
You have to. If you have the stacks, you have to press W. You even saw him hesitate.
Dude, did you know Tom Kench can eat people? Why would you not ever do that?
Why would you ever not do that? Because Ziv doesn't eat kills on a top lane, clearly.
Yeah, Tom Kench does. You got that right.
Yeah.
I will agree
Tom
with that
Kench is technically a top laner too. Maybe they can just role swap, you know. Our support, Tom Kench top lane comes out.
I think people are mistaking his name. It's Tom Kench, it's not Top Kench. He's not meant to go in the top lane. I don't care what you say. Support. We claim him. We supports claim Tom Kench.
Either way, that's a couple of kills that Huni's given up.
Yeah.
And it's sneaking AHQ back into this game. The mid lane is down, so the pressure should actually be near its higher point for Fnatic. And the grouping is closing in around this Dragon number 2 as well as bot lane turret. But Huni is still in the top lane without a teleport, and it actually gives Dragon control to AHQ.
In all seriousness, that was as we see Raynor being challenged here now in his own jungle. Like, I could almost call it a tilty play from Huni. He dies and he wants to teleport deep to just get a counterplay 2v1 with no backup. Yes, Raynor comes in, but then the Abyssal Voyage brings in Tom Kench, and it wasn't necessary, not at all. And this is not really the style we've seen Fnatic develop. Slow, calculated, meticulous. That's the way they've played in Summer Split. This scene more Fnatic of Spring. Rash, you know, all in. Huni trying to mechanically outplay people instead.
Yeah, they need to calm down. They need to calm down, and it seems like that's kind of what they're doing now. Nice spell shield by Reckless to absorb that torch from Jinx, which doesn't seem like it hurt much anyway, but might as well get the mana. Ziv.
Yeah, he's now pulling ahead.
Yeah.
It is a very straightforward matchup to play. Stay out of his apprehend range. Yep. That is TLDR in our Darius matchup.
Oh, Mountain trying to make a play with Albus onto Rainover here. Rainover, I mean, what a career he's had since he moved to Europe. I mean, in Korea, he wasn't known for being a great player. They called him Game Over because he really, you know, that was it. You got him on your team, it was game over. Big change for this guy, coming to Europe, making a name for himself.
Still game over, just in the other direction. 18-0 with Fnatic in the regular season.
That was game over in a good reason. Well, maybe not this game, but we'll see. It's still very close. Fnatic still with the gold lead, but that might change as this turret looks like it could go down fairly soon.
And this was the initial lane stuff tower HQ decided not to take down at all. So they really want to keep that lane, even be able to bounce back the waves on. Didn't feel comfortable playing in a long lane, but so far they're hanging out. The gold hasn't really changed all too much.
He's got the safety of Tom Kench behind him. He also has a pickaxe advantage on Reckless as far as straight AD is concerned. The only danger would be a Yellow Star all-in with some gank potential, but they're very happily taking small chunks out of that turret.
And those plays on the top lane, that lack of pressure has kind of locked up Yellow Star too, because he's now stuck dealing in that bot lane, keeping Reckless in the lane, but traditionally we've seen a lot of roams come out of Yellow Star. Him together with Rainover at this point in the game, you would very often see them roaming, but AHQ, they have some really good vision control. Look at those 2 pink wards and 1 extra up top. Like the base position of pink wards have been filled, so HQ, a lot better position in this game compared to last.
I'd agree. You know, one interesting thing about this game, too, is that the kills haven't exactly gone to where the teams would prefer them on. A couple to the junglers, one to the support.
All right, both those pink wards, they're gone.
I guess so.
Well, there's that. And immediately HQ actually has to retreat.
You feel the pressure.
Because they have no vision within their own jungle, which makes an incredible feeling of pressure right there. Because if they stay under the turret, for all they know, they could be getting 4 Mendo.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. Get back to base, pick up some items. This does finish it very early.
But even to go back and get the wards, it's still dangerous, unless they can actually see Fnatic recalling. But if Fnatic plays this right, they will recall and fall.
Now looks like it's going to be a turret for Fnatic.
That's actually something.
3-0 now.
That is something EDG does incredibly well when you watch them play. They abuse Fog of War to their advantage so much, and I hate it when I see people base in full vision because you just give your opponent so much free information.
Yeah.
Top level teams, that is often the difference.
You basically say, hey, you know what? If you want to come to this part of the map, you can. It's fine. You're safe for a little while. That's not something you want to do. AHQ looking to respond with a turret of their own. They'll be able to take the top one, but that is their first turret of the game. They do have the 2 dragons, though.
And that bot tower could fall down soon, too.
Yeah, really could. There's a chance that HQ has held out pretty well from the early game pressure disadvantage they opted into with that dragon. The mistakes that Huni granted can almost slingshot AHQ ahead if they are able to win a team fight of some kind.
And remember, Westor is a very good assassin split push player on that Fizz.
Whoa,
on the gets popped.
They're going after him here. Westor gets stunned by that Timbers. Could be in trouble. Turning around as the teleport comes in for AHQ. Ziv is there as well, too. That's a kill for Westor. Fnatic getting Reckless as Reckless tries to escape. They come in, they get a kill, but it looks like they'll pay for it. Jinx Rocket, non-consequential. Huni flashes. Can he actually catch Ziv? No, he can't. He's about to go Meganar. Here comes Tom Kench. Not going to be able to catch Huni.
Here comes...
You know, he could just pick up Ziv and run after him. He's got that move speed, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
The way Westor turned around there was actually incredibly smart. Like, he saw the teleport and he turned around to finish Annie, and then somehow Ziv stayed alive. 3v2 long enough. Impressive play here from AHQ.
That's a turret too for AHQ. Fnatic in a lot of trouble now.
And this could be the slingshot. AHQ fell back in the early game, and now they're flying ahead of Fnatic because of the mistakes Huni made and that nice play by Westor, as well as the globals there enacting the teleport from Ziv and the Tom Kench just to make some safety at the end of this fight.
Switch that again. Just keep your eyes on here how Westor decides. His teleport is coming behind him. Huni teleports ahead of him, so he has to turn around. They finish off Yellow Star, and then they turn to Reckless. 2 for 2 would be actually a decent trade here, considering that they fight 2v3, but actually ends up just being a 1v2 here. Kill trades, and then Ziv still survives.
Yeah. Really nice jump.
And forces the flash.
Barely outrange.
Or gets the flash, you know.
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
Technically, he forced flash because it was used.
We talked about Huni.
Have no cooldowns, it's flash.
I mean, we talked about Huni waiting, of course, to use that apprehend until the hop started. He didn't that time. He used it really early, right after he got in, and that made it easy for Ziv to escape.
Especially if you look at the weaknesses of this AHQ composition, we touched on it in the draft already. No wave clear at all. But because they're actually still even in the lane, they can put...
Whoa, big shockwave brings in on and Albus. Albus eats his buddy, keeps him safe.
I say they can put on mid without anything to worry about. Still have to worry about that shockwave.
Well, he's a bit slimier, but he's alive. That's the important thing.
And these are the trade-offs that Westor makes in almost all of his games. He almost always loses CS in order to try and create kills and pressure on the other side of the map. But mid laners in the LMS are not nearly as good at punishing this as there are at Worlds. Febiven with a 70 CS advantage, only 18 minutes in. And despite the kill, 1,300 gold up.
Uh-oh. Mountain gets slowed down by that undertow, trying to get away. Westor coming from the side, Mountain with the repel. Albus trying to get in there. He's going to flash over the wall, pick up his friend here. Yellowstar in a lot of trouble. Going to go down. Westor gets the kill. Gets taken out, though, as Huni comes in. It's a brawl. There's the zone. He's used by Febiven. It's another kill for Rainover. Ziv still a touch from the side. A lot of members low for Fnatic. That's kills all over for AHQ. Meanwhile, Huni still going at it with on. He gets the kill. 4 on both sides. It's a top laner battle. Huni trying to catch Ziv, and Ziv just going to run away. Are they still going to go in? No. So 4 for 4.
Couple team fight mistakes in this fight still. Febiven flashed into a wall, and then AHQ committing so hard to kill the support Yellowstar after he's already used Tibbers. Questionable move there by Westor, spending his ultimate for that, but overall a 4 for 4 trade. So,
and this is not the controlled game many were expecting after Fnatic strangled out IG 2 days ago in the first game here at Worlds. This fight in particular, total chaos, really. The annoyance of Tom Kench showing true here, flashing over the wall just to eat, and that prolongs the fight. So yes, Westor went on a bad target, but it was the target his fish landed on, and he's really just trying to get kills to start his gold lead off. The big thing here was the way the front lines were playing. On was really close to resetting this fight, but Huni was at least in the right position to zone him out. Chaos in the backside.
And that failed flash. If everyone went over the wall, he could have killed Mountain, but Mountain had time to get out of spider form. In that case, turn around and actually finish him off. So Ziv has been shown really good distance management.
AHQ's going to want to fight over this dragon right away.
They do. They don't want them to get it. Fnatic gets it anyway. There's going to be a fight. Fish onto Yellowstar yet again. On coming in from the side. Unopposed. Rainover trying to get to him with that Ragnarok. A kill comes in already for Fnatic. Ziv getting low. Finally, Albus so healthy with that Greyhound. Not anymore. That's a double kill for Reckless. Yellowstar finally gets taken out. It's a triple kill, though, for Reckless. And finally, Huni takes him. There's a double kill for Ziv, though, on the other side. It's nearly an ace. Once again, a big brawl, but this time 2 for 3 in favor of Fnatic.
LMS teams, in particular AHQ, are never willing to give up a dragon for nothing. So they go in really hard despite the dragon being down. And also, we just talked about Westdoor's target selection. He again all-ins Yellow Star and actually does not have the burst yet to even one-shot. So he is a complete non-factor in this fight, and it negates the advantage the other members of AHQ may have had.
Yeah, watch that again. If he had a Zonias, this is an okay move, but because he doesn't stun into Boomerang and one-shot, Westdoor completely useless in this fight. And all he really needs some healing. Good shockwave from Featherman.
Yeah, and then you can see the Super Mega Death Rocket almost take them out for On, but Featherman sits at full health for pretty much the whole fight, and Ziv is unable to dodge the outside of the Darius Q on that occasion, which ends up trading the shutdown gold to Huni.
Speaking of Darius, he's getting some items, he's getting some kills. Huni much more relevant now than he was a couple minutes ago.
Only 1,000 gold, roughly behind 900 right now, and more importantly, he finished his core build. Black Lever and Deadman's Blade, that's all he needs in these team fights for Darius, so he doesn't really care that he's behind Ziv in particular, because Fnatic as a whole, as a team, they team fight way better. So HQ need to go back to this 1-3-1 split push again and find individual skirmishes, because Fizz is one of the strongest 1v1 assassins that they have here in this game.
You know, I gotta say too, Albus is not making a huge difference at the moment on this Tahm Kench. I mean, when it comes to a big 5v5 team fight, he's just kind of walking around a little bit.
Particularly that last one when Fnatic had the setup.
Yeah.
Really evident. Tahm Kench has some nice capabilities of coming in on the backside of chaotic fights and creating a difference because of the duration in which he can make someone untargetable. But really, if Fnatic sets up that well and HQ jumps in, it's not good.
Yeah, good point there, because compare the utility of a Tibbers versus an Abyssal Voyage. Abyssal Voyage is good if you can relocate between lanes. Again, 1v1 split push. Get your more members to a different lane quicker than Fnatic can expect it. Whereas in team fights, Annie takes the cake right there. An AoE 4-man Tibbers can decide to fight. Abyssal Voyage, not so much.
We're only 22 minutes in, and Featherman has nearly 100 CS over Westdoor.
That's insane.
The kills are even. Westdoor has been trying to roam and make plays, but the goal difference is 2,100 in that mid lane, and if an Orianna gets ahead, it shuts down Assassin.
We're also averaging 1 kill per minute, something we did not expect from Fnatic coming into this match. AHQ we did, Fnatic not so much.
It was such a tactical game for Fnatic in their match against IG. Here they are playing really crazy, honestly, being so aggressive, being overly aggressive at times, wanting to get in there for the skirmishing, and AHQ is answering. They're saying, all right, you want to fight? We'll fight too.
Yeah, Fnatic is defaulting back on a lot of really old habits in this game. So much of the spring split team was undisciplined, risky plays, and they completely cleaned it up for 3 to 4 months. But for whatever reason in this game, AHQ's has brought the old Fnatic back.
Well, I mean, they're lucky. Fnatic they're barely making it work at this point, but this game is so close. AHQ could still turn this around anytime.
That's the way, honestly, if you look at a team that is this crisp at Fnatic, you can take 2 approaches. Either you play the same crisp game style that you're not used to, or you bring them down to your level and you try and beat them with experience. And that is the approach. Controlled chaos here from AHQ, but they'll need some fancy moves right now because Fnatic, their fundamentals are still better. Their vision control, especially on this Baron buff, is just a lot more advanced than what AHQ is used to.
Well, they're finally, Fnatic that is, getting a little bit of side wave control back in that top lane. We'll see what they can do in the bot lane with Huni here. This Ziv, this Gnar is still pretty fed.
Yeah, and Frozen Mallet, if he gets in split push scenarios, he can completely dominate Huni and then have some teleport advantage. You can see he's consistently pushed up on that side of the map.
Yep. Split push is almost set up for HQ. They just need to get this wave in neutral or pushed in and then have a perfect 1-3-1. Unless Westdoor basing.
Now, Dragon is coming up in a minute 30.
Just everyone base.
Yeah, because Dragon's coming up in a minute 30, man. You gotta get ready to fight again.
Yeah, let's team fight that Dragon because our composition is totally built around that.
Oh, yeah.
It's exactly the way AHQ plays, whether or not their composition is built around it or not. The Dragon is where you team fight. And if you're not ready for that team fight, you are not winning those games.
It's like in that way they're 300, man. It's like, this is where we fight. This is where, well, we might die too, actually, but well, they'll die a little bit. That's how it's been going for AHQ.
11 to 11, something's got to give.
Like, what is your profession? And Tahm Kench is like, cooking. Like, no, you're supposed to say war. Sorry.
Does like eating.
Eating.
He does have a certain amount of swagger to his walk.
He does.
Kench.
He does. He has a jolly swagger, I would say.
On though,
I agree.
Outside of all those tracking, yeah, I'm glad you agree there, Jen. Has had some really good positioning overall. And kiting, even though not many people have been peeling for him, he's done a decent amount of damage with those AoE rockets in fight, and has really dodged quite a few, shockwaves and just sidestepped a lot of the abilities. So keep your eyes on him for the team fights.
Westor is the big name, but Ziv and On are the carries of this team, through and through. They also became a much more powerful team when Mountain started jungling for the team and Albus moved down for support. So really, Westor is a cog in the AHQ machine, and he's trying to fulfill his role right here as a teamfight flanker, but he needs to make the right decisions. This time, if he pulls a backline move, at least he has the Zhonya's Hourglass, so this fight should be more interesting. Meganar is in the top lane as the Dragon spawns, so they have a very finite window here.
Deep wards though, their jungle's on Krugs coming back right now, so very delayed on tempo here. Maybe they panic again.
Fnatic going for this dragon. Can the steal happen? Oh, he gets it. Mountain steals the dragon. That's not bad.
Don't have to fight for it. You could just steal it.
That works. Why not?
Genius.
All right.
They're one step ahead of us, Chad.
He had flash, he had the repel, it wasn't respected by Fnatic. They didn't use any spells to zone out. Honestly, I think they were too ready for AHQ to just pile in and fight them again.
Yeah.
They kind of forgot about the obvious play. That's the Elise steal, who has an execute and therefore can outsmite your jungler.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, stun onto Zip. This may have not been wise to come down. You're going to take a lot of damage. Goes Meganar at the last second. Oh, here comes Westor looking for some kills. Misses his ultimate, though. Fade away from Reckless. Can he survive the playful trickster? He can with the flash. Mountain still harassing that AD carry. Oh, there's the damage! And there's the kill for Reckless. Meanwhile, a ton of kills for Fnatic as they chase away AHQ. Zip force the flash. Huni didn't even hit the E. They can turn onto this Baron whenever they want.
Such good juking from Reckless, and he has faith in his own mechanical ability. You can see upgrading his alacrity boots because he knows he has the mechanics to sidestep, and this just gives him that little extra edge. While everyone was trying to kill Reckless, the rest of Fnatic was cleaning up on the backside, and that's the game-changing moment in this game.
Yeah, such a fantastic play there. Ziv coming in to harass, but Fevin should have the zone control. Huni should get back to the Baron. That goes down.
I got it.
If we see that again, I want to see if he actually shielded that fish from Westor.
I wonder.
I think he did, and that means the fish will drop down. If you have the spell shield on, the fish will not latch onto you.
It was right on him. I mean, he must have, right?
Yeah, it looks like Westor did the dash to him and then fish right away to kind of cancel the cast animation, which normally locks it on. But Reckless, I think, saw it coming. We'll see in the replay.
And then somehow, the back end of that fight got completely slaughtered
by
Reynov and Huni. You can just imagine that Olaf and Darius had just had a fun time whacking away. Everybody was looking at Reckless, including AHQ.
Boy. Okay, here we go.
Brothers.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it was a nice start by Ziv, considering how caught he was, to get the Gnar stun into the wall. And let's see Westor. It was point blank right on Reckless, but doesn't stick because of the spell shield.
Yellow Star does get taken out here, but
and again on the bottom end of your screen, you don't see it, but On is just getting wrecked there in the fight. Good shockwave on Febiven. And again, nobody is peeling for On. The composition is built actually around a hypercarry Jinx, but nobody's helping him in these team fights.
Yeah, saying good luck to Jinx and like running off is not generally the best way to keep your ADC alive.
Yeah, and now Reckless has a QSS, so even if he doesn't spell shield the fish, he can QSS to drop it and still walk away. Not to mention, Febiven is kind of sneakily carrying this game. The amount of pressure he's put and CS he's picked up while Westor is attempting shenanigans is really giving Fnatic a huge edge.
He's had some great shockwaves in team fights, and Fnatic uses that Baron already to take out the tier 2 turret in mid.
Febiven has just overall become a very consistent force on Fnatic, and they can just lean on him even when one of these side lanes perhaps doesn't get the win they require. You can always rely on Febiven to have at least even or ahead CS, and then he can even just shine in teamfights. So Fnatic overall using that to their advantage.
Pretty sure this is the largest mid-lane CS discrepancy yet.
Yeah, it's huge. It's massive. Just like the massive damage going down on that mid-lane turret. AHQ, the desperation is real, man. Are they going to fight it? Not just yet. The turret goes down. Fnatic moves in with that Baron buff to try to go for the inhibitor. Huni tried a flash play there. Didn't work out, but they get the inhibitor.
There is some synergy on that basketball Darius with Orianna.
There can be.
The Sivir ult is down and the Darius flash, so HQ wouldn't mind a fight here. I wonder if they go.
Oh, Yellow Star has to flash away. Huni, or Zip rather, gets a Gnar out. They pull him in anyway. There's the fish on the Reignover. Still, the carries for Fnatic are okay, and that is going to mean the damage turns around. Double kill, though, for On.
That's the beginning of the resets.
That's right. Westor getting the kill, triple kill, and that is nearly going to be an ace. It will be the ace as Febiven finally gets taken out. Kill for Tom Kench, and AHQ gets a near clean ace. Nice.
I love the way Alp plays these fights. After his first kills, many Jinx players would just storm forward to get resets. He actually sidestepped one of the ball movements from Febiven, then went in for the play. At the end, we see how much damage that ball can do, because this could be an entirely different fight. But overall, Fnatic, they stayed a little too long.
What a massive turn in this game.
Yeah.
That was such a huge gold swing. Not only are they getting 2 turrets off of this and an ace, those were shutdown kills on a lot of people, so that's an extra ignition of gold into that team. It's now a 1,000 gold game despite all of the punishment they've taken early.
All right, let's check this one out. How did this all end up happening?
We have to remember that the flash on Darius was down as well as the Sivarald, so they can't actually disengage. Then Shockwave doesn't have much impact because of the pull by Westdoor, and On is untouched since Darius can't flash to get on him, and because the Shockwave was used elsewhere.
Yeah, that 4-man stun from Ziv, even though he just hit one guy with the ulti, the follow-up there hits 4 people, stun source people, and then On with some good respect there for the Orianna ball from Febiven.
Yeah.
They just clean up that fight, and we see just how important the cooldowns are for Fnatic's lineup in these fights.
You know, I feel like we've been seeing Huni all game long taking these excessively risky plays, like trying to get the flash engage. It's flashy, but you're already killing the inhibitor. Just be happy with that.
You always have to see what does that play generate in terms of objectives.
Yeah.
If the inhibitor's already down, why would you flash it? And then you look at the opportunity cost of that play. What can we lose if this goes wrong? Apparently a lot.
They lose the Baron buff, they lose the fight, they lose some turrets, but they come right back and take this bot lane tier 2. So Fnatic, despite the game getting a little bit closer, seems to have bounced back quite nicely. They've got the waves where they want them to.
Yeah, that was actually the first negative Baron power play of the tournament when Fnatic had Baron. They lost gold in the eventual exchange, but this Dragon is now huge. AHQ, if they get this, start the timer for 5th Dragon. Can Westdoor flank? Will be a huge question in this fight.
He's going to try.
Oh!
That's a ton of damage. That might be it right there. Okay, well, there's the answer to the question. Can they steal this Dragon, though? Mountain, I don't think he's even going to try it. It's only 2nd Dragon for Fnatic. It's a big one, but AHQ can let this go.
Yeah, they needed to. Febiven took Westdoor to half health before the fight
600
began.
ability power right now on Febiven already.
Slammed that door.
No more 5 Dragons, at least for another 12 minutes. AHQ wanted to wait that long.
That's a long time, man. I mean, that would make this one of the longest games we've seen yet, if it goes that far. Fnatic, meanwhile, they've still got that pressure in the mid lane for the moment anyway. That inhibitor isn't going to come up for a little while yet. Probably not until after Baron comes up. Do you think that sounds right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Going to be a while here.
It's true. Baron will be up. It's going to be a little bit hard for AHQ to defend because they have to keep the mid lane pressured, which has been so easily pressured by Febiven up until now.
Yeah.
Also, Febiven just in these team fights, his shields, he's about to rank it up again. They're averaging around 450 to 460 HP that he can give off. Decent amount of cooldown reduction here, so that means a lot in these repetitive, in these slow, extended fights, where if Fnatic can just avoid getting caught and just kite, they're just in such a prime position to take this game, regardless of what the gold actually means here.
Well, AHQ just taking care of their side of the map right now. They've cleared out most of the wards. They've gotten a little bit of vision around the Baron. What do you do if you're Fnatic? How do you make sure you secure this Baron?
You ward your flanks. That is the most important part right here. You can't get into any situation where either Ziv or Westdoor comes from behind, because both of them are either tanky enough or have the ability to stall you long enough, whether it's a Ziv ultimate or general tankiness, or a Zonia's Hourglass from Westdoor, for the rest of the HQ lineup to collapse.
Yeah,
and waiting to teleport in.
More importantly, Fnatic needs to calm down.
Yeah.
They have continually gotten an edge from smart play and then lost it with some foolish, almost nervous looking play.
Yeah, Huni waiting for Godot there almost in the bot lane, and it's getting him upset. Seen a couple there aggressive flashes from him where it just wasn't necessary at all.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked needlessly desperate in some of their plays today, needlessly frantic in some of their decisions, and I feel like this would be a much bigger lead for Fnatic if they had just played things a little bit more calmly. And Albus finds a pink ward.
As well as warding their flanks, I actually think it's good for Fnatic if they commit to running at someone.
Yep.
Every time there's a Sivir composition with Olaf and Darius, I literally just call it a run at the team composition.
Makes sense.
AHQ actually doesn't have that great disengage.
When he has to teleport.
Oh man, has to teleport, but he takes it back up by the Baron. If they can use this to clear some wards, get some vision, they might be able to turn to their advantage.
Get some vision control, find someone, Sivarald, Orianna, Distortion, and just go.
Yep. Oh, they are going, not even bothering to clear all those wards. Baron getting lower, and AHQ a little bit out of position here. Albus thinking of coming in, takes a big chunk from Febiven. They need to turn here. Baron's not dying soon enough. Here they go. Silver ult popped already. Febiven on the outside of the fight doing the damage. Ziv trying to get back there. A kill for him already. Huni not really doing a lot. And now AHQ, they've got Fnatic on the run. Reckless has to pop that spell shield. Big shockwave though. They could maybe turn it around. No, it's a double kill for Ziv even though he is out of the fight. Fnatic, though, they fought it to a bit of a standstill, but I think AHQ still came out ahead.
Yeah, AHQ may very well win this game in tremendous comeback fashion. Febiven is doing all that he can to make sure Fnatic doesn't lose this game. Specifically in that play, if you're going to just run at them, why get yourself low at Baron in the first place? By starting it, they only weakened themselves for the eventual fight, and they ran headlong into Meganar. You have to be able to time it so he's not Mega.
Fnatic, they start a fight right now with imperfect vision right now. They get collapsed on by Meganar. Look at that ulti from Ziv here.
Yeah.
Even a 5-man shockwave is not going to make it because Albus did a really good job there eating his AD carry on max range damaging, and at this point, HQ have win the fight. They actually overstand a little bit into the shockwave, make it a little easy. Mountain jumps for no reason at all. They could have disengaged it, but overall, this is the very few times we see Fnatic play into their opponent's hands the way they have been doing this game.
Yeah, there was perfect rage bar management by Ziv right there. And Fnatic, if they're going to be making that play, they need to be able to track the rage bar of Ziv as well as just have better overall vision control. But they are playing a little bit frantic, and now they actually don't get to make controlled, reliable plays because the game is even. They're actually needing to take some risks now if they want to actually win this game.
And look at how heavy they invested in vision. Sivir ulti, Talisman of Ascension, and Righteous Glory. If you have that much itemization and picks invested in movement speed, then you really have to make it work.
And by the time you start losing the fights, the movement speed becomes irrelevant because you do not want to run into your own demise.
Yeah. Trying to hide in the Baron pit for the moment. They're going to start Baron, actually. No vision right there for AHQ. Going for it. They need to be ready to turn again, but taking more Baron damage.
I feel like we've seen this before.
We talked about. That's right. Oh, the ultimate's up. Huni tries to pull an Albus, doesn't get it. On doing some damage from the side. They back off a little bit earlier this time.
Potential rotation here mid, though. Fnatic do have an incredibly quick Baron, but this is what it seems like a panic Baron to me, and panic Barons are very symptomatic to poor shot calling, something we haven't seen from Fnatic at all.
Oh,
look
boy.
at the mid lane.
The standoff.
Westdoor is pushing without teleport, so we'd have to make it down really quickly. And Fnatic, their Baron's actually not that quick, so he might make it back for this fight. Ziv does not have Meganar.
He's there already.
Fnatic is low on 2 tanks.
He's back there going in there trying to rush down Ziv and Mountain, but here comes On and Albus as well. Westdoor, Playful Tricksters doesn't get the damage. Fnatic still posturing around this Baron. The dance continues.
On very confident in his support there. He gets grabbed there by the Apprehend, but Albus says, well, I'll just eat my AD carry and it'll be K.
Yeah.
Spits him out again. And hesitation there on Fnatic's side too. They could have engaged on, but they're so afraid of that time Kench Devour. They really don't want to commit to it.
This game is so close, but Westdoor putting the pressure on the mid lane. When he comes back to clear, he doesn't have that teleport yet though, and now HQ going for that crucial 4th dragon.
It's looking better and better for AHQ, but this is really anyone's game. It's become so tense here at 38 minutes.
Yeah.
But in terms of styles, AHQ is forcing Fnatic to dance to their tune. This is AHQ's preferred playstyle overall. This is not what we've been used to seeing from Fnatic.
Well, AHQ, they've got 4 dragons now. They've got pressure on. Now you do have to get a bit frantic if you're Fnatic, you know, right? Now you do have to try to take some of those risky fights. You cannot let AHQ get that 5th dragon.
6 minutes remain.
Ziv has also been showing what a good top laner he can really be.
Yeah, he is having a phenomenal game on Gnar. 8, 2, and 11.
His spacing just in general. Rage bar management and spacing on Gnar is the 2 most important things you can do, and he does it beautifully. Every fight so far he's come in with at least a good solid Gnar ulti if he wasn't follow-up stun. And his rage has always been ready.
There's fairly limited disengage for AHQ to prevent Fnatic from running at them. But pretty much every time Fnatic has tried to group in a team fight, he's landed a massive Meganar against the assaulting members of Fnatic.
Yeah, Ziv really has gotten so big here. They're going to go in again, trying to jump onto Ziv. Rainover really fast. They're going to turn on to Albus. They've got him a bit separated, but he's still tanky with that gray health. Going to go down, though, and Rainover barely lives. Zivs. This could open up a Baron, though, for AHQ. Ult popped out by Westor. Devin pops at Zonia's. Can he live through it right in the Flame Choppers? Big shockwave, though. AHQ still with the edge as Rainover and the rest of Fnatic make a run for it. There's a double kill for Westor. This one looks like it could be over. Yellowstar turns for the stun. It's not enough. It's going to be another near ace. Huni wasn't even there.
Fnatic, they went for fully unload on the Toad, but it wasn't enough. Look at how tanky Albus was. He stayed long enough to trade his life almost for Rainover on that jungle Olaf. And where was Huni for that entire fight?
Yeah, not
That's
there.
Really it.
So many mistakes from Huni this game, but honestly, AHQ has capitalized so after such a large deficit. They're going to look to take a surprise win over Fnatic.
The death timers are very long, and Huni has to pull a miracle here if he's going to keep Fnatic in this game.
Flash is available for Huni. This may be the time he actually wants to use it.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Tries to go in. There goes the first Nexus turret. Ziv has done such a great job carrying this game back to Meganar. One last time, throws Huni against the Nexus that AHQ is about to take out. AHQ takes down Fnatic.
AHQ bounce back from their day one upset against Cloud9 and make this group really interesting.
Yeah, they do. Wow. And Fnatic, phenomenal first game of Worlds. Second game, like we talked about, going back onto some of those bad habits. It's definitely, I don't want to say a worrying trend, but it's something to be a bit concerned about, isn't it, guys?
Isn't it one and the same?
It is. All right, we can just use that.
Yeah, the fact that Fnatic defaulted to some of their older habits.
Especially Huni.
Huni had a very poor performance. That was the beginning of the loss of their lead.
I mean, that Gnar matchup, again, it proves that it may not be worth picking that Darius so early on first rotation on red side, because every team just has a comfortable answer for it that doesn't really give too much away. And
I mean, I still just can't get over how needlessly frantic Fnatic looked, especially Huni, making these plays he didn't need to. I think the best example of that, to me anyway, they were killing the inhibitor. He flashes to try to get some big flash engage. Why? Why do you need to even try that?
That's where the whole game turned around. Maybe that was a team call of some kind, because almost at the second Huni flashed in, Reckless also burned his Sivir ultimate, and then they finished off the inhibitor. But because of that play, that's when AHQ turned it on.
But not to discredit only Fnatic here, but gotta give props where props is due, especially to On in these team fights. He had some really immaculate positioning, because in the